Hey, welcome to Evil's Comics. Merry Christmas and happy holidays, everybody. Um, I'm just gonna show off some comics that I picked up yesterday before all the stores closed, and then after that, it's gonna be a hangout type of chat. First off, I see a couple people already waiting around. I saw Phil. What's up, Phil? How you doing? Good morning. I waited, and hopefully everybody's kind of getting done with the Christmas type stuff. I see my boy Chop and Drop. Merry Christmas, Chop. I hope you and your family had a good one. Same to you, Phil. I see my boy Carlitos. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? He's out here in Houston with me. Um, let's see, I get Beef It. What's up, Beef It? Merry Christmas. Everybody saying hi. I see Chop back. Coffee and a comic. Merry Christmas. How's it going? Morning, afternoon to some people. Everybody can hear me okay, right? Get a thumbs up on that, and then after that, I'll just kind of do my haul, and then after that, we'll just do a chat, and we'll chat about anything anybody wants to. It doesn't really matter. Let's see. I get a thumbs up. Yeah, yeah. Y'all can hear me. Y'all can hear me. What's up, Dave? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Yeah, yeah, family. Merry. Drawing a blank. Sterling and Thomas. Morning. Okay. Um, so like I said, I was dollar bin hunting yesterday, and it's kind of a mix. There are some spec books in here, and my spec's different. If y'all know me, my spec is just like fun spec. Trying to find hot books that everybody's after, kind of thing. Um, but other books I got was like run fillers, that kind of thing. Um, but I picked up I have like a whole bunch of different sets I'm trying to finish. So whenever I find some. So I'm trying to finish Batwoman. I'm like eight issues away. So I found number two, and all these are pretty clean copies. They're not perfect, but they're reader copies. But I got number three. I got number four, and that's all from Batwoman. And then I got just a couple different Batman issues, but Batman 538, and I thought this was pretty dope. It's pretty clean white cover, but the whole like he looks pretty like vampire-ish in my opinion. I think it's this series right here, but I picked up Batman 536. It's another clean um it's got the whole man bat. It's got some really weird art. The way they draw man bat right there is kind of the art inside. I wasn't familiar with it, but heck yeah, man. I love hearing that. I hope everybody had, a great Christmas, and right now you're kind of in the food stage and the chilling stage. That's kind of why I planned it for this time. Um, I know everybody kind of, in my family, it was like early and it was like, maybe like, I think ours started like 6 in the morning. We opened gifts. And then after that, the rest of the day was kind of like TV and chill kind of thing. I don't know if any football games are going on. So, um, Kelly Jones covers. I think so. Was the art on? Yes, and it does say Jones at the bottom. So Beef It, you are right. There's a lot of artists and stuff I'm not familiar with. That were this era of Batman. I kind of like passed on. I think I was more into X-Men and Spider-Man during this time. I used to flip flop a bunch. Batman Chronicles number one, a really clean copy. Nothing really special, but number one, I'll take it. This is another run filler, but this is kind of a big one. And if you grew up in the '90s, of course, the hollow foil and stuff like that. What's up, Nadia? How you doing? Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, depending on what everybody celebrates. Right, I picked up Excalibur 82 with the Phalanx Covenant, with the little shiny, you but I love this. I think this is around the time when I stopped reading Marvel for a little bit. So that's kind of the reasons I'm picking up all these Excalibur and older X-Men. Mhm. That it, right? big old like super huge bat ears. Sometimes I like that. There is one Batman that's drawn where I do dig the long bat ears, but most of the time not so much. Like that one, heck no. Like it's like how did they not get clipped on stuff? And I don't know. Okay, so this is kind of where the stuff gets weird, but I'm a big Stephen King fan, and I've been trying to pick up all these. I used to own these all at one time. I bought them as they come out, and so this is Stephen King's The Drawing of the Three, The Dark Tower, and basically what this is like from the third book. I have several issues from the series, but I hadn't been able to find issue number one, and this is from the Lady of Shadows. I think they had like three or four little mini series they broke it down to. Not very doorway friendly. Why not? Um, I got Agents of Atlas, War of Realms, number four. I know everybody freaks out about number one. I've been trying to pick up anything with like White Fox. I kind of dig White Fox. I'm trying to find her on the cover. Um, there she is over here in the blue, right there. Um, but I kind of did. I don't know anything. I do have War of the Realms. I think I have that series like one through five, something like that. Um, but I don't have any of the Agents of Atlas. I missed that whole, all the first appearances in the issue number one. So I'll pick up the other one since it does tie into the book that I already have. A lot of people know, but I'm trying to finish the Batman 52 run, his main 52 run. So I'm just picking up the issues that I don't have. Right now, I only have like 20 issues out of 52. So it's not, it's still just a start, but this is issue 46. And none of these are kind of like this one's an okay copy, but most of them are spine ticked up. But I don't really care. I just want I want to read it. 42. What's up, Freaky Louie? Merry Christmas to you and your family. I hope you all had a good one. That was issue 42 of Batman. Okay, so I picked up 19. And this one's kind of a cool little cover. And a lot of people, I always love when the covers have little gimmicks besides the foil and stuff. So pull out cover, I always like. But Bruce Wayne's greatest foe is Jim Gordon. That mother, look at him. He guilty as I don't know. I love little stuff like that. No, but getting the pull out cover. This one's actually a pretty clean copy out of all of them. I always find it where people like the 52 Batman issues like this one. They're just beat up. Like the spine, they're never like there's a big tear right there. And honestly, I don't care. Like I said, there are reader copies, but I can never find these in really good condition. It always looks like either they've been tossed around a whole bunch or people love the shit out of them. They just reread, through a bunch. But that is Batman 18. A random I've been just picking these up. I don't pick up a lot of these, but if I do collect them, the series, I'll pick them up. But the New 52 features in Batman and Superman, and this is one of those like hot lenticular. I have no idea what that's supposed to be. I want to assume that's the Batmobile crashing because the first image is like Superman saving Batman from the Batmobile, and it even looks like the second image, like he got crushed by the Batmobile. I don't know. All right, let's see. I wish my LCS had a better dollar selection. Honestly, I kind of like fibbed that these weren't dollars. Some of them were like 75 cents and 50 cents. They had like a sale going on. So a lot of them were, I only spent like 17. I think I came out with like 22 bucks. So they weren't exactly a dollar. They did all come out of the normal dollar bins. I don't know. Yeah, and I love the Capullo. That's one of the reasons. I love the art in this series, but it has some of the better Batman stories. I have read some of them, but for some reason during the 52 run, I was like selective where I read like the Joker part of it. I read the 0 Hour part, and like that was it. But for some reason, I skipped the whole Court of Hell thing. I know all about it. I was like picky and choosy back then where I didn't read consecutive. Never did like that. I mean, he's kind of shady, right now, and they're painting a different picture, right? He's in Joker, and he is tasked to hunt down Joker. I mean, that's pretty shady. You know what I'm saying? Um, Only 50 cents a month subbing. Hey, man, they were deals, and I got lucky that the shops were even open. You know how Christmas is. Place closing early and stuff like that. I don't get the chance to go to the LCS that as much as I used to, so I was kind of happy to. I did pick up one new, like a current. I wouldn't say new, but it's current. I did pick up this one, which I love Ghost Rider, and then I don't have a lot of what ifs, but I don't have any of the new what ifs. All the new what ifs I found, I give to my best friend, or he grabs them. Shout out to D Boy 504 TV if he's watching. Merry Christmas. And we got somebody else. We got Jeffrey Castro in the building. What's up, man? Good morning. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Happy holidays. I don't ever have bins or boxes, probably about 50 books on a wall and a half wall. That's my dog. My shop is pretty big. I mean, we have it varies, but the one shop I do like to go to, they do have stuff on the wall, but it's the normal spec stuff you see. It's nothing. There's not a whole bunch of nostalgic stuff. It's pretty much like right now. It's like Spider-Man 2099. You know, um, ASM 300 and 27. It's like the normal stuff. More Marvel and DC, that kind of stuff. But they do have some keys like I think they have like the first Poison Ivy. They have like, her first appearance in a slab. And I want to say it's like an 8 or something like that, but it's also pricey. They have a really old Doom, like Fantastic Four. I know Free Energy was showing off his Doom that he got for Christmas. Um, all right, so the what if I got the what if Marvel Comics went metal with Ghost Rider, and it's basically like I think the understanding is like instead of just being a superhero, he just became a like a rock legend. Like I guess that's the because I kind of flipped through it, but I didn't read it yet. But it's actually a really clean copy. I mean, it's still new. It's like I think 2019, something like that. But I think that's the gist of it, and I kind of like that. Like, you know, um, if it was something like instead of becoming a hero, he became just a rocker and he was just like performing live all across like the world or whatever in his rock band or whatever. Like, yeah, thank you, Boston. This is Ghost Rider and the Ghost Stats. We'll see you later. Bye. Yeah. I can dig it. I don't know. I'd pay to go see it, wouldn't you? I was pretty stoked to find this one. I know it's not like crazy big or anything, but all the spec talk and everything. So I found Spider Verse #1, and I think it's like I looked it up like many different things, and it says it's the first appearance of Zero Spider, and then the other thing, but I think that's only Walmart exclusive only. I think in this one, it's just like the first appearance or the first mention of a certain Earth or something like that, or 6157, or I don't know what the numbers are. I forget. Um, but I don't know anything Spider Verse right now is hard to find. Honestly, what I went for was the Batman 52, and I went for Spider-Man 2099. Any from Volume 1, 2, or 3. And not really like spec. I like one of my friends was like, "Are you going for spec?" And I was like, "Man, I don't spec. My spec is different." Motley, I'm like, "Man, I could do Megadeth." um, when I had hair, I used to get I was at an airport one time, and everybody thought I was the lead singer of Megadeth. We do share some resemblance in the face, I'd say. I've also gotten Tom Hanks for some reason, and I don't see that either. This was the only other new. I couldn't. I have this whole series, and for some reason, I could not find #5. And I hype up. I love both Mark McCain and Phil Buckman. I've done reels of Mark and what's up, Jimmy G? Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, buddy. Woo woo. And Wolfie, how's it going? And what was the other guy? Damn, something else. Smeagol? No, it wasn't Smeagol. Um, no, but I was struggling on finding issue #5. For those of y'all that don't know, it kind of sucks, but the book is incomplete. They didn't even know it, but they got printed like 80%, and they're missing, I think, the last 2 pages. Um, so they're trying to fix it. I think they're doing it with like a second print or something like that. But it's actually I haven't read it yet because I was struggling on finding it. But supposedly it's missing like the ending of the book. Like, and I think the only way besides like buying buying it in trade or something like that, they're gonna do like a second print or something like that because I know what's up, Mr. Comic Journey. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah. If anybody Happy Kwanzaa. And I'm not, you know, Sigmund. That's it. I knew it was something like that. Beefit knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, Merry Christmas to everybody. But and any other holiday, I know there's not just Christmas going on. I know Boxing Day is tomorrow, and but yeah, supposedly the last two pages got cut off, and nobody noticed it until like I think a month later. So I have not read it, so I don't know for a fact. I might have got like I know it's not a second print, it's a first print, but maybe it was like a selected issue type thing. Um, but that's what I picked up from my haul. I can easily show them the highlight. Look, I got Spider Verse #1 for those who should. I got some Ghost Riding. I got some lenticular. I mean, I got some. There's some Batman in there. I got that. I kind of like that. The fact that I found that in the wild, I was like, yeah, I can go with that. And I think if I'm not mistaken, this is like her third appearance of um, that girl Silver Fox or whatever. I'm not positive because I know it's not her first. Her first is the first issue, but I want to say since this is like the fourth issue, it has to be like her third or something like that, right? Maybe her like second cover. I don't know. I don't care. um, I do have some keys coming on the way, and all my keys are always like goofy compared to everybody else. They're important to me. Um, but I have some Batman keys on the way that I ordered, and I'm gonna try and start doing that where I order like a couple small keys that nobody's kind of what's up, Tylux? Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, buddy. Um, you want to know what I got for Christmas? What did you get for Christmas, buddy? You let us know. And if anybody wants to share, I'm about to pop in the because we are done with the that was what I picked up for my dollar bin haul or my like really my 75 cent haul, I guess you could say. Um let's see if I can remember how to do that. But I will post a link if anybody wants to hop in. No obligation. Where is my clipboard? Um, Santa bought me a big bag. Oh, that's not good. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking more of the picnic sweater variety or something like that. Maybe a new McRib. I know how much you love the McRibs. Or maybe someone had went ahead and made you a top tier member of Whack Comics. I could see that. I do apologize that you are not feeling well. I know it is going around, so please, everybody, be safe. Regardless of what you feel or what you think. Just be mindful when you go out. I mean, it's this time in general. We're talking about flu time. We're talking about bronchitis. We're talking about pneumonia. We're talking about corona. We're talking about this octopus, whatever, and going around, messing with people, so just be careful, wash your hands, don't touch your face, that kind of stuff. But I do know that it's going around. I have some real life people that are out for sick with it, and I do know we have some other people in the community that are out sick with it. I do know, there's been questions on some people in the community that are kind of absent. Some of these people are just playing games and just relaxing until they get done with the holidays, kind of thing. Um, I know the holidays can be real stressful for a lot of people. It seems like everybody I know is stressed out. Guess what? One more day, we'll be done. Then we just got to do New Year's and then Valentine's Day, and guess what? It starts all over again. Um, 20 cc's is 68 Fahrenheit. Saw you on the sign last night. It's good to know because I don't know Celsius, so I get the two confused. I know right here it is a brisky 90 like 5 degrees on Christmas Day. And I am literally in shorts. Like I got flip flops on. I got short sleeve. Like it is rather hot outside. It looks really weird. Um, it's not very Christmassy here. Some years it's like that. Some years it's like we get snow and everything, or not really snow. We get cold. Snow is like a once a 10-year thing, or once a 7 years, something like that. It's not as often as other places, but we'll get sleet and hail and stuff like that. But we don't really get hmm. Our cold really starts. Our winter, I would say, is usually like around this time, like after Christmas, and then I want to say it's like the middle of January, something like that. Do do do. Temperature news facts. I hope you get well too, man. I miss you, Comic Journey, man. I bet you. I bet I can imagine everybody misses his rants, and not just his rants, but that personality. I mean, it sells. 27. Let me see. Have snow. See, what's 27? Is that like 70? That's like 75, something like that. Yeah. See, I could deal with that. That's kind of nice. 75 or 70 degrees Fahrenheit, something like that. No, that's hot here. If I go outside, it's yesterday when I went to the LCS to pick up those comics. I sweat. It was hot. I actually was wearing like sweatpants and something else when I went outside, and I made it like and not too many steps away from my doorway. I was like, nope, it's too hot for this stuff. Um, 80 down here. Where you at, Jimmy? Where you at? I don't remember. Um, it's been rather hot. Like it has gotten cold a couple times. It got I want to say for a week it got, I mean it would vary and where it'd stay cold for like a couple days, and then after that, and it would heat back up. Oh, look at that. I missed him, the mighty mullet himself coming in. Hold on, let me boom, there we go. How you doing, Tyler? I was like, oh my God, did you just wake up? What, you son of a.
Well, I woke up a few hours ago, but I haven't done anything to try to make it look better. So I said, screw it, just going all natural today.
Oh no, today is the day to do that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what other better day to, not worry about like any of that, on Christmas, Thanksgiving, that kind of stuff. I think Thanksgiving you have to get all dressed up and dolled up. But most people on Christmas we stay at home kind of thing,
Yeah,
unless you're going to like grandma's or something. Aunts
yeah.
and uncles.
Beef it. It's anywhere in the southeast, dude. I'm loving global warming. It hadn't dropped below. It hadn't dropped below 40 degrees all year. Like this is great. Uh, I
That's
think the coldest,
stashing.
I think the coldest it's got has been like 30, and that's not bad here.
We got the close. I want to say like 40 something, but then it shot back up. It's been back and forth. Um, I mean, even like a couple days ago, it got cold and then it heated back up. I don't know
Mhm.
what's going on. I
Yeah,
agree.
I seen that, CJ. Yeah, that sucks. I hope you get better, dude. Yeah, I have no, what you call it? Not that I have no faith. I have no doubt. That's it. That's the word I was looking for. I have no doubt that you'll beat it because, I mean, just ran at it. Just ran at it and it'll go away. I promise you. If you start going off on it,
Mm. Rants are fun though, because they can go in all kind of different ways. I mean, you can, the best rants are when you get them all focused and in their ways and they're out. No, but some rants are fun, just letting them go all crazy and this and that.
well, last night before I went to sleep, I was like, all right, Santa, I'm calling one in. So if you can drop off a PV6505 plus mini head somewhere in the house by in the morning, that would be nice. Unfortunately, I didn't get that, but I woke up to a message from was it Double T Sports Cards or Double T Cards or something like that channel. I won his 500 subscriber giveaway, and
Hey,
yeah, and unbeknownst to me, he since I was new back to collecting cards, and he knew that he was going to send me a little care package anyway. So on top of what I won from his contest, he's going to send me extra anyway, just because he's doing like Brad. He's trying to push me over that cliff.
well, look at this. Look at this. I got our buddy coming in. Look at this.
Yeah,
What is?
I'm not exactly in rant mode right now, but I figured I'd jump on and say Merry Christmas to everybody.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, man. I'm
Yep.
sorry to hear you're feeling bad. You know, it sucks. Talk about perfect timing. Um,
You got
man,
no idea. You know, you got no idea. I'm.
man,
This has been a bad month for me. Real bad month. And well, you'll hear it one day. One day when I'm up to it and I'm in full strength, I will let you all know, and I will give you all a full understanding of the hell I'm going through, and you'll understand. You know, but good thing for all you guys is all your packages are sitting here at my house and have not been sent out, so you're not getting a big bad corona for yourselves as well. So
woo,
I
hey,
put everything into the garage to get it aired out, and hopefully by the time I'm better, I'll send everything out.
I was about to say I'll spray it down with Lysol when it comes in.
You spray whatever the hell you want. Uh, uh, now, once it gets out of my hands and I don't have corona anymore, now it's your problem. Now you're gonna have the corona.
I could have sworn I had it twice. The second time I thought I had it, the doctor was like, "You got it. Don't go anywhere." Blah 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 blah. Turned out to be a
what's
fluke.
up?
It was like
What's up, low budget, man? What's up with me?
No,
Happy holiday.
I definitely got it. I got it full force, like full force. By the way, it's not good to smoke it when you have corona. Uh,
Oh, I bet not.
you know,
No, it's
yeah,
all about breathing.
yeah.
Uh,
I put that to the test. It didn't make me feel any better. I'll tell you that
no,
much. No,
didn't burn.
no, no, definitely not. So on top of everything else, I'm feeding for a cigarette. I'm locked in my room, locked in a room
It's
with
tough
nobody.
because I can't even suggest you do the gum or anything like that because it's anything with your throat right now. Um, because you're with COVID, it's all like a breathing. I mean, that's what it's going to attack things that affect your lungs and stuff like that. So I mean, yeah, you definitely want to stay away from the smoking. I know how bad.
The only thing I
Hey,
don't know.
by the time you order some gum and get it in,
Oh, believe me, as soon as I feel better, I'm gonna start smoking again. It just, you know, I'm just waiting to get my voice back 100%.
What's it feel like right now? Besides, like what we can hear, it sounds like you're congested.
Actually, the worst was the first couple days. Um, like really bad fever, like really bad fever, like to the point where I was hallucinating, like fever and chills. That's what I was having. I got past that, so now basically, you know, I'm just like tired and a little congested and that kind of thing. But you feel wiped out basically. That's how it feels.
that's what made me think that I had it. It wasn't just that I lost my sense of taste, but I was like, that a cold can do that. I was stuffed up, but when I tried to I went to my mailbox to try to get my mail, and by the time I got to my mailbox, I was completely out of breath. Like I had to sit down on my steps and like take a break for a minute before I got back up and tried to walk to the house. And it's not far. I was just like, why can't I can't do anything right now. Like this is ridiculous. Like I'm just sitting here. I'm glad one of my neighbors didn't try to come up to me and be like, "You all right?"
It
I've
sucks.
had I've had moments like that, like where it's like it's just loss of energy kind of thing. I haven't had it recently, but back in the past,
Oh, have
I know.
you caught it earlier?
No, I got lucky and it happened. I haven't been sick from COVID. I got a upper respiratory infection like the first round, and I thought I had to go to the hospital, and for a while they thought I had it.
Yeah,
And
because
my
I mean, how do you know? There's so many different like I mean, it could be like he told me. He was like, I swear you have it. And then when it came back negative, he was like, oh, I guess it's a type B flu. And I was
I
like,
kept getting a negative positive. I kept getting like a hit miss on my test. So that's why they were like, because I was in the hospital and it was weird because it was like in a hallway. It wasn't in like a room, and um, it's awkward, man, going to the hospital during all this.
At
Have
one
you?
point, they were calling everything COVID. They weren't even testing properly; they were just calling it COVID, diagnosing it, no matter what. Now, at least they could figure it out quickly.
mm-hmm. And like,
Right?
yeah, I mean, it goes along with anything. The tests they had weren't 100% accurate because they were new. It was the first test they ever made. I mean, you know,
I hear
So
Carlitos saying the girl I've been seeing. I wish I couldn't smell or taste. Like man, that sounds like a
I
girl.
haven't lost any of that.
No, I didn't think so. I think that was just the first round. I think that was the main COVID-19. I think the next iterations they had different side effects and stuff like that.
yeah, you got the
Uh,
Optimus Prime variant, and you got
I don't know what variant I have, whatever the case. They haven't told me anything. I just got Corona. That's basically what I got. Corona. That's it.
Jimmy saying he got all three shots. Now I got to get my mom caught up. She only has first round. So the tests are so cheaply mass produced. They troll false positives all the time, vice versa. I go with that. Man, and
it's really
lines
just
sometimes it's
new.
crazy. What's up? Meditate.
Unfortunately for you guys, apparently I'm not going to die from this thing. So, you know, I'll be back
And
to giving you guys headaches left and right,
no,
within a week or so,
that
I
means
guess.
me and Fox don't get our comics. So no, unfortunately, we need you alive. No,
So,
no,
and I'm sorry I missed you guys on actual Dracula the other night. You know,
oh no, man.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's kind of like there's people missing out of the community. I mean, and some of the people, I can say a couple names. I don't know if they want to be named, but there's a couple of people that have been absent, but they're not. It's like okay, let's cap on comment. He stated live why he's been absent. It's because he's doing school and he's trying to finish his degree kind of thing. It's not saying he's not going to come back, but some of these people, it's like that. We're going through the holidays and people getting married, and I mean, so just because your favorite YouTuber's not there right now doesn't mean they're gone, whatever. But there's a couple different ones. Mr. Six Face Comics have been kind of absent for a little while, so I checked up on Sid, and he's just playing games, like trying to avoid all the holiday mess. I get that. Um,
he's like playing video games or whatever.
He's playing WoW actually. He said he's
Oh
been
really?
like, yeah, he's been like,
I've actually thought about coming this close to
he's
restarting my WoW account and getting back on WoW, but I don't want to. If I play, I want to play with people I know. I don't want to just join a bunch of rant because people have no patience on WoW, man. If they see like you've got like low level gear, they're just like get out. And I'm like for real, like you guys can't like let me like just stand over here in the corner and swat at things and then get nicer stuff and then I can have nice stuff. Like nope, get out. Like whoa.
same. Dude. I've been married twice. I don't think that's happened again. I don't know why you brought that up, but um, Chop was saying something up here. He said hadn't had to virus yet. Polished off a case of Corona last night. Oh, that's my boy. That's my boy. I like that at the beginning of that. Nobody was buying Corona. You could still go to the store, and they were like so scared of the beer.
When I heard that when this thing
Saw
first
I saw
started,
that. You almost spit up your coffee. I saw
yeah, I
that.
almost did because when this thing first started and everybody's like, I'm not drinking any Corona. I was like, that's not.
No,
Oh my god.
every store you go to Walmart, brother, you couldn't find water. You couldn't find like toilet paper, of course, right? But
Yeah,
like you couldn't find no beer, no wine, nothing like that. But you could find like mass amounts of Corona, and that's how I shit you not. Nobody was buying that shit. I was all like, but like they were scared just because it had the name or whatever. I was like, if anything, it'd give you like immunity. It wouldn't be
yeah,
like.
because you have tolerance, man.
Yeah.
You
I mean,
pound
people
that
have been
stuff
drinking
down.
that shit for years, so
I'm one of
I,
the
Be
I want
like Tupac and Selena. After I die, I'll keep putting out videos. That's what I'm talking about. Get your mom or your grandmother to just keep pumping that stuff out and get her monetized. You know what I'm saying? Get her taken care of.
isn't it
We'll keep
weird?
You,
watching
Isn't
you
it
until
weird that, like some like all the Tupac stuff post him passing away was like all thug, hardcore, gangster rap, and then all the stuff they released after he passed away was like he had a big change of heart, and he was just like, "Yeah, I'm still in it, but don't do this. Don't listen to the shit I said before. It's not a life you want to live. It's stupid. This, that, and the other." And I'm just like, so did he have a change of heart and then he got shot and then or what happened here? Like what how is this working? Where are y'all pulling this music from? Like what's going on here?
sometimes they just make up stuff. Sometimes they make up stuff on purpose for the album sales. So sometimes it's real. It's just behind the scenes. Like
Well,
I do know.
he did the
I do
whole
know that.
didn't wasn't the whole album that came out after that like a resurrection album or something like that? Maybe it was like a gimmick to like sell the
I know
resurrection album.
With Tupac is his mom. With Tupac is his mom, and supposedly she had like I think it was like 10 albums that he had already like they weren't fully recorded or something like that. But he had that's how they took pieces of like they
Okay.
used the songs and stuff like that. Because I know Elvis, he did the same thing. No,
Oh yeah.
like because they just had studio time, and in the studios they record like they don't just record song to song. Usually it's like one track could be like an hour's worth of tape or something like that, so they might just be getting them to sing like all kind of different songs. And usually in the studio that's what they do, is they edit out the tracks for the sound they need, kind of thing. um but I know with Tupac and Biggie was less big, because Biggie was like he hadn't done so much studio. I think it just varies singer to singer. Because I know Pop Smoke recently he was murdered, and like and I always get confused on which one, Pop Smoke or Nipsey Hussle, but I think he was the one where he was shot.
Wait, who
And
got murdered?
Pop Smoke is a recent rapper that came
Oh,
out
okay.
about.
I thought you said Hop Sane, and I was like, Hop Sane got killed?
No, Pop Smoke,
Okay.
and he was connected with Travis Scott and all his kind of friends, but he was big. Like the second Pop Smoke came out, like he was kind of huge. But right after, I mean, a second after he dropped his album, he ended up getting murdered, and they just he had posted his location while he was on IG or something like that. He was out shopping, and they found him. I think they robbed him and then robbed him and shot him. Now, don't quote me. I always get it mixed up with him and Nipsey. But both of them died. And I think that's how Pop Smoke died, was got shot while he was shopping. But okay, anyways, so he had studio time that he had already recorded like so many songs or whatever. So they've actually like pumped out like I think 2 albums after he died, and that was like. I mean, he died literally like right after he dropped. I mean, there's been a couple rappers that was like that, like where they dropped an album or something, and like 6 months later they end up dying or something like that.
has a ton of music that hasn't released anything yet. Prince.
Oh yeah, well,
He's got
Prince.
tons of archives.
Yeah.
You
Uh,
know, you know why? Why? There's an easy explanation for that, though. It's one, it's copyright, and then two, he was writing for other performers and stuff, and they're still currently using his stuff. I know, like a lot of like, I mean, he was writing like, and as far all the way up until like Justin Timberlake and like early Beyonce and stuff like that. I don't remember exactly who he was writing songs for, but I know he was writing songs for a lot of people. Same thing like Sia and stuff like that. So I know a lot of his stuff is tied to that, because a lot of Prince he won't find on YouTube either, and it's because it's all copyright labeled, and they haven't worked out a deal with YouTube. Tool was like
I
that.
will say this though, there is a clip of Prince. He did an acoustic set at New York University like years ago. It was acoustic set, and it's like him on stage on a stool with a purple acoustic guitar, and that's it. Like, and he's getting the crowd to sing his songs with him, and it's one of the greatest things I've ever seen. Because it's like rare moments of Prince being all like, when the crowd would sing something off key or something, he would stop and be like, "Do it again." And he'd make them do it again, and then when they'd hit it right, he'd be like, "Okay," and then he'd keep on playing and stuff like. So he was really interacting with the crowd, like he was like looking at them like, if your friend says something stupid, and you give him that little like, he kept doing that to the crowd and stuff like that. So it was like him being really just like a normal human being, which is hard to find footage of him doing stuff like that. But he told Kevin Smith he had enough music stored up at his house that in case the world, were to flip out tomorrow and all music be lost forever, he could repopulate the world with music. And I was like, what? That's ridiculous. How much music is that? How much stuff do you have recorded? Like, that would have to be like
It's probably
hundreds,
true.
hundreds of hours.
Hey, Merry Christmas, comic bookworm. Nom nom, how's it going? Um, like I kind of agree with Chop. Like up here, he was saying Pac stuff after his death. It was very interesting, drawing out years after he was dead. Before, and some of the lyrics relating to some current event situations. I think that's what ties on it. Like everybody believing that he wasn't really dead. That he didn't really die the way he said he does. And I mean, there was just a lot of. I've gone into both, where he was like he could be still alive and he could have died. I mean, because they were kind of like obvious about his autopsy and stuff like that. Biggie was the one where they were really like they didn't really reveal like a lot of his autopsy and stuff. Um, like
I
right
was
here.
listening to I was riding around yesterday and I was listening to Changes came on my Spotify and I was
Check.
like, dude, I was like, Changes could literally like he could have wrote this today and it would still resonate completely. Like people would be like, yeah, 100%. He wrote this like a month ago, and I'm like, no, he wrote that back in like 1992, dude. Like
Well, on Biggie's soundtrack, Biggie's Life After Death. He had the song with Biggie, and of course he was dead at that time. But they had mixed him in with the song with like Bob Marley, and he had been dead like 10 or something years before then.
Mhm.
So I mean, no, I mean I do. I mean that's like that guy. I don't know if y'all know him. His name is like Sick Beats or something like that. He's on Instagram. He's on TikTok. It's that guy that wears the mask and he does like, but he takes different songs and he mixes them together. And I was actually trying to do that back in the day where I was trying to mix like rock and roll mixed with rap and stuff like that because it's different tempos. One flows at like 65, and the other one flows at like I think 125 or something like that. But they're hard to mix in. But that guy does that where he took like, you know, Phil Collins, I can feel it coming in the air mixed with like I
Yeah, if you're not following that guy on
forget
Instagram,
what his name is. Like
like
Uh,
I'm not even big into DJs like that. Literally, the only DJs I follow is DJ Starscream, who's also known as Sid. He's in Slipknot, but his own solo stuff he goes by DJ Starscream, and that guy. And that's like the only two DJs that I follow pretty much on Instagram.
guys, I need you guys to remind me. Who did I promise this thing to?
Oh man, I don't remember. I wish
I
it
don't
was
remember.
me though.
I could go back and like watch it, but I don't
Yeah,
remember.
I'll go back. I thought maybe somebody would remember.
I
Might
I
have been
I still got to finish it up, but
since he's
I completely forgot how who I have to send it to.
I
might
was
have
about
been Jimmy.
since he's here, I think it was Jimmy. Was it you? I think it
Yeah,
was Jimmy.
yeah, it is. Look right here, right here. He was like, yeah, there's my pick.
Yep.
Yeah, that
Okay.
All
was
right, so I don't forget. I'm writing Jimmy Hare, so I remember it's him.
Jimmy Hair.
All right.
Jimmy.
I think mine's kind of getting on to the as far as like the hype. Jimmy has got the hype going, man. Like I can't. I guess the only way I can get the hype going is waking up.
I don't know Casanova Chop. I know I wasn't big into Pac growing up. I was more notorious, but I do know some of the people that was in his crew, but I don't think I've heard of Casanova himself. But
See, I was more of an East Coast guy. Notorious, he was definitely in there, but I was Queens, so I listened to Mob Deep, uh,
Oh yeah,
yeah, I'll be.
Nas.
love
Uh,
Nas.
No,
these guys are from our area, so we do support them. I like some of the Bronx guys too. I like KRS-One and
Oh,
uh,
love KRS One.
KRS
That's the only.
One.
but Run DMC was our guys.
Yeah, Run DMC. Yeah, Beastie Boy.
Everybody from Queens, Brooklyn. These were the guys we would follow hard. You know?
Me growing up was different. I kind of went. I've always been abstract. Like my three favorite rappers right now. Most of my friends that are into rap, they don't even consider my rappers rappers. Um, but my top three right now are usually like Travis Scott. And it has nothing to do with him being from because he's not really from Houston. If you've heard his story, he just claims that he is. I think he lived in Houston for a little while. But he does rap Houston, so I like that. But Travis Scott, I like Aesop Rocky, and then I like uh, I want to say like Lil Yachty, but like most of my friends don't even like all of them because they have a different style. They're not. They rap, and I'm not. I won't argue that point. But as far as like tradition, I like other rappers. Like right before I started the stream, I was listening to Baby, and I listen to all kind of music. So it's not just.
You
I mean, but I.
gotta listen to some Little Dicky. Little Dicky's amazing.
Yeah, I like Little Dicky. When I was introduced to Little Dicky, it blew my mind. It wasn't the first one. I was just kind of amazed that, but he's not because I've watched all his show. I like Little Dicky, but that's just because I do like his crew. I like Drake and all them. I've always liked Lil-
Another one that we got into really a lot down here. It's because they're from, I think they're from Chattanooga or maybe Knoxville. They're definitely from Tennessee, but 3 6 Mafia. Love some 3 6.
I like 3 6.
Mm-hmm.
Papa my collar, Papa my. Um, man, that I've actually seen them twice. But not how I wanted to. I was kind of like way in the boonies.
Another weird one that it's kind of like his personality too, on top of his music. Was it Lil Jon? Everybody loves Lil Jon down here, but they say it's not just because of his like, yeah, he's got great beats and his stuff like iconic and stuff like that. It's never going to go away because he's made his mark with the whole what and everything. But
What?
everybody I know that says they've met Lil Jon said he is the most like he
I'm not.
literally treats everybody like he's been friends with them for years. Like he'll cut up with you, talk to you, if you catch him in the right moment, he'll just hand you one. Like like he just does not care. He treats everybody like he's been friends with them for years, like he's known them for years.
Jeff
So
Bridges was like that when I met him, and I got to meet him on a little more personal level. But he was like that, where he was like I mean, he was just real friendly and outgoing, and everybody he met, he talked to like he knew you for a while. Cat Williams is another person. Um, damn. No, music wise, I go all over the spectrum. I mean, I grew up kind of because I mean I grew up in the '80s. It was already all over the spectrum by then. But I mean, and country would be my least favorite of all the music genres that are out there, but I still have some country love in my genre. Like, but mine's like more like nostalgic country, like country that I heard growing up and now has grown up. I mean,
that's
like,
the way it is with me too. Because people, when they talk about country, they're like, you listen to anything new? No, if it's there's a few guys I listen to new, but it's not guys who get played on the radio all the time. Well, except Chris Stapleton, he's apparently blown up, but to me, he's got kind of like a soul R&B kind of thing. He's not really country to me. Like, and so, but like stuff, it's all over the place because you had MTV when I was growing up, so you got to listen to everything. Like, I mean, well, and then you had CMT too, so you had country music channel that played nothing but country music, and then you had MTV which played everything else. So you
yeah,
got
yeah,
rap and pop and all.
I miss MTV.
yeah, me too. Um, No, but that's like, I mean, there's some newer country people that I like, but nowadays country is it's kind of evolved and it's kind of like rap. It's not the same. It's kind of rock as well. It's not the same that it was. Um,
I like Johnny
different.
Cash.
Who?
Who
Johnny
doesn't? Johnny.
Cash.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Gotta love Johnny.
Yeah, that's that.
Mm,
What you like? I mean, if I had to say countries, that's my guy is Garth Brooks. I don't know what it is, but I can listen to all Garth Brooks, and it's funny because one of the things that the biggest thing that bothers me about country music, and I know people talk about like my truck broke down, my girl ran off. I get all that. Most music's like that. It's about sad.
Thank
I
you,
gotta get.
Metallica.
Now, what bothers me is there's like this traditional thing in country music where they all have to use a steel guitar. Like, and I'm not a big fan of that. The way it sounds
Like
in songs.
to
No,
me, if I hear steel guitar, especially in stuff that's not country, Tiny Dancer with Elton John.
no,
As
okay.
soon as I heard
See,
that
that's
steel
because
guitar,
when
I
you
was
when
like,
you
oh my
use
god,
it,
it's just
when
so
you use
sad.
it right, it could be great. Yeah, and I remember that Headbangers Ball, 120 minutes. And then we have
Oh
VH1. Remember pop up music? I used to watch that shit.
yeah, pop up
Um,
you
video.
want to hear something funny? Out of all the greatest hits that Johnny Cash ever had,
Slim,
my
Mary
favorite song is his last song. The one he
from.
did, as a cover for "Hurt" from Nine
Yeah,
Inch Nails.
yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
which is
I
cool.
used to, I used to fight people on that one song in high school because people used to tell me that that was like a Johnny Cash original and Nine Inch Nails ripped it off and stuff, and I was like, no, that's a Trent Reznor song, and he's doing the cover. I literally got in like fisticuffs over that.
Yeah, because people are
I love
morons.
both.
That's why people if you ask people what their favorite genre is, if they don't say country, they all still like Johnny Cash because Johnny Cash brought in people from everywhere. Um,
See,
uh,
I don't
uh,
consider Johnny Cash
an
country.
indie radio station, a small radio station he owned down. It was like a southern radio station, and he would play like he was the first radio station to play on air Nine Inch Nails because he was a fan of Trent. He liked what he was doing, and they became friends because of that. He did the same thing with, ironically enough, he met Gigi Allen one time at a show, and Gigi Allen was a huge Johnny Cash fan, and they ended up talking and being friends. And then Johnny found out what he did for for music, and
Yeah.
he's just like, this guy is the nice guy who was talking to me for an hour and a half after a show. This guy who's covered in crap and throwing it at people and naked is he's like, that's ridiculous. It was like night and day. But yeah, apparently Johnny Cash and Gigi Allen were really good friends.
Well, that's like Rafaus was saying right here that I think the only steel guitar I've heard that I liked, and other people said earlier that they were saying they like steel guitars and still like I think it was let's see, steel guitar is killer. That's what Beef was saying. I think for me it's just that there are certain songs where it can work and they don't overuse it, but it's like almost like in a mariachi. And there's like a certain, to do a mariachi song, it's like you have to have a certain thing that dun, 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 dun,
Yeah.
or it's like it can't fit into that genre and it turns into something else.
Well,
Um,
originally that
it's like a
whole
stereotype. It's not really like that. That's like a necessary kind of thing. Instead
Well,
of
originally the whole my truck broke, my dog died. That was originally a troll. It was originally done by David Allan Coe. He wrote a song, and a guy said something smart at the studio about, well, it's not the perfect country song because it didn't mention any of this stuff that country songs always mention. And so he put that in the song, and then everybody, I guess kept copying that, and they just didn't get that David Allan Coe was making fun of his own genre of music. Like he was poking fun at himself and everybody else because they all write same song.
I don't know. I don't know. I drew a blank there. Um, so that's like let's go off topic because I kind of drew a blank there. Um, let's see. It says Bono said Johnny Cash was born to write it, but Trent Reznor was born to sing it. Um, I mean, he wrote it and sung it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, no, I know what you're saying. I feel like Trent Reznor's version is just they both have different meanings, and it's like with Trent, you get the real meaning, the heroin and the that message. But with Johnny Cash, it's like it opens up the door to all kind of things. With Johnny Cash's version, I don't even think to his version, I don't even think he's talking about drugs kind of thing. His
I think
version,
he is. I think he
and
is a little bit.
A little bit.
no,
Because
I
if
I mean,
you,
mean,
he was,
bad on drugs.
I'm not saying that's not what the song's about. That's what the song's about. It's about heroin and that or it could be about any drug. I know it's specifically heroin, but I know that. But when I'm saying in Johnny's cat, the emotion he puts in his singing and the way it sounds and comes off, like, I
well,
mean, it just gets
he was a drug addict himself, like a big time drug addict.
yeah, like 15 years.
Yeah.
What rock and roll star is?
Oh, what's that?
I said, what rock and roll star isn't like a
Yeah,
yeah.
I
All
mean,
that.
yeah.
Nothing. I know.
I think that's our fault. That's like society. We do that. Like
I
we
gotta
value.
go for a second. Hold on. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Hey.
See what
Well,
Chop was. My eldest daughter played a Fender. She was a member of the Rock and Roll Academy here. It was shut down.
Go outside. Go.
Oh, met so many awesome people. Um, that's part of a rock and roll academy. I didn't even know this existed.
yeah, it's kind of like when they do camps. They do camps where you can, if you're a drummer, you go to drum camp, and the teachers at drum camps are usually
No.
legendary drummers. Like they want to give. It's kind of like a way they give back to the music community. Is like you know, they do it with guitars and stuff too. I know for years. There was one year that it was like it was Zach Wild, Steve Vai, Dave Mustaine, like I want to say Adrian Smith from Judas Priest, like all these huge Kirk Hammett from Metallica. It was like one year where it was like all these huge titans just all signed on the same year, and these kids all went to like rock star camp and got to hang out with all these rock stars and learn stuff from them.
Man, that's good.
Dog keeps coming into my room, finding her way in, like to open up the door, and I keep trying to get her out. The dog could catch corona, right?
Yeah,
That
animals can catch it. I think I've heard. I
I
know they
think
say cats can catch it. I don't see cats couldn't catch it.
yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't quote, but I think I want to lean to the yes more than the no.
Yeah,
Uh,
No.
I agree with let's see, definitely leopards pour some sugar on me was about cocaine. No, it was not. It was not about cocaine. It's a sexual act. You can look it up, but look up pour some.
What? Led Zeppelin? I mean, Def Leppard?
yeah.
Yeah, Def
That's
Leppard.
definitely
Yeah,
like a
it's a sex thing.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna say that cocaine wasn't involved during that, but
Oh
technically it
yeah,
was.
it was definitely
It's,
there. It was the
I
'80s.
think that's the name of the. It's like two girls in a cup kind of thing. It's one of those things. But that's like pearl necklace. Pearl necklace was like a sex thing. I thought that was funny that nobody caught that. I've met so many people that didn't know that that was like a sex reference, like the pearl necklace thing.
Oh dude,
Um,
yeah. As soon as
Eiffel
I
Tower. Eiffel Tower by like Blue 65 was a sexual reference. What is it? There's a famous one. What is that? Afternooner? It's like an
oh
old
yeah, afternoon
Afternoon
delight.
Delight.
yeah, Afternoon Delight.
That's right.
I always thought those were funny, the sexual innuendos. And then it's funny because most times I met people that loved those songs. They had no clue that that's what the song, or what they were talking about. They were like, "No, Afternooner. They're talking about like going on a picnic and."
Well, the type of the way it's written and the music is written, it throws you off as well because if you had no idea of what the lyrics were and just listening to it, you think it's like a nice, happy afternoon delight song.
Right here, so we had a guy named Chuck Brennan that grew up here, moved to Vegas, and started a rock and roll academy and met Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, Dee Snyder, Alice Cooper. Bro, Chop, you lucky son of a bitch. Um, so, I mean, you talk about some legends in the rock community. Dee Snyder and I think Alice Cooper are the ones that I'd kind of flip over.
Yeah,
Uh,
I like Kiss. I like some Kiss. I don't like
I like,
everything they've done, but that's
I like
every band that
Prince.
goes through years and years and years of being a band. But I probably wouldn't like their well. I might could hang out with Paul for a little bit, but Gene would probably get on my nerves.
Her genes all over the place. Like if I could meet him like 10 years ago or 15 years ago or something like that, when he was like still kind of drugged up, but still like I've heard now he's like, because I've seen he's on like those like because I know for one like him and his wife are best friends to Dog the Bounty Hunter. So they would kind of show up on his show, and I know what's that other reality show that was about his wife or whatever. But he was on there quite often. He kind of
Family
like
Jewels.
something
Yeah,
like that.
Family Jewels or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was about like I think it was focused on his wife, but then he was just there in the background. But like, man, he was kind of like he would go on these weird rants that made no sense. Like parts of it, and then other parts it wouldn't. And I was like, man, you could kind of tell he's like deteriorating kind of thing. Alice Cooper would be Beefits. I mean, Alice Cooper, I think he'd be the most normal out of those that we just mentioned. Dee Snyder, I think, would be the most crazy. He's the most out there, I'd have to say.
D's awesome. D's
Yeah,
I
awesome.
think
I
But
heard he's
that's
awesome too.
Ozzy's my guy though.
Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know if I'd understand anything he tells me these days, but he's awesome.
What was it? Alice Cooper. When I went to go see Alice Cooper, the bass player in my band at the time, he crowd surfed to the front, and when he got to the front, he like they dropped him down, and he was going to walk around the barricade and like go back into the crowd. And when he landed on the ground, he dropped down to his knees and did the whole like "we're not worthy" thing. and Alice looked down and saw him and like stuck his hand down like he was wanting him to kiss his hand like he did in the movie. And I was just like, oh, that's great. That's incredible. Because, I mean, he's just, mid concert, just taking a vocal break. There's a vocal break in the song. And he looks down and he sees somebody doing it. And he's just like, oh, I got to do it. Like, I'm right here. And nobody else is going to get this with me. It'll be like a little inside joke with me and the band because the band could see him. And he came back. He was like, did you see that? I was like, dude, he totally saw you. And he did the thing from Wayne's World. Like, I was waiting for him to start telling us how Milwaukee got its name after the song was over.
I got two. My first live shows kind of fit together, but they were like, because we talk about the first live concerts we go to, right? But my first real live concerts that I went to, my first one being like Sesame Street live was like in '85 or something like that. And most people don't count that shit, but guess what? That was my first live that I went to. My second like real live, like it was a live concert, and like this is big in the nerd community, but I went to this twice, but this is it was a Ninja Turtles live tour that they did in '92 when they got up on
What?
stage and they actually did like they actually performed songs, they did skits, and but I saw them twice. They came here to Astroworld or whatever. But those were really like my first two live shows. My first concert, I snuck out of my house, and if it's like a 3 hour like drive from here to Dallas, but I won concert tickets that I was supposed to be 18 or something like that when I was 13, and they were flight, limo, hotel, and concert tickets all together in the package. Like, so I called in the radio station and I won, and I told them that I was like 18 or whatever, and I got the tickets, and I snuck out of my house and I went. It was Pearl Jam. I went to go see Pearl Jam, like, and I snuck out of the whole weekend. Like, my mom and dad never knew. Like, they thought I was
Uh,
sick in the bed the whole weekend.
I think it's really funny because with all the really heavy stuff that I listen to, like all the death metal and black metal, some of the nicest dudes I've ever met. We went to go see Obituary, and that tour was Obituary, Pallbearer, and Skeleton Witch, and like all these like extreme like horror. You hear their names and you're just like, these people must be like insane or
Oh,
whatever. We took a small grill, one of the cheap grills you buy from Walmart. Took a grill with us and charcoal and condiments and food and stuff like that, and we made them burgers. And we started cooking them while they were like Obituary was on stage doing their set, and we did it near where their buses and stuff were. All the buses or vans or whatever was parked for all the other bands, and the other bands came out and they were like, "What are you guys doing? You guys want a burger? You guys are making us burgers?" And we were like, "Yeah." And there's a bottle of Jack on the table. If anybody wants to take a shot, you're good to go. There's and so like they all came out. Some of the people from those bands that weren't vegan or whatever, they came out. And they started eating and stuff like that. And then Obituary came off stage and they walked outside and they were like, "What's going on?" And they was like, "These guys brought food. Like they're cooking us burgers right now. There's a bottle of Jack on the table if you want it. Smoke them if you got them. We're just hanging out." And so we ended up hanging out with all these bands all night long. Nicest dudes. We found out we had like all the same. He quoted one of the guys from Obituary quoted a line from Ricky Bobby, and that started a 15-minute session of different people from different bands quoting their favorite lines from Ricky Bobby and us too, and stuff like that. Cannibal Corpse, really nice,
mm.
really nice guys. Like I accidentally yelled at Alex Webster, the bass player, the first time I met him, and he was like, "Hi," and I was like, "Oh crap, I didn't know that was you." And he was like, "Look on your face is priceless." You were like, "No, not him."
The best concert I've ever been to was actually, believe it or not, in Greece. I was there because that's where I'm from originally. My parents would take us there over the summer, and ACDC was playing,
Uh,
and Halloween was opening up for them.
Oh, I love Halloween.
I don't know how.
Probably the best quality concert I've ever been to, as far as beginning to end, of just great music, great sounds, great everything. The most disappointing concert I've ever been to was actually here in New York. It was Metallica, Guns N' Roses, and whatchamacallit, Faith No More was opening up for them. Faith No More was awesome.
Oh yeah, they're
Then we started to see a little bit of Metallica, and something happened. They got into a whole big fight between themselves, Axl Rose or whatever, something behind the scenes. And Axl Rose comes out. He said the concert's over, something to that effect, and basically almost a big riot blew out because of it. It was like probably the worst concert I've ever been to. Other than Faith No More.
two incidences. One of them, he jumped a guy in the crowd who was recording him, who had permission to record the band. He worked for the venue, so he was going to use that as like he got permission from their manager to use it in like a promo video for the venue. Like he was going to make a VHS tape, and Axel didn't know it, flipped on him. And then the second time was Metallica's guitar player got caught on fire. And this is the same tour, I believe. He got caught on fire, and they had to cut their set short. And they asked Axel if GNR would pull out some like B-sides or something and play a little bit longer so the crowd would feel like they got their money's worth and they wouldn't be pissed off. And Axel was like, no, you know what? As a matter of fact, my throat's sore, and I don't feel like I can go on tonight. I'm just not going to play. And he did that last minute, and everybody flipped out.
Well, what happened with us, it wasn't a fire or anything like that. I think they got into a fight over who was supposed to close and who was not supposed to close.
Mm.
Oh God!
Right
There's a
here.
question for the chat. Who should have closed the night out? Metallica or Guns N' Roses? Who was the headliner that night? I'm going to say Metallica.
I've seen Guns N' Roses, and Slash is great. Their drummer's
Yeah.
great. Axl's not that great of a singer. Most of that is like
I
like
saw
studio.
I saw Slash with Miles Kennedy, and they did
Slash
Guns N' Roses.
he's phenomenal, man. Hearing him,
So good.
I saw what the fuck. Let's see. Back to
Red
comment.
Hot Chili Peppers do a good concert too, though. They used to.
Tool is ridiculous, crazy. I saw Metallica in Mexico in the 2000s when they did that tour, and I got to see them in Mexico, and that was phenomenal.
I haven't seen yet, and I need to see them before they're not.
I mean that concert was ridiculous. I almost got killed that day too. It was I almost got robbed as we were leaving. Comic Bookworm was saying Kiss, nobody does a better show, and I agree. Like I remember seeing Beefit said Stevie Ray Vaughan twice in New Zealand. He's seen
Lucky.
Carlitos was saying first concert was 90s Houston Rodeo. Willie Nelson opened up for Marla Haggard. I was a kid, so I didn't really appreciate the music at the time. But I'll tell you what, I want to say mine was around 88, but I saw Willie Nelson at the rodeo in Houston here, same thing. So I don't remember if it was like 90s, so it might have been the same concert. Carlitos we went to. Chop and Drop was saying, we had a festival here called Rip Fest, and my daughter performed. I'll have to try and find the footage of that week. That's when she met Skinner. I know I have a book from it. That's crazy.
Nice. I heard the guys from Skinner are all really nice guys.
Guys, I gotta knock off. Have a Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of the stream. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Merry Christmas.
Hope you feel Merry Christmas. Bye.
I know Sean said he's thanks for stopping by. What were you saying?
As far as like stage show goes, who's got? I think Cooper. I think Alice Cooper's the best stage show I've ever seen. Him and Slipknot, because there's like lots of fire and lots of like lights and stuff going on. The year that I saw Miles Kennedy and Slash together, this is a cool little story. It's probably blow people's minds. The headliner that year was Slipknot one night, second night, but the first night was Slayer. And it was the first show that Slayer played with their new drummer when their old drummer quit the band. And so it was like they were testing him out that night to see if he would end up being a permanent member of Slayer. And so that night Slayer was playing and Miles Kennedy was on a little bit before him. Like when Miles' set ended, the Slayer set began. And we were watching Slayer play and we looked over at the side of the stage and you seen this big hair and this top hat standing at the side of the stage. And you seen Kerry like playing. He was like riffing, just doing his thing. He looking at the crowd, looking all tough. And he looks over at the side of the stage and he sees Slash. And his eyes immediately brighten up. And he just, oh. And he literally walks while he's playing to the side of the stage. And he starts playing in front of Slash. And Slash is standing there like, holding a drink in one hand and a cigarette in the other. And he's like, yeah. and Kerry King nods his head and turns around and walks off. And I was just like, dude, Slash is standing there watching Slayer play, going, "This is incredible. Those guys are so great. It's amazing." And Carrie's doing the whole thing. It's Slash. Oh my god, he's such a great guitar player. Oh, I gotta go say hey to him real quick.
Right.
It's little stuff like
They're all
that
fans,
on
right?
stage that's hilarious. My
All right.
first
So
show, my first show was Nonpoint and Head PE.
I don't know them.
Nonpoint did a song. They were like, "We're gonna do a cover of a Phil Collins song," and it was the first time they started playing "In the Air Tonight" before they put it on the album or anything.
Enjoy the movie real fast. Thanks for stopping by. I can say my two worst. My worst was like it was the first big one that I went to, but I actually flew up to New York. I went to go see Woodstock in 2000 when they redid that. And the first two, it was like a 5 day thing. The first 2 days were okay, and then it started raining, and then like the third day, it was just like mud. And by the end of it, by the time it was like I think we got to the fifth band that day, and like Limp Bizkit played, and that's when they rioted and they shut it all down.
Oh, you were at that. Okay, you were
Mhm.
yeah, okay. I really
Yeah,
we really wanted to go to that Woodstock, but at the time, like we just weren't like we were like, man, it's a long drive up. We didn't. It never occurred to us to fly to New York and then like rent a car and then drive out there. But you know,
actually,
I,
the airport was like not right around the corner from well, the airport that I went to. It was like literally like the cab ride was like a 5 minute ride. It was like right around the corner. It was more out of the city than it was in the city.
the
Um,
worst I've ever seen was I saw the second time I saw Marilyn Manson. First time I saw Marilyn Manson, he was
yes.
incredible. It sounded exactly like the record.
Christmas
Voice
Sheena.
sounded incredible. What's up, Sheena? Voice sounded incredible. The band was all in tune. But it was whole golden age thing. So it was like a whole new band. Like it was like him and a bunch of guys like who were really young. So they were just happy to be on stage playing with Manson.
Yeah,
Ginger was still in the band, but I don't think the keyboard player and the guitar player or the bass player. I
Twiggy,
think Twiggy and
Twiggy wasn't. Yeah, Twiggy
yeah,
wasn't.
left. So the first time we saw him, it was phenomenal because these kids were like really trying to show that they could play on this level, and they were like trying to do really well, and his voice was incredible. The second time I saw him was at Rebellion, and I walked off like he started playing Sweet Dreams, like I think it was like third song, and I was like, I'm leaving. This is so bad. You could tell he was really congested. He had like he been traveling probably it was like pollen time around here in North Carolina, so he was probably had like sinus stuff going on, and at the same time he was just way too drunk. He was just not having a good time. Like I think 2 songs later, we looked up at the monitor, and he had stopped singing, and he just started walking around the stage and started wrecking the set. And then he jumped down off the stage, walked through the crowd. Security tried to grab him and stop him from walking through the crowd, and he hit one of the security guys and was like, "No, I'll walk through. These are my people. You have no idea I'm Marilyn Manson. These are my people." And so he walks through the crowd. He climbs the tower that has like a big TV camera that was streaming it live on Access TV Rebellion that year, and he dumped this like $100,000, $200,000 camera over onto the ground and broke it, and like production people were freaking out. And then he got off, he got back on stage. He asked if anybody had any drugs. Whole bunch of people threw stuff at the stage. His roadies came in and grabbed it, and he was like, "Bye." And he like walked off stage. Like he literally grabbed the whole drum set, knocked it over. He took Twiggy's bass away from him and threw it across the stage. Twiggy's like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah,
It was like he was the like 40, 50-year-old man throwing a temper tantrum live on stage, which I mean, yeah, bad night, I guess. But I was just like,
that's
yeah,
it.
I'm not gonna watch.
All
I'll go
right,
check
so the second worst concert because the I say it was the first, but the the Woodstock thing wasn't bad. There were some great points because we got to see a lot of great bands before then.
Primus. Primus played that, I know.
Yeah, Primus did. We got to see like Garbage. We got to see like what was her name? Sinead O'Connor was there. We got to see Soundgarden. Like there
Oh,
was a bunch of big names that showed up before Limp Bizkit played. There was a bunch like Marilyn Manson was after that, and they he didn't get to perform. There was some other big name people. I think STP was after that. We didn't get to see
yeah.
them. I think Metallica was another one that was after them. We didn't get to see them
Yeah,
because
they played that too.
it wasn't just they canceled that day. They canceled the whole rest of the tour because it was like the way the crowd was acting and
Oh
stuff.
yeah. People
It was
were
really just
yeah, people
it
were
was
getting
Limp
wild.
Bizkit. He was pissing off the crowd. Okay, so like my second, and I have to say it was more funny. I mean, they refunded us the tickets and everything, but like it was Kanye West and it was his last tour that he did here that he stopped by. And like I've seen Kanye West twice. I mean, he puts on a concert, dude. Him and Chris Brown. Um I wasn't even a huge Chris Brown fan. I got pulled to his concert and I fell in love with him because of his concert. Like after then I've kind of been a bigger fan of him. Because he's actually pretty funny on stage and stuff, what he talks about. But
Who, Chris Brown?
no,
Kanye.
yeah, Chris Brown. Chris Brown. Kanye, no, he just goes into his rants and stuff. Because I even saw him recently when he came here to Houston doing his when he did because he came through our ring of churches when he was doing the whole gospel album. So I got to see his gospel thing live, and that was okay. Um,
I can't figure him out, man, because with most, I'll go ahead and tell you now, with most musicians, it's a gimmick. People dress a certain way or act a certain way because they know it'll sell. With him, I don't know. I mean, I can't really tell. I can't tell. Like, he could be at home, like, everybody believes I'm out of my mind, y'all. This is great. This is the greatest thing I've ever done. Or he could be
him,
at home just being like, we're all dead.
him, I'm kind of into the Charlie Sheen kind of category with the Tiger Blood shit. I don't know, kind of thing. I don't know if he was like serious or if he was just one night he got too high on some cocaine. I don't know. But Kanye, I can definitely say that he's done some weird stuff. But okay, so this concert in specific, right? They've been doing this recently, but they do stay. I don't know if y'all like. I know they do it in Vegas and they do it at a couple other places, but they do staged like lives, and it's like he came out on a level higher than we were, and like he was standing on this like platform kind of thing. And when he was standing on the platform, like he came out and he was wearing this mask. And like everybody was all hyped up and we thought he like it seemed like he was gonna keep the mask on like for a little bit, then he was gonna take it off and everything. And he started to sing with the mask on. And like everybody was like, take the fucking mask off. And they started screaming out in the crowd and stuff. They were like, take the mask off, take the mask off, you know,
I remember that.
bro, we literally like he left the stage. He I mean eventually I think he made it like a minute into a song and they eventually like left the stage and they canceled and we all got like refunded. But you talk about there was like this little bitty riot that started off at the beginning when he started to walk off the stage and stuff. But it was more like funny because it didn't even seem like it really was him kind of thing. It seemed like it was some performer that was just wearing the mask and had like some recording or something.
Um, another
Yeah.
another good one that I saw is I got to see Guar before Dave Rocky died, and
Guar.
that was really fun. That was really
Never
fun
saw
because he thought he was coming to, like, he did it here in Greenville. He thought everybody was like, he was waiting for people out front with pitchforks, and he got none of that. Like, people were just outside lined up to see the band, and then when he was playing on stage, we were all losing our mind in the crowd. We were doing anything we could to troll him, try to mess with him, try to gross anybody in the band out. The band was like laughing at people in the crowd and like high fiving people and like fist bumping people and just like watching people do all this stupid stuff. Um, and after the show was over with, Dave came out to the bar and like ordered, like, he's like, can I get a beer? And they just handed him a beer. The first thing I thought was, okay, well, this guy just came out of nowhere and they're just handing him a beer. They're not asking for a card. He's not paying for it. They just handed him one. And then I heard his voice and something he said to somebody who was behind him. I heard the same. He sounded the same as he did on stage. And I was like, are you Dave? And he was like, what's up, man? Do you have fun? He was like, you guys are out of your mind. Y'all were like hanging, like, did you see people behind you were like hanging off rafters? There was like the whole back row was like chicks on their boyfriends with their shirts off. Like, owners were like, put your clothes on. Like, what is this? It's not that kind of show. Like, what are you doing? There's no pole on stage. Quit it. Like, so it was hilarious because I mean, everybody was just having a fun time. Like, the band didn't even, they were doing their whole space aliens shtick, but every time we'd look up, they would break character and start laughing at somebody in the crowd doing something stupid. So it just became a thing, and we just all kept doing it. It was basically like we all just goofed off for 45 minutes while they played songs in between. So it was a great time. That was really really fun. But he was really nice too. As weird as that band looks, really nice guy. He was like, dude. He was like, you people. He was like, the fans of this band. He was like, I don't know why you like this band. Nobody was meant to like this band. This band was supposed to be something that everybody hated. It pushed the button with everybody. And I was like, no, dude, there's just some people you can't like.
Some people like that, they no, but like right here he was saying before he didn't Chop was saying he didn't like Kanye. He did like Kanye until he started using the auto tune. He was all like, the only person that should be using auto tune is T-Pain or whatever. Like, no, bro, none of them people should be
The way
using.
T Pain did it, he did it
The
as an
only,
effect on his voice. It wasn't to
Look, the only
fix.
person, yeah, because T-Pain can actually sing. That's why he went on
Yeah.
that the Masked Singer so he could prove that he could really sing. Which I thought that was pretty dope. No, but the only person that should be using auto tune is the first person that started using auto tune, and that was Cher. So get it straight. That was the
Oh
only
yeah,
the
yeah. Believe in love after life or whatever it is.
you know,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was auto tune.
She started that crap.
Oh, I forgot about that.
um,
If I could turn back time. I forgot
I
about that.
like a wide range of musics. I mean, I even go to like different languages. I mean, I was sharing stuff like and like SSG and stuff like that, sending them like Hindi music that I like and stuff. Like somebody had posted a meme the other day of like the Indian Superman. He was taking off. I was like, bro, I've seen that movie that meme comes from.
The weirdest thing I ever encountered was like being a small band, and it's the day and age where everybody can hear anything from anywhere. You can hear small bands from anywhere. We would get a lot hit up. Like one time, we got hit up with a message from a band from like Chile. We didn't think anything about it. Like the band messaged our band page. It was like, "Hey, you guys sound amazing. You know, we think you're a great band. We like what we hear. You guys sound really awesome. We just wanted to let you know that." And we were like, "Oh yeah, same." Like we all listened to their stuff. And we were like, "Dude, these guys are amazing. We're at Chile. How did somebody in Chile hear our band?" Like, and so like Bandcamp, Discord, all that good stuff. And so like sure enough, like 2 months later, we're looking at local venue things to see what shows are coming up, and that band's on one of the bills that night. And we're like, and they sent us a message, and they were like, I think it was like a few weeks before the show, and they were like, "Hey, we're coming through your area. We already like our manager set up everything, but if you guys want to come by, we'd love to see you guys." A couple of us went. We paid to get in. We didn't try to get in for free or none of that stuff, even though we played up there a million times. And we like went in, and they were like, "Oh my god, you guys actually showed!" And we were like, "Yeah, some of us could come. We were off tomorrow." And so we came up, we hung out with them. It was amazing because they were like dudes our age from Chile who were like, a small band from a town nowhere. They were like the only heavy metal band in their town. And next thing you know, like we're hanging out with them, and it's just like this is the weirdest thing ever. It was just like, did you guys know you were coming? Like, what happened?
See you later, Jimmy Jean. Bandcamp.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? What else you seen? I think another one of the coolest concerts I've seen was like in Colorado. They did this like they had a radio station called like 94.3 or something like that, and they did like concert tickets to like it was like $9.43. And at that concert we got to see like Slipknot. We got to see it was like Three Doors Down, Slipknot, like
I know bands hate playing festivals, but festivals, man, if you can get like Carolina Rebellion, like I said, the hotels aren't expensive around here. Food and stuff at the venue was expensive, but it was around here expensive, like $8 for a bottle of water. Well, if you go to Ozfest in New York, it's 12.
yeah.
So I mean, so I mean, but everybody was having a good time. Everybody was real laid back, and you got more bang for your buck. The 2 years that I went, I knocked out I saw like 40 bands that I wanted to see. Like I got to see Ghost when they were first a thing. Well, not when they were first thing. I think they had put out their second or third album. It's whatever one that blew up, and I had no idea. I was like, "Who are these guys?" And then I saw that. You get to see I got to see so many good bands just for like a low ticket price or whatever. it was totally worth it. Festivals are the way to do it. I mean, in 2 year span, I got to see Alice Cooper, Cheap Trick, Slayer, Slipknot, Ghost, Megadeth, Anthrax, uh, Manson for the three, four, four, 5 songs he played before he flipped out. You know, Rob Zombie. Rob Zombie is an incredible show. That's a good live show. And John Five is phenomenal. John Five, to be funny, it's funny because people think, oh, Rob Zombie stuff's not hard to play. No, like when you're like moving how he's moving, and you're playing that stuff on a telly, it's
Thunderkiss, man. Thunderkiss 60. It's a hard song to play, even on bass, because most songs are easy. I can play bass, but like most bass songs I can get just by listening. But man, Rob Zombie's got some technical. Um, but no, a bunch of those, like that's like usually in most major rock bands, they usually have one person in the band that can do something significant. Like I know Marilyn Manson, it was Twiggy. I know um like Rob Zombie, of course, was Rob. Does everybody
actually a
forget?
lot of people don't know it, but with Metallica, it's mostly James, especially at the beginning.
I was gonna
James wrote all the songs, all the
say,
guitar parts for Master of Puppets. He did all the solos. That was all him, and then he taught it to Kurt.
said I got a promo football sign by Head East and a guitar pick from their lead guitarist. I don't know who Head East is.
Eddie, I've never heard of them.
Mm-mm. Not band wise. Oh, look at that. I got comic book worm coming in. Let's see if I can get him in. There we go. What's up now?
What's up? I've only
Merry
got
Christmas.
I've only
Merry
got to
Christmas.
see Kiss I only got to see Kiss on like YouTube or something
We
or
can't
like
we can't hear you, Nom Nom. We can't hear you. It didn't say that you were muted. Um,
I was about to say it's not saying that he's muted.
mm-mm. He might have it turned down, maybe.
Who knows?
Oh no. Let me make sure he's not muted.
Do you remember when Kiss played the MTV Awards in like '96 or whatever? They
I
had to
did.
cut their set short.
Yeah. I remember a bunch of those. Like I watched that Janet Jackson, the nipple pop. I watched the
Oh man, I was the only person in the house who saw it. Like we were all watching the screen, and I was like, "Did I just see? Did she just flash everybody?" And everybody was like, "No, what are you talking about?" And I was like, "She just flashed everybody," and they were like, "What?" And then they were like, "You're crazy," they were like, "You're drunk," you saw what you wanted to see, something like that. And then the next day, I was like, "I told you guys."
Nom nom on it's the speaker. Nom nom now it says your mic is muted. Like on the screen it does show. Oh, it's not plugged in? Oh, this guy. It happens. Wardrobe malfunction. Yeah. Who was it? Like wasn't it like Britney Spears that or Beyonce? It got pulled down by her the dress or whatever. Like
I, I have no
somebody stepped on the back of her, or they were supposed to rip it. Oh no, it was Madonna. It was Madonna, and she had that long thing, and they were supposed to rip it off. And when they ripped it off, it was like they hadn't
idea.
gotten all they hadn't gotten all the buttons done right or whatever, and it pulled her back when they ripped, and she was on like she had just walked up a stair thing. It was like a five, like she was at least like 5 steps up or something. They were like
I
they
know
yanked
it's
it.
not. I know
She
it's
was
not,
like,
but it's funny.
yeah.
I know
um,
it's not funny because she could have got hurt, but at the same time, like I wonder if her instant reaction on stage was like "motherfucker," like she's
no, no, and it's kind of that's how you can tell. Like the true performers, because some of them they can keep going. I've seen like Taylor Swift. Yeah, he might be dropping out and coming back trying to fix his mic. We'll find out what's up with Nam Nam. No, but I do know that that's how you can tell them performers. They're used to doing the lives because I've seen like Taylor Swift. I think she broke her ankle one stage. She was in her heels and she took a wrong step, and she kept performing like the whole night. And they showed her ankle like by the end of it, and it was massive and swollen and stuff.
yeah.
But
Dave
you could,
Grohl
you,
did that. Dave Grohl broke his leg.
I'm
Uh,
a dude. when Dave Grohl, when he fell down, what's up, Two Brothers Comics? Merry Christmas. Circumstances, what's up, brother? We're gonna have circumstances tonight with us on Comic Talks Weekly. Everybody, you know, that's gonna be our weekly hangout thing tonight. I'm looking forward to it because it's really the first time we've had a Circum and a Jokey, non-comic kind of a situation. Hopefully his family approves. I know he's got a daughter, I think.
Is it? I'm trying to. Phil, where's Phil? Phil, I need you to drop in the chat what the questions were again.
Phil's gone. Um, I think right now on mine it just shows a couple people. But mine always fluctuates. Like right now it says there's only two, but then Chop keeps popping in, and now we got Two Brothers and Circum.
I never watched. If it tells me two people are watching, there's seven people in the chat. So
On my end, it doesn't like tell me who's which is fine. I don't care. But I don't think that I've seen him chatting it with us for a while. But I don't remember what I remember one of the topics was we're going to be talking about like our top five favorites from 2021. Like,
that's what I'm trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out how many of what. I was like five or three. How many?
it's hard to narrow it down. Look, and Beef it's still here, so I know there's more than two and three. I don't know what's with those weird numbers. I'm trying to think. I don't remember what the other, and I can't pull it up right now. The second I go pull it up, it'll take me out of the StreamYard kind of thing. I'll go black. I'll be like,
oh, here it is. I found it.
man, um, what is, I don't know what the other topics are. I know I think as I remember it, it's supposed to be all post Christmas because technically, like by the time we get started tonight, it'll be the end of Christmas night. So it'll be kind of like we'll kind of be doing our like end of the 2021 since technically I think it'll be the last show before 2021. And I think as it states, Spot Tick's first episode is set for January 1st. I think so. Yeah. What you look for? You trying to pull it up, Alex?
No, I pulled it up. Let's see. We're just discussing Christmas stuff, covers. Now I'm trying to figure out what is this. I'm writing stuff down. I'm writing the questions down, or whatever.
Anybody stopped in while he's doing that? I can show you the books that I showed earlier. I picked up like the fourth issue of that war, the Agents of Atlas. I think that's like a third appearance or something like that.
Oh yeah, Brad's got a bunch of those.
Can't find number one, but I was like, I'll pick up number four. Picked up a whole bunch of the Batman 52 runs I need.
Oh, I have that one.
I need like.
I need to get on that run.
I've read bits and pieces of it before, but
I have some of the newer. I have 218, and then I had like a run because that's when I jumped on. It was like 33 to 40 something, and then I was.
If you want to sell number two, you let your boy know because I need number two.
Actually, I need to finish that up. I need to get number one and get all the rest of them too.
This is what if Marvel Comics went metal with Ghost Rider, and I think this
is that new?
It's like 2019, I think, but
okay.
I think the story is like instead of him becoming a superhero, he becomes a lead singer of a rock band, and he power. But it is Robbie Reyes, and I love Robbie. I love all the Ghost Riders. I did find this, which man, I was ecstatic when I had somebody on the phone with me, and they got to hear me when I found this. And it's not a big key, but I mean to find this at all. I mean everybody's going nuts over the Spider-Verse stuff.
Oh yeah. Actually, I have a book. That I think might be worth money. That like. I don't know. Like, would this be worth anything? I found this the other day, and I was like, could this be the first group spider book?
Christmas, happy holidays, Master.
This is like the first of everything. Like, this came out back in the day. You got 2099, Spider-Man, Man Spider, and the black suit all together. You remember the wizard half things?
That could be. Might be the first time they were all together.
I think it's the first, like, there was time there was a group spider book.
Do- Doppelganger and
Yeah. So I don't know. There's some nice stuff. I found that yesterday, and I was like, oh my god, is this book worth money? How many of these
we.
are left? They were like free, like given away with Wizard. They didn't do a lot of them, and people probably just threw them away.
They did a lot of them actually. They had like I
But they
want to say
did.
like yeah, but maybe like 50, but they were all different things. They were like Gen 13,
Same,
Spawn, like
same.
they weren't
Honestly,
always like
I need to get on those. I need to make that a thing. Get all the
they
Wizard half.
weren't always like they weren't always like half issues. Sometimes they would be like three quarter, or sometimes they'd be zero issues or something
Yeah,
like
zero
that.
or -1. I mean, they were just everything.
I
I
picked up
like.
this. I was missing this issue out of the set, but this is issue
I need
number
to get that
5.
in trade.
And I would not like it's hard to sell this book because we found out recently that the book was made not finished. It's actually missing the last 2 pages of the book, which is the end of the story. So Mark McCain and Phil Buckman, they're trying to fix it where like the trade is going to come out and it's going to have those 2 pages, but something happened with the printer and they didn't realize it until like a month ago, and the book dropped like a month and a half, something like that. It took them a while to catch that it was because most readers thought that was how the story ended, like it was just left up to no. There's an ending. So if you read Never Never and got to the end of this book, there is a reason why it's kind of weird, but they're going to fix it with the second print and a trade, I think.
Oh, just a heads up, it is the top
Yeah.
10 best of 2021. So you might want to get the scheming on that. I was like, 10, I can put a whole bunch of books in there.
It makes it better because yeah, I got too many to put on the list. There's too many, and look, I got somebody.
I can off 5 real easy.
Okay, we got Nom Nom coming in. Let's see if we got him. Let's see if we got him.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. What's up, Nom? Merry
Merry
Christmas,
Christmas, guys.
What's up? Merry Christmas.
Just want to come in and say Merry Christmas to you guys.
Yeah, man.
This is my sister's basement, so I don't know how long I could stay, but
There's nothing wrong with that, man. We all claim we're in a basement, right? You know, you're actually in one. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. People saying they can hear you loud and clear. It's good to see you, man. You had a good holidays, and you know.
yeah, it was pretty good, pretty good. They're cooking upstairs, so I'm trying to shirk my duties and try to come out, just try to goof off.
I
I get away from
to be honest, not to toot my own
I got
horn.
my son cooking up there, my sister's cooking, and I'm trying to escape the chores.
I
People
feel that.
love the bathrobe.
Huh?
People loving the bathrobe. Look, y'all. After that, go watch this movie. There's a movie called. There's a movie called. Oh God, what is it?
My hair looks too white in this light.
Hey, it looks good. Tylocks, man. Tylocks came out here like he just woke up and stuff. That's how you do it, man. Especially on today. That's how you just, you know, you roll out of bed and you do as is, you know.
No, when you get old, you sleep about 4 hours, and you couldn't sleep. Then you go out
I gotta refill. I gotta refill my cup.
get some coffee, and
Yep.
and then you try to avoid work, because everybody else is cooking upstairs right now. But too many people in the kitchen right now.
What are they cooking in your family? What's the traditional Christmas?
Normally, big turkey and ham for Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Okay,
But,
okay.
This year, our family's all split up, so
Yeah.
we're just cooking small ham. That's it, and then a whole bunch of side dishes, whole bunch. Of
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Here it's gumbo. Our family does gumbo. We do like turkey and ham and stuff like that on Thanksgiving. But then for Christmas, we usually do like it's either gumbo or ham. It just like I guess
Gumbo?
it depends on things that they aren't. Yeah, well we do gumbo. That's like our traditional like Christmas. Like I made gumbo last night. That's kind of like my traditional.
What goes
That's
in
kind
gumbo?
crab claws, like shrimp, scallops, sausage.
Houston sounds like Louisiana.
We're right there.
Louisiana, huh?
Yeah, we're right there, so it's kind of like, I mean, it's kind of connected, but no, I mean, the like Houston's really close to like same thing with Galveston, so we have a lot of seafood here in general. I mean,
Oh
because
yeah, yeah, okay.
for me,
Not
the ocean's
crowded, not crowded then.
no, it's like 30 minutes from here is the ocean. You know, I mean, literally from my house, I can get to the ocean in like 30 minutes, something like that. And that's like I'm in Houston, and then there's Galveston, and it's still that close. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, we have a lot of like seafood stuff, but no, like most everybody I know, like my best friend, he's cooking gumbo, and like, so it's not just like I think it's more like like the Texans and Louisiana thing, like the Creole.
Yeah, but you don't put crowded in there, do you?
They put the what?
Crawfish?
Sometimes I guess it depends on how expensive you want, because crawfish right now, man, it went up in price. It's expensive. It's
Really?
almost, yeah, like lobster prices kind of thing. Um,
It's supposed to be cheap
so I mean,
shrimp.
So I mean, you could throw in like you could throw in crawfish and lobster and stuff like that, but it gets a little pricey. But no, mine's usually like crab, like shrimp, scallops, like crab meat, um, like sausage, and then like usually shredded chicken, like is what I made, what I had
Man,
in
sounds
mind.
good. Sounds
And
good.
um, crab claws, man. If you don't know about crab claws and gumbo, that's a necessity. You get, you suck in the claws, man. It's so good. You got the juice in there.
There we go.
Uh,
Cleaned up a little bit for you.
oh, you didn't need to, man. I love the look, man. The just woke up. It was like the Home
Oh
Alone.
God, I hear you talking about seafood. Now I want to go eat seafood.
No, he was
There's,
talking about gumbo, seafood and
which
gumbo.
we were talking about traditional meals for Christmas. What was yours, Tyler? This is a ham.
Every Christmas I cook a honey ham, and I
Mm,
cooked one last night, mashed potatoes and green beans. And I'm gonna start every year doing a turkey for Thanksgiving, and just like
mm.
over the next few days, just pick off of it. The ham last this year, just dude, not to toot my own horn, but I literally didn't have to cut it; like it just fell off the bone.
McRib.
Like,
Hey,
dude,
there it is. Look, Phil's back.
I feel
He said that's his
so.
tradition.
Look, I ate that was
Not
the
over
first time.
here.
That's the first time I've ate McDonald's in like 3 or 4 years, and that was the worst thing I've. Oh my god! Like the aftermath of
California
that
sushi.
was horrible. Like I was like, dude, why did I eat this?
No, well, if you're trying to get a McRib today, they all closed here. I don't think McDonald's opens
McDonald's
up.
closed? No way,
Yeah,
McDonald's
yeah.
closed.
McDonald's is closed.
They don't
Everything
open until like I think
every
2 or 3 or
nobody
something like
today.
that.
Wow.
Walmart's the same way. Walmart's like a half day where it's like it's closed in the morning time and they open up after like 5 or something like that.
Yeah,
Uh,
like here. I think they opened at like noon, and they're gonna stay open till like 6 or 7, and then they'll close back down. So
yeah, it's real
you got that
short. Like
narrow
most
little
most
window to go in there and get batteries or whatever you got to get.
most everything over here is just closed. Yeah, that's what Chop was saying. Like right now, like everything's closed. But like the only thing we got open is like convenience stores, gas stations, and I think after noon, some fast food places, but Chinese food places are always open, like Indian food. But because those are like two places, they're like in case like you really want to go out and eat on Christmas, they're like guaranteed you can find like a Chinese buffet or
Well, I'm
um
in my sister's home, and they're right by New. I mean, they're in Flushing, New York. Everything
yeah,
is open. Everything.
really?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
everything is walking distance too. By the way, so if you
Mm.
want to,
Over here, everything's like walking distance, but today everything's closed. That's kind of how it is. You'll see people driving around. It's funny. It's like, what are you driving around to? No, usually they're just driving to family and stuff. But like, I mean, everything is the only thing that's really open is like convenience stores and a sparsity of like fast food places.
no. So what do you guys got for Christmas, or what do you guys give for Christmas?
Mm,
I woke up this morning and found out I won a 500 subscriber giveaway. That's basically a giant Christmas present. It's a buttload of sports cards.
Oh,
Yeah.
I finally got the books from
oh,
Enocrombe.
from
Yeah.
where?
Enocrombe. Joe's
Yeah.
Joe's channel.
Oh,
And
Anachronic.
yeah, about a couple of his donation book, but he's at home, and my wife sent
From
me a
where?
picture.
Where is Anachronic selling books from?
He was selling 12 books, 12 boxes of books,
Yeah.
mystery boxes for
St. Jude's.
donation. Some
Yeah. Yeah. It was St. Jude's
St. Jude's
Hospital.
Church. Well,
I
no,
didn't see
hospital, right?
Yeah. He's selling mystery boxes, and the mystery box proceeds are going to be donated to St. Jude's.
St. Jude. Oh, I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
Hmm.
yeah. So I bought a
Uh,
couple of boxes, and it's waiting for me at home. So I'm gonna probably open that up for one of the YouTube video.
I'll be looking forward to that because I love seeing what like other people put in their mystery boxes and stuff like that. Glenn opened up his that copy 801, and Ninja opened up that one that she got from copy, and they got some good stuff.
But he's gonna put in some. I think he's gonna put in some like books from his era. So
That's why, like, man, Anachronic, man. Did you ever see that thing that he pulled, like, when he pulled out of his basement and he had that box that had all those mailers in it?
yeah,
And
yeah.
that like blew my mind. I was a little like, man, I grew up with mailers. I used to, my grandfather got mailers, and I remember like when I saw that box, I was all like, no joke, this guy's got like a whole. You don't know what I mean,
I used to
anything could
get
be
those comic books myself.
does when they used to.
Then when they fold it up and they send it to you, they didn't care about these Gemini boxes or anything like that. They
Nah,
just
it wasn't.
fold it up and then just roll it up inside your mailbox because they won't fit.
Yeah, that's how my grandfather he used to get all he used to get Detective Comics, and it came mailed into like, and it was just in that fold. It looked like a. I remember the first time. It looks like a letter. Like if you saw it like
Yeah,
without knowing.
thick letter. Thick letter with the pamphlets. It looks like
Yeah.
somebody's pamphlet, and then
Mm-hmm.
we didn't
That's
care.
Uh,
This 9.8 was not a thing. 9.8
no.
was not a thing back then.
some incredible person gave me this awesome microphone that you hear me on right now. Because
Oh, hey.
Oh, I saw that. I was like, damn. No, that
dude,
was nice.
if you
Hey,
watch
let me
the
see how
video
it
where
goes, man.
if you watch that video where I open that in front of Slim, I'm just like staring at the
Yeah.
box, just like I don't know how to react. Like I'm like, oh my god, like almost
So
like
you weren't were you not expecting that?
I mean,
That's when it's the best, right?
it's really weird because you said that you were sending me something, and I started immediately going through my mind like, what have I said on a live stream that I need or that I want that he might be sending me? And the only thing I could think of was we were talking about the video I did from my cell phone, and everybody was like, "This is way better quality than the setup you have at your house." And I was like, "Well, yeah, and I gave a little explanation of why I got cheap stuff at the house. And then you said that, and I was like, is he sending me a better microphone? And I thought you were going to send me just a better microphone or like maybe a camera because I mentioned the Logitech. And I was like, that's too high. He wouldn't send me that. And then I got it and I picked it up and I was like, oh, this is heavy. If it's heavy, it's expensive. What did you buy me? And then I like waited days to open it. I was just like staring at it, like trying to figure out what it was.
Show it. Can you show it? And can you pick it up? Feels
Yeah,
like
I
what
got
you
it
get.
over here. I got it over here to my side now. I moved it over.
It's nice. It's a
Dude,
Yeti.
yeah, it's a Yeti. So yeah, it's. I didn't know how to react. I almost just screamed because I didn't know what noise to make. Like I didn't know.
I feel really guilty getting those books
like
from
Ric
Dollar,
Flair,
man.
woo, just anything. Because I was just like, what did I do? Like, oh man.
No,
So,
man,
yeah,
I got those books for $1, and I go, wow. Some of those books were like when Telex was running those
The auction.
auction. I bid $1, and nobody was there. So
Yeah.
And the worst part is I killed time for like 15, 20 minutes. I killed time for like 15, 20 minutes because I knew you were there, but I was like, surely in 15 or 20 minutes, somebody else will jump in here and then they'll start spreading.
If I would have had more money, you gave away some good lots though. That was like an LCS. There was 2 lots specifically. I lost out on the LCS thing because LCS I was trying to be slick and I was trying to snipe. But yours, you did it right where I could snipe in yours, and I was like, I got it when
I actually like how you do the auction though, like in 2 minutes. Have you ever gone to Comic Foods?
I've
Mm.
watched some of his. I haven't done any of his, and I've done one with Southern Comic Geek. I did one with them, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start doing this every year. Over the year, you guys see that I buy double sometimes the covers and stuff like that are the same.
Yeah.
Or I'm gonna buy stuff up, fill this short box up next to me, and then I'll advertise it better and give everybody plenty of heads up. But I'll do it probably like maybe like a Black Friday thing. Like I'll do
You
it
need to
Black
invite a
Friday
couple of
night,
people like
and I'll
us,
do like an auction, and
You need
I'll
to
Yeah.
start
invite a couple of
like
people and watch
throughout
the
the
chat
year.
for you
Like
while you
I'm trying
describing the comic book.
I'm trying to get 3 covers for She-Hulk, the She-Hulk series that's about to come out. I'm getting Adam Hughes and I'm getting the A cover, the Bartel cover. But I've got one, hopefully, of the incentive covers that I'm going to get. And if I can get it, then the other two, I'll just auction them off. You know what I'm saying? Like later on in the year, if somebody wants one, they missed out on one or something like that. I'll just auction it off. Good little way to. I'm kind of this year I needed it because of the whole washing machine thing. I had to go to the laundromat and I needed the money. So, but
Yeah.
like I was like, dude, I could do that. Like everybody has goals for 20 the next year. If I
Let me ask you that before we go off in anything else. Did that physically help? Do you feel like doing that auction? Because I know you were trying to sell some of those comics before on eBay and they just weren't moving.
yeah,
So
I try
like,
to sell on
do you,
eBay and I never get hits. I would try to sell on Instagram, never get
do you
hits.
feel well, do you feel like you came out of that auction with enough? Like, did you come out of that auction with enough
No, he
money with
didn't.
Oh
He got
yeah,
few
like?
oh yeah,
dollars.
dude. I actually
Because
made
now I'm not was hitting stuff at a dollar. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well. See
I
that's
mean,
what I'm saying. Like even doing that.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean and stuff like that. But what I'm asking, like, truly, did you feel like you came out ahead of that auction?
Yeah, it's really weird because everybody's like, "Oh, I want stuff for a dollar." Yeah, well, there's some lots that sold for 10. There's some stuff
Yeah.
like there are some lots that sold for 8 here and there, and then
No,
everybody was paying
I
for their own.
helped you. I helped you out on purpose because some of those I was
Like so,
some of
I
those I
mean,
was
and
bidding and
I was like, even though it happened in a pinch, it actually did help me out because I had literally just enough money from doing that, and from doing that, I bought a couple, I bought some groceries that I
yeah,
needed to get for the house real quick, and then I went to the laundromat and did all my laundry. So it got me what I needed.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
it could have been probably a lot better if I would have advertised it more and stuff like that, but it still got me
But
what I needed.
you
So
did
I
it real
wasn't
quick.
worried about it.
You
And
did.
it's like I look at it. It's like I told a guy today. If you sometimes it's okay to like give out stuff and give people great deals because eventually people
Hey,
are going to just
Caroline, Merry
send you
Christmas.
send you awesome
Merry Christmas.
microphones in the mail or you do a deal with somebody like Sean sent me extra baseball cards out of nowhere. He just sent me extra stuff. So then I added extra stuff to his stuff, and you get and you give. Like you give stuff
Yeah,
to people for good deals, and then eventually down the road you're gonna hit a crazy deal where somebody's like, "Hey, I need some money real quick. I know you need this book. You want it for a steal of a deal." Or something like that. Stuff like that happens all the time. You get a
well,
okay.
that's like this comic. Like, I assume most comics will be worth a dollar, over the year. And I agree to some degree, but it just depends on like nostalgic plays a factor. So you have that value of comics because like right now that's a huge push right now is like we're picking up specific stuff from our childhood from like 70s, 80s, 90s, and it has nothing to do with keys or anything like that.
I mean,
Um,
can you contest this? I say about 90 to 99% of the comic books out there will end up eventually at dollar bin.
I mean,
Well,
Those
technically,
comic
all of them should be dollar bin stuff when you think about it, because technically, like, really, the collectible part of them are the keys, right? The one,
yeah,
like,
and those
you
are
know,
probably not 1%, right?
yeah, and I'm talking about like real keys, and then past that, if we're not talking about cover buys, if we're not talking about like, and if you exit out all that other stuff, then all the other comics are kind of like run fillers. They
yeah,
do serve a purpose as far as the story is concerned, but as far as like what the comics are physically worth, then you're probably right. Probably like 1% of comics out there are probably worth something, but
yeah.
that's where like us as buyers and collectors and lover, I think that's where we changed that market because we're not just buying stuff based on keys. Some of us are, but some of us are buying just covers. Some of us are buying runs. Some of us are buying, it's like me. I'm buying Excalibur, and I don't, like, I mean, there's probably no key merit in that run, but still, it's something I want to read. But I
I,
mean, that's me.
I, I make up excuses to buy comic books. Like, oh, I want to buy all the wedding dress comic books, or I want to
Yeah,
buy
yeah, yeah.
all the Amaji comic books. You know,
The
I
25th
just make
Well,
up excuses. You know.
it's really funny because I know a lot of books that people really value right now. I remember when they were dollar bin books. You were
Well, I know
finding,
what. Well, that's like. Well, go ahead and go ahead and keep talking.
hey, and I honestly think that I thought this the other day. Comic books are starting to be the same kind of market that sports cards are because now it's based on how well your show or your movie does. If your show and your movie is amazing, then your
I can
book
agree.
will go up. If
I
it
mean, but
bombs,
that's been there. I think it was recently since the 2000s, and it's eBay and all that. It's same
Mhm.
thing with sports cars. That's why sports cars kind of like for that time and got obsolete because you could go to eBay and get it easier kind of thing. And that's where like the store. I think it's always been the stores. It's not really the comics that take the any kind of deficit. It's always like, and I'm not going to say the companies haven't had problems, but like as far as like the troubles, it's always been the LCSs, whether it's collectible cards or comics, that kind of thing. Um,
I have
like
a Miss Marvel 1, 2, 3, and I was so happy when they announced that Miss Marvel's movie's gonna come out. And I mean, I have a Captain Marvel. Was it Miss Marvel? Yeah, it was Miss Marvel, right? Yeah, Miss Marvel back in 1979, right there. So
like the
I
character,
was so happy. Then Brie Larson became a actress for it, and she
and then
did something bad in social media, and
yeah.
that movie. I mean, the comic book price didn't go up like other comic book price.
Okay, but look at it from like my end because I know a lot of you are huge Marvel fans, and then those are a lot of the keys. And I would love, don't get me wrong, I would love some of my Marvel keys. Like of course, Amazing Fantasy, and okay, so like my keys are different because they're mainly DC. But it's funny how like it don't matter what hype a movie's getting. I mean, this Batman movie looks amazing, right? But no one, Batman keys are not getting more expensive because this movie. Like, I mean, like you could say there was a little hype on the quarter owl stuff because there's like some specul, but yeah, it didn't get that much more expensive. I can still find that book for about 20. If I look around, it's not like too out there or anything. But we're talking about compared to like something that's killing the children. It's like selling for like $400 or $500
Yeah,
raw.
I don't understand that at all. They're not rare. I mean, there are plenty of prints out there. I don't.
And, and I think that's what Phil was really talking about was like, in the like he was saying something back up here. He was talking about, over 2,000 comics are released a month. No way more than a fraction does anything. And I kind of agree because like when you're picking up all of it and you're reading it, you can kind of really tell what's going to be hot because there's a lot of stuff, in my opinion, that it's good. It's like the Matrix. I'm not going to say the Matrix is bad, and I get it if you didn't like it, blah blah. But like honestly, the movie wasn't bad and it wasn't good, but it's kind of like in between. And a lot of the comics that we're reading, in my opinion, are kind of like in between. They're not really good. They're not really like great. It's the ones that really stand out, and those are the ones that, like, for instance, Stray Dogs, or. But there's some other ones. There's some other ones that are like on the okay level. Like what is that comic that just got optioned and everybody was like hyping up on it? It's I always forget the name of this book. It's damn it. It's about the Janis Joplin concert. It's something road. I don't know, but it's
Department,
like, huh?
something department.
I can go
With the
get it real
guy
quick.
with the X on their eyes.
No, that's Department of Truth, and as far
yeah,
as
that's
I know,
true.
I think Department of Truth and Something Is Killing the Children has always been optioned. There's no, it's like Noctera, it's like Shadecraft. There were certain things that were and Berserk. There were certain things Berserker. There were certain things that were already optioned before they were comics. We're just really waiting on like who's doing it, how's it going to be done, kind of thing. And I
Oh,
think we're
Noctera
just
is going to be on TV show.
yeah.
Oh,
Noctera
good. I
was
got some Nocteras. kind of. But hey, one thing that really ticks me off is that when I'm first buying these comic books, I'm thinking it's a first print, but then I buy it and I find that it's second print, third print. I mean,
You know what? Do you know how you can tell? An easy way. You
go
want to
ahead,
know
tell
an
me.
easy, and I did not know this, so maybe a lot of people don't know this if you're watching on Rewind. Every comic that we buy usually has the newsstand, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so
make yourself big. Make yourself
if
big.
okay, yeah, you're right. So when you're looking at the newsstand, right? None of these numbers matter, but the last numbers do over here. And when you're looking at the numbers, it'll say like 00, blah, 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 blah. It's that last number. That means it's a first print. If it
Yeah.
has, if that number there has a 2, that's second print. If it has a 3, that's third print, and so on and so forth. And if you need an example, I can prove that. But that's how you can truly tell that it's a first, second, third. And I did not know that until recently. But it does every time like I have a lot of first, second, third. I think I have one right here. Um, yeah, but that's like a guarantee.
Those stray dogs with how much covers? Those are like third prints or something like that, right?
Which one?
Those stray dogs with horror movie
Yeah,
how much covers?
the ones that are coming out. Um, shoot, they might be like fourth and fifth. I'm not sure. It says there are 100 of option books going nowhere. Wait, wake me up when they're casting news. Exactly, because there's a lot of stuff. Like there was a lot of heat on this book, and that's why the dude, Dan Comics gave it to me. And there's supposed to be like
Oh,
casting and everything for it, but
but
they
that movie
haven't.
was out before. Toxic
That
Avenger. That movie was out when it was a B movie or C movie.
Mm-hmm.
code is also how you tell a B, C, etc. covers. Now that I'm not positive. I know, like, I have to give examples. Because he was saying when you find like on the UPC thing, that's how you can tell like when it's an ABC cover. And I don't know. I'll have to get because I do have like multiples.
Well, if for ABC, then you need more than one bit. So
Well, like I can get an example real quick because none of these have it. But watch, I'll show you real quick. Hold on.
I was about to say I could probably find one real quick because I know I got some like. Well, no, because that's an e cover, but it's a virgin, so it wouldn't have anything on the cover. Huh. Okay, well that one you wouldn't be able to tell, so I couldn't use that as an example. Which one?
what about if they were like what if they're like direct mail instead of and they don't even have a barcodes.
Well, there is a way to tell inside the book. Inside the book, it will tell you like where the copyright stuff is. It'll tell
Yeah,
you.
inside, there's some of them. I guess if for your first print, they don't say this is first print, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it will say.
Was it Ranger Stranger does?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's first print. Okay, so I got a first and second print that I'm going to show you the example of. Yep, and everybody knows that I love this comic. So, meh. All right, so this is My Girl, Sweet Paprika. This is issue number 2, but this is first print. And let me see if I can get the count. Yeah, but like right there, you can see that the last number is a 1.
41.
Okay, so this is Sweet Paprika, issue number 2, and it is second printing, and it tells you like right there, which is nice, right? Um, but then if you look at the barcode at the, if I can figure out M 2,
Two
you
one
see it?
two. Yeah. 212.
Okay, so that's
Is that cover
that's
A?
yeah. I think they're like I don't like no, because I do know they do different covers. Okay, so I do have variant examples. I'm gonna
But
check
is
on
that
that.
cover A? Is that cover A?
See, I don't know. I think this might be cover A, but I don't think this is cover A because all her cover A's are
Okay,
her
so
art.
look at that number. Look at that number.
This one's a one. This is that first print, and it just has it has like the one right there.
Oh, that's a 4. I'm looking
Oh,
at
maybe.
the second number.
Oh, the 241. Now that could be it. Maybe
4.
Phil.
I'm thinking 4 is like a fourth variant 4. So it'd be A,
Wait, but
B, C, D. So
Phil's-
4 it must be D variant.
he said first print on an A cover ends in 01. Second print of that cover ends in 21.
Hmm.
Do you have a first and second of the same book to compare?
I do. Right here.
Not the exact same.
Let's see here.
Yes.
This
Alex,
is the
are you
cover.
in a row?
This is the cover.
He's always in. He's
Is he
always
in a row
in.
now?
He was in a row before.
Man.
Okay,
I
I
think
do
we were
have.
talking to a Playboy guy.
I have different variants. So I mean,
What's that Playboy president? I forgot the one who passed away.
also maybe that's it because look, this one does say like, and I can make myself there. Like, look, this is like number one of it's a Dark Knight's Death Metal one, like the black and white cover, but like right here, the number is like 181.
Yeah.
So maybe this is like because I do know they have like 12 covers or
So
something. So
eight variant.
okay, because I do have like this number one and this number one, and I can like I have to pop them open, but like yeah, right here, this one says like 141. So it's just probably like cover
Fourth
D.
variant. First
That's-
print.
Yeah,
Fourth
it's probably
variant,
like
first print.
yeah, probably like first print and like cover D or whatever. I mean, does that signify? Is this
Let's see here.
we're learning? You see?
Okay, yeah. I have cover A of this month's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and it says 12411, and then I have cover B. The cover B is 12421. So let's see if I can.
Wait, hold on, let me make it big.
Let's see if I can get it focused.
And what book is that? That's Ronin. And then what are the last?
Go like this, guys.
No,
Use your hands.
Cover A and cover B of this month's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Use your hands like this, guys.
Yeah, the cover A. If I can get this to focus.
Use your hand. No, not
Yeah.
that. Not like
Move
this.
your-
Like this.
What's up, Rob?
There you
Hey,
go. There you go.
man.
A little bit. Yeah, closer to your hand. Attach it to your hand.
Just read us the last three numbers.
Anyway,
Like,
the cover
first
A
one.
is 12411, and the cover B is 12421.
When you're trying to get the thing to focus, go like really attach it like this.
I just don't think it will.
And go like that. Okay.
Camera's just way too cheap.
use my fingers. It focuses on your fingers.
Let's see if I can get it.
Like if you put a finger. Yeah, look at that. Hold on.
Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit. No.
Yeah.
Too far back. So right there.
Come back in a little bit. Keep coming. Keep coming. We'll tell you just like a truck. Keep coming. Do 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 do. Keep going. Do do do. No, we still can't see it.
It's
Keep
not
going.
gonna focus. It's not.
Wait, I
gonna
kind of see it. Oh, I see it. I see it. Wait.
Yeah.
You keep moving your finger. I see a 411, right? That's what it looks like.
It's a 2. It's a 12411 12421. So that's the only. There's a difference in the barcode. So I guess like a cover B
So
would be a different.
1 equals A, 2 equals B.
Yeah.
That's what the comic
Then
talk.
3-1 I guess would be C, and 4-1 would be.
It says second to last digit is the cover ABC. Okay, yeah. So that's what it is. So like, so you're looking at the last three digits. Okay, hold on. Let me make it. So you're looking at the last three digits of the UPC, and like the very last digit is the print. And then the way Phil's explaining it is the second to last number is going to be the.
Cameron only sees mustache.
That's what I was like. It was like he kept getting closer, and his mustaches was getting more defined on the side. I was like, oh.
That's a clip.
Nah,
Yeah, that's
you guys can't see me at all.
Feel that clip.
No mustache here. I'm
Right.
invisible.
I don't have no mustache, so it ain't picking up me. Like it's all like a blur, like in between here. I mean, I'm
Maybe you
fine
can
with that,
see me now.
right? That's just saying thanks for the info. Yeah, I mean, and then, you forget about stuff that like we find out and we don't know. I mean, there's stuff I found out since I've been on YouTube because I found that out recently about the UPC thing. I always had to open the book and go to the copyright thing to see if it was like first, second, or third print. So
A
that
lot of
that helped.
comic book nowadays it's like in the back of the page. I mean, they put it random
Yeah.
places. They don't put it right at the beginning, and it's really confusing at times. And I'm not used to seeing all these variant covers when I was collecting comic books, and these variant covers are really confusing as well. Because I would buy two comic books that have same content in it, but covers are different.
Mm-hmm.
Rob's asking you a question. Rob Tylox, I guess this one's for you. He says, "I must ask you a question."
What's that?
I think he was joking. He might have a
I'm
real
sure,
question. I don't think.
sure I can call
I
my
know,
way.
but like even here, it was like this is like the first variant right there, 211,
Mm-hmm.
and then like this one's like is 231. So it'd be like the third variant. So I didn't know that about the variant thing. See, I knew about the first print thing because I've checked out that because I have like Nottingham, the fifth print or something like that, and it does say 5 at the end of the number. I was like, that's dope. I wish I would have known that. I don't know if I want to know if like books and stuff like work like that too because books. I mean, how everything has UVCs. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
I want to get one
dude.
of those old barcode readers and just read it and just tell me what it is. I mean,
And then
some app tells me what it is.
there's this book that it has first print written on the barcode, like it says first print. So I don't know if they're intended to make a second print of this book, which honestly I would buy. I would buy another copy if they did.
Sweet Paprika does. They put the.
Ranger Stranger says it right there, first printing.
Oh yeah, I think All Scout Comics. I think All Scout Comics do on there. Yeah, Sweet Paprika.
I just wanted to show the butthole cover too.
On here it just says like issue number 2 for the regular, the first print, and then on the second print it actually shows like second printing. Like on some comics do that, some don't. I know on the barbaric ones it didn't. You had to like look at the UPC, like that one I got from your auction. Like it doesn't. It says it in the copyright thing, but it doesn't say anywhere else on the comic.
Collins, what kind of camera are you using on your laptop, man? We need to get you a new camera.
It's not a laptop. This is on a desktop that I built. The camera, I don't even remember the name brand. It's some kind of knockoff. Like I have D, starts with a D. Diskin.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
It's not focusing well.
It was a mic video combo thing that I just bought last minute because I was like having I needed a camera to be on live stream.
Can you change the focus within your camera? Like, can you change the focus settings? Because usually there's
as far as the settings, I've got it changed to where is it?
Usually there's like 3 different like auto settings, and there's one it's called finger relay or finger layout. That's what you want because what it does is like whenever you bring your hand in close, it focuses on fingers, and almost everything we show is with fingers. So like the second you get your finger, you don't have to worry about focusing and stuff.
Okay, let's put it this way: it's so cheap that it's telling me I can't open up the camera settings while I'm using the camera.
Oh, okay. Well, that could be. I mean, that's using.
That's how cheap this thing is. So,
But like even on my expensive camera, it has like on the expensive one, it's got like 6 or 7 different like autofocuses or what. But one is like it has a finger one, and in my opinion, it works the best because like even when we're sitting here, you usually can see your hands on some degree or something like that. But
I was thinking, I found out that you can do it I found out like you can do it with your phone. So I've actually been thinking about starting to use my phone as my camera, and then this mic is the mic because that mic. I mean, the camera quality as far as video goes is going to be way better than this mic here. So I'm thinking about doing that. I'm actually looking into using an app that does that, where it can change it back. It can change it to this to be in a webcam. I can't remember what it's called. What
I'm
is it
trying to
called?
Wait,
see.
no, hold on.
I'm trying to see if my camera focuses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see
So
yours. Yeah, yours is probably already set. Like most cameras, I think are already set like that. But some, it's like for some reason they have it on this like autofocus, and it's like a face related thing. Like you can usually tell on your phone or something like that if you have that feature on that focuses on faces and it like tries to tag people and stuff. Is usually like that when that focus is on.
Give me out
Um,
a big pressure. There's a pressure to perform.
Pressure. No, you know what is me? I don't like staring at myself. I don't mind talking. Like I've said this before, and I think that's why streaming by yourself is harder to do because It's not the talking about myself because we have the chat going. So, no, but it's really just looking at yourself and like no,
Yeah, yeah.
a $49 webcam that works awesome. I've seen like two or three different variations at Walmart.
I
They're
have a
not expensive.
Logitech. I think it's $69, and this is. I think yeah, it's Logitech. Uh,
Yours is nice on them because I can
I
see
mean,
pretty
yeah,
clear.
I could spend
'Cause
like
I
50
can
bucks
see
on
like
it and it would probably look phenomenal. Um, I just haven't upgraded yet. I honestly haven't been thinking about it.
because I can see like the Lego house behind you. Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, look how clear it shows up. That's what it's trying to do. It's trying to focus on your fingers. It's soft.
Oh yeah. Let's see here.
It's about
Yeah,
$69, really cheap. Not bad. It's not cheap, but it's
Yeah, I was originally looking at getting that one. I looked it up on my Walmart app and it said I had one at my local Walmart, and I went to go get one of those, and then when I got there, they said they didn't have one in stock. So I was like, eh. And then they showed me the one that they did have in stock. I tried to get it. It was one of the on mics or whatever. It was an on version, and it didn't even work. And so they were just like, "Here's your money back." So I just had to figure out something real quick that was real cheap. I didn't even want to get anything off of Amazon. I probably should have just went to Target. Should have drove 15 minutes and just went to Target and just did that.
when you're showing up small items like this. When you're showing up small items, it really helps to do this.
right there.
Let's see
Right.
here.
Yeah.
Where?
Look,
So, I don't know why, but I guess it has less place to focus.
Tie locks only shows off small items.
Scared Tyler. You saw that?
What?
Merry
Tyler's just
Christmas,
looking at
Rob.
Tyler's just like, what the hell? Who is that?
I was like, where did that come from? Wait a minute. I hear Rob's voice. It's like he's speaking to me. I can hear him.
Merry Christmas, Rob. That was
For
good.
half a second, I was like, Santa?
I was trying to get
It's like
Tyler.
this.
Because
like
when
this.
when Knock moved, they had the lion in the background, and I was trying to get or the tiger. I was trying to get Tyler, and he missed it. And then Rob came, and I was like, "Oh, this is perfect timing."
Hey, Rob,
Yes, sir.
can you move your chair and
No, the
move out of
wall.
there so I could see the rest of your wall? I never get to see it right there. I never get to see
Yeah,
it.
I never have either. So he's got.
Well, it's gonna.
Let's start bottom. He's got. Look at that. He's got the white 2099.
Yeah.
He's
the
got
light-
Spider-Man Noir. He's got the first appearance of Silk. He's got Spider-Gwen. He's got Star Wars. I'm trying to remember which issue is that, Rob?
That's 42. It's the first Boba Fett. And
Okay.
Wow.
He's got what is it, Matt?
First Harley Quinn.
Quinn. The
then
first
Punchline.
Hell, it's the number 3. Is that second print or first? It's
No,
first.
that's the first print, and it's signed.
Okay.
I have all three, but only this first print is signed. I have 3 copies of the first prints that are slabbed 2 9/8s, a 9/4, and then a second print that's a 9/8, and 2 9/8 third prints.
Oh, I'm actually looking for that. The same grade and everything. The ASM 300 8.5. Yeah, I'm actually going to be in a hunt for one of those next year. That's the
Yeah,
deal.
that was a lucky. So the story on that is that's a book that was my brother-in-law's, and he passed away, and
Oh, wow.
my wife had brought home a bunch of his effects, but then processing your brother. She had to be his
Yeah.
estate, all this stuff. The stuff got put away. Nobody paid attention to it. And years later, she was cleaning out the corner of the room because we had young kids. You know how things are. Papers get stacked up and just you never get to it. And
Yeah.
she's going through stuff, and she comes out one day around the corner. She's like, "You're never going to guess what I just found." And she pulls out the ASM 300. It had been years, and we didn't even realize it was in the house that it had come home with us. And I was just like, "Well, fuck." So it was a quick, okay, that's going off rapidly to CGC for a clean and press and grading, and that's what it came back at. So
My
super happy.
first copy was an 8.0, and it had never been pressed, and it had a cracked case, and I bought it for like, I think it was like $300.
Mhm.
That's
Dude,
okay.
you come in here all the time, and you always spend like.
So we
Yeah.
got first vulture, and we got
Well,
first lizard.
second vulture, second lizard. Then
Is that what those two are for a second vulture and
this
second?
ASM 7 is the second appearance of vulture because ASM 2 is the first appearance, and
Okay.
then ASM 44, which is the second appearance of the lizard.
What's the third one?
The third?
Is that
Oh, the third
Spawn?
movie. This
Yeah.
is so. This is the one I just opened up today on Son of Slab Hub. Well, you guys were actually already still on the air earlier. This is Amazing Spider-Man 212. It's the first appearance of Hydro Man, but this is signed by
Yeah, I can see the sign.
Stan Lee, Al Milgrom, John Romita Jr., Denny
Damn.
O'Neil, and Bob Sharon. And it has a little remark Spider-Man head sketch here from Al Milgrom. So, and it was signed by Stan Lee 3 weeks before he died.
Wow.
Did you buy it all as is, or were like acquired signatures?
This was a book I just purchased. I mean, it was
Oh.
it was a Christmas present.
Wow.
So it's a unicorn, type book. You're never going to
Yeah,
recreate
yeah.
it because two of the signers on that book are dead.
Yeah,
And Stan Lee signed it 3 weeks before he passed and everything. So it's like that's just I didn't have a Stan Lee book. The one I had previously was an X-Men book, but I don't care about the X-Men, so I sold it. And so I was just really happy to finally get a Stan Lee book on Spider-Man. So that's why that one's up there, 5 times signed.
Yeah.
Nice.
So 300.
So then you get 300. Then you get your first Miles Morales. This is the first print. It's not a reproduction, whatever, or facsimile. This is double signed. It's signed by Clayton Crane and Bagley.
Damn it!
Yeah.
And then and it's not a 9. It's a 9.6, not because of the poly bag, but because there's actually color rub by the bottom staple.
That first Scarecrow.
First Silver Age Scarecrow.
Yeah, Silver Age Scarecrow.
7.0. Then first
Great
Ra's al
job.
Ghul. Then there's a first or not the first Joker, but the redefined Joker.
Yeah.
And then there's the first Jason Todd, and first full appearance of Killer Croc, and then the McFarlane Batman.
And then I see Wolverine.
Oh yeah, if you go back that way, so you got first appearance of Beta Ray Bill.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And then you got the first solo series Wolverine in the 9.8. First She-Hulk. First DC Black Adam. Second appearance of Black Adam overall. This is the Golden Age. Invaders #1. First DC Shazam. First appearance since the Golden Age. Submariner in his first title.
Wow.
All right.
The first appearance of the Teen Titans.
That Submariner #1, I remember seeing it everywhere when I first started collecting it. It was so cheap.
Yes. Submariner 1 used to be a dirt cheap book. It's only just now. The only book that's cheaper from this same era of the launches with the same pose is you can still get a Captain Marvel 1 dirt cheap.
Yeah.
But, that's about it. Then Mystery in Space. This one's just it's a high grade. It's a first appearance of some.
Is that Golden Age?
No. These are Silver Age. These are 1950. Well, this is 1961.
Okay.
And what book was
this one though is still Silver Age. That's
Strange
the one on the
Adventures?
end. That's 1959. That's the first time Adam Strange appears in Mystery in Space. So it's where
That's
he
like 4
starts.
years older than me.
Then if you go up, you got
Oh, man.
famous funnies up there from
Mhm.
1941.
I didn't even
Hello,
see
Dick
all.
Tracy,
The
Green
blue,
Oh,
Hornet.
I never even seen that whole lineup.
yeah,
Oh, man, you need those in the picture.
that's
The
all the
Dick
Golden
Tracy,
Age stuff right there. So your Blue
Nice.
Beetle, Joe
the Space
Palooka
Cadet.
in an 8.5.
Dang.
It's
Because
the great walls of a.
it's one of those great things where I have an 8.5 Golden Age book up on the wall, and it's not even my highest graded Golden Age book I own. Um, the Green Hornet, world's finest comics. Your Dick Tracy. That Space Ace is kind of funny. That's actually a promotional comic for Inapoc chocolate powder mix. It was a freebie that they gave away. Um, and there was a guy who had recently, I think you can still get them dirt cheap. They were like $10 to $14 for a book. He had a case of new old stock that he was selling. So I bought 2 copies and they both came back 8.5. And you got some Tom Corbett Space Cadet up there and some World Finest and then
Oh, yeah. I see.
Action Comics up there.
Dang.
I don't think none of my book will qualify to go on that go on that wall.
No, none of mine.
I don't have my Platinum Age book isn't up there. And like I said, I
You have
don't.
a Platinum Age book? Which Platinum Age book?
It's
you
a
got?
famous funnies. It's from
Oh, wow.
1937.
Is that what they call it before the?
Yeah, from
Yeah.
19 prior to 1939 is called the Platinum Age.
I didn't even know that.
So
'Cause
what's
I know we-
is anything more than platinum?
Depends upon who you ask.
Mm.
Some people say that platinum is just anything before 39, and some people then try to come up with subdivide it even more, but there's not really a need.
Yeah,
I think the old book I got is 54.
What
It's
they really need to focus on is
they
subdividing.
probably
this
don't have
stuff
a
after
data
modern.
for it. It's like a
Well,
few
there's not
books.
that. There's only so many books, right?
Yeah.
And the ones that are, are the surviving condition. I mean, my Platinum Age book is like a 3.5 or something like that. It's pretty good quality. It's
3.5
the
is
worst.
good for platinum.
The worst thing about it is that somebody named Eugene had a stamp that had his name on it, and he stamped his name 13 times on the front cover.
Oh, my God.
not once, not twice, not.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure that everybody knew it was his book, right? But the cool thing about the famous funnies, I picked them up because they have very early Buck Rogers comic strips inside of them, among other things. But me and my sci-fi affinity, that
I
was
never
kind of a.
read it.
Someday somebody gonna collect Eugene stamp comic book.
There you go, right? It could be a new
Could be a
what do they
trend.
call it? The pedigree, right? The Eugene pedigree.
If he had a big enough collection, it could be,
Yeah.
Um,
It's always a hassle trying to try to maintain and rotate this and try to figure out when something new comes in, like what's going to come out. Like this morning, to put this book on the wall, I had to take something down. Well, what was the casualty? My 9.6 Transformers #1.
Oh,
Mine's like a 6.
you should. There's no room to expand the wall.
Not real well. So
okay,
there
so
is going to
that's
be. Eventually, I'm going to take down this shelf doesn't align with the way everything is there, so I'm going to
The
take
box.
down that shelf and put another row up. But I don't. It's not definitely not going to be on camera, and it's probably going to be more Golden Age and stuff.
how many slides?
What are you
total
showing there,
rock?
Tilex?
This might be better.
Is his
Yeah,
Transformers
not bad.
Number one.
Wilkinson Gatewich?
Mm-hmm. How many slabs total do you have, Rob? Because I know there's a bunch that you don't show on the wall.
Yeah.
There's okay, and I'm not. Well, I want to say
hold on.
inventory too. Because that's a curious thing. Because I know some of
Sorry,
us.
I have sourdough bread making, and my wife was asking me. The timer was going off. She saw what needs to be done. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah.
No, you don't have to apologize.
You don't have a UV concern in your room? You have a UV protection light, or?
Oh, I don't have. So the way my this office area is, it's off to the side. There's no real window. The windows that we do have to the front of the house, the curtains are always closed, and then all the lights in the house are LED lights, which don't emit uh, any significant UV.
Yeah, that's all
So
my life.
it's pretty minimal. And then on top of that, then I do rotate books periodically. So
Okay.
like I said, new stuff comes in, something gets bumped, and something comes in there.
Yeah,
And then
I do the same thing. I got stuff covering the windows. The door usually stays shut to this room. I do need to change the light bulb, but I mean, I'll wait till it burns out. It'll burn out eventually, and then I'll
yeah,
hang
I
out
mean
the nice
that's the
one.
biggest thing. People said, "Well, what about your light bulb small?" I live in California, man. We're like super energy moron,
Right.
Yeah,
tree huggers, right? So there's not. I think there's like one compact fluorescent bulb in the house. Everything else is
yeah,
all LED. So,
Yeah, they don't even really sell too much of them anymore down
well,
here. You
the
know,
old incandescents, yeah, you can't even sell them in the state,
no,
which is crazy. But actually, I guess there is probably one of those. I think I still have an incandescent bulb inside the oven. I don't know if you can. How I don't know about. I haven't looked into high temperature bulb replacements
hmm. I don't know.
not high temperature. Um,
because the ones you have in your oven, those aren't
no, same thing with
I'll
the
worry
one,
about it when the oven light burns out.
right?
Shit, crumple up the oven and replace the whole thing, right? That's what you do.
Hmm.
You
Just throw, yeah, throw it away.
It's the
Get off
American way, right?
it. Yeah.
it's
Oh,
a,
right now, yeah.
Everything is disposable.
That's right.
yeah,
Everything is disposable except for the comic books.
That's right.
yeah, as long as we keep them good, everything else is minimal. Um,
We have flipped the script. Comic book used to
We
be
got to keep the
disposable.
paper. The paper's preserved. To answer your question, hold on. I have to pull it up. I don't remember off the top of my head what I have right now
and
because
you
I
don't
have
have to, you
because I
don't have
have
to be because I know you have inventory too, but I'm more like in your PC kind of thing.
yeah, 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 no, that's what I'm talking about. I don't mix and match because I don't. Well, first of all, I don't sell really, right? So all my inventory is my collection.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't want to say, because
The
some
only
people.
reason I sell books is I sell books that I don't care to keep to get new books that I do want to keep.
So right now I'm down to 501 slabs.
Wow, dang, 501 slabs. Oh my God.
So
I have not one. I have zero.
now
I have one slab.
of those 501, I will say that there are another 7 or 8 that need to be added to inventory. So it's probably closer to 510 right now.
Yeah.
Because the stuff I opened up on Son of Slab Hub hasn't been logged in yet. That was like 5, 6 slabs. Plus, there's another 2 or 3 that I took down off of eBay. Decided I wasn't going to sell them. They didn't sell for what I wanted to. Now I just decided, forget it, I'm going to keep them longer. And then there's what's out for grading. That's the
Uh-oh. How many is out in the buffer?
Oh my god, there's no telling.
yeah, because so that's the thing. So I'm much like I don't know if you guys watch Skeff at all, but just like him, I've been sending stuff out for a long time, hoping that if I send regular
It'll move the
shipments,
pace.
eventually I'll get to a point where I have this stuff
Regular
just coming
coming
in on a regular, consistent basis, right?
You're
So
only doing CC, right?
no, I'm mostly doing CBCS now. Ever since
How does
CGC raised their prices, plus CGC's lately their quality control has been less than exciting, but mostly because of the price increases.
so with
When they
CBCS, like how fast has your return rate? Like,
It depends. I mean, if I'm sending it via the slow boat, it's the slow boat, just the
what
same
is that?
as
Okay, so explain that because I looked into that recently because I found out they're in Dallas and I was like, man, I'm like right here. So
Mm-hmm.
the
yeah.
return
So
has,
when you everything is about what tier you submit your books at,
yeah, I
right?
saw that.
So if you take a modern book and you submit a modern book or even a book pre 1971, but you at their economy rate, right?
Hmm.
It's right now, I think CBCS is quoting 25 weeks on that. So 25 weeks is a lot.
Yes, that's crazy.
It's almost half a year, right? 52 weeks in a year, 25, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
so that's how long it takes. Just and that's assuming that you are just having the book rated, right? You've already had it pressed. Now, if you're having a book pressed, hopefully you're doing it with your own presser outside, because if you're waiting for it to go through pressing either at CGC or
I'm like
CBCS,
double.
you're talking about another 6 to 9 months
Mm-hmm.
in lead time. So, it's one of those things like right now, CGC, we were joking for a while, as far back as last year or last month, we were joking that if you followed their lead times, if you submitted a book to be pressed, cleaned, graded, right, without any expediting, you sent a book in, you weren't going to see it until early 2023
Mm-hmm.
based on their lead times. So over a year. So yeah, so 25 weeks. It's a long boat, but sometimes when you're submitting a lot of books, you just got to take that, because the cost to expedite, they increase their cost to do fast track, which will cut
Yeah,
that in half. Extra $15. Well, when you're talking about the cost to grade's only 16, now you're saying you're doubling the cost to get it in half the time.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
what's the
that's
2 day
fine.
thing?
Well,
What's the 2 day?
the 2 day, which isn't 2 days, right? It's actually like 2 weeks,
Mm-hmm.
is like $52. Now
Yeah,
that's fine if
like if you're
you
doing
if you're submitting 1 or 2 books, or they're high value books, and you just got them pressed and you don't want them losing their press while they're there, or it's something timely where you're looking to flip it, and time is important, right? So when we talk about Nick's Kicks and Comics, you see he does that a lot with his stuff,
yeah,
because he's buying stuff that he's then turn around and he's flipping.
flipping it. Yeah,
And if you want to catch it, while it's a hot book, you got to do that. Otherwise, if you buy something and you pay all that
yeah,
expense to upgrade it,
yeah, you
and you got
miss
to
the
wait a
boat.
year for it to come back, by that time the spec doesn't pay out, whatever else, you potentially blew your money. Um, or it could work in your favor, and it could have gone up even more in value, but
Yeah,
chances are, it's a shot in the arm. So it's for him and some people like that, it's worth the extra expense. And it's all dependent on what you're doing. If I was doing ones or twos, that's fine. But I'm doing shipments of,
full.
10 to 20 books at a time. So adding another 15 or $25 a book, that really quickly would add up.
Yeah,
So I don't do that for the most part.
I'm gonna
So
I'm gonna try to do what Nauman's doing, where I'm gonna try to come up with my own. Well, there's a guy Mercenaut, who's been doing it for years, using Mylar, put a top loader, and that's the way he has slab books, but that's the way he does, books that he really, really wants to take care of, where he doesn't want to get them slabbed or whatever. So I'm thinking
mhm.
about doing the same thing on mine, just doing like, top loader, maybe actually get some
Oh,
Mylar.
let me bring that. Hold on.
I was about to say, he's coming up. He's got some
Yeah.
kind of stand thing he's in the works with, where it's like turned into an arts and crafts.
Well,
thing.
definitely. I mean, obviously, the stuff that I care about, that stuff they'll usually go into Mylar and go in there, and then some of the stuff, the books that are really kind of more, or for me, because I do a lot of slabbing, stuff that I have that's stacked up, waiting to eventually go in. It sits in top loaders, waiting in a box full of top loaders, and then the stuff that you really just like, that you want to, if you want to, you can do these self
Who
kits
did that?
like this one. Who did the
oh,
art? This is
Yeah.
sold twice. This is
Okay.
that was actually his very first sketch cover he ever did.
Okay.
that's dope.
I owned Soul Twice's very first one. It was a commission for me, but this is just a little kit. This is a kit from what is it, Ultra Pro. That's just a magnetic enclosed case that,
Oh,
so you can, there's all kinds of things like that, depending upon how much you want, right? Top loaders are going to be or just Mylar is your, for preservation, is your inexpensive route. Your top loaders, that's your next step, and then you start going into these various other type of hard securing things, from frames to whatever.
This is what I'm working on. I'm still perfecting it right now, but it has this plastic inside. This acid-free plastic, There's a archival plastic inside, and then in the middle of the where the staple section is, I'm putting in a bowl that I cut out the staple area. So when I put this in there, what I'm trying to do is my theory is that uh, pressing is basically temperature, time, and pressure, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So so if I'm doing in room temperature, then I need to increase the time. If I'm doing in if I have a high if I have high pressure, then I need to reduce something. You want to reduce time. You don't want to heat up. You don't. If you put a lot of heat on it, then you want to in a very short time. You're
Yeah.
doing you're stressing the book. I mean paper quite a bit. So my theory is that hey, look, if you put it in here, you press it just enough pressure for just these office binders.
Yep.
Yeah, what that's all.
Just
Uh,
you get opposite supply of binders to
yeah,
bind the
yeah.
plastics, and I'm just putting enough pressure in there, and just room temperature, and whoever in here hold, and if you hold it square, then it will do natural pressing. Is my theory. So
Oh, for modern
I'm
books,
experimenting. Basically I'm gonna. It's like 1 year, 2 year project. I'm gonna
yeah,
do a whole bunch of
for
book like
modern
this.
books, it probably works pretty decently. You're gonna where you get into the differences with the older books, where you start having to add the humidity to make
Right.
bring the pages back to life. And
Yeah. Yeah, because that I will say that because
oh,
after
okay,
they get that crispiness and stuff like that. Cold press works fine. I've done that before, but I mean that's like Rob was saying on older books you can't really cold press. You can and you can get them flat, but there's like you kind of have to have that moisture and humidity to bring life back in the book. I will attest to that. Modern books you can cold press. I cold press books. I'm doing. It takes me about a month, but I just use books. I don't use weights. I don't use. I just use a stack of like real books and stack them on top of like. I just use the encyclopedias that everybody throws away and shit. And they're just stacked on top of it, and then like I pull them out a month later, and they look like flat and nice and. But that's dope though. I like that. I like how easy it is that to get in there though.
Yeah, I'm trying to
No,
figure out easy to. I mean, right now, of course, it's not as hard as a actual slab. I mean, I want to make it reusable. I want to make it so that you could take it out easier, put it back in easier, and
hell in here they're not. I mean, like you can tell it's flat, but there's still like some space in there. It's not like 100% flat,
yeah,
like because inside it has that plastic like it's like a plastic sealant that's in there, and you can kind of see at the top, like like over in this area over here, you can see that seal that's in there.
yeah,
But
yeah.
like,
Basically, I have that. I don't know if you can see it. I have that right there. Let's see.
oh, okay, I got you. I didn't even notice that. I
Yeah,
got
I have right there. So I have actually 4 layers of a plastic in there. Two is acid free. Inside this exterior one is not acid free. This is not but the
you.
thin one is in there is acid free.
Yeah, I
So
got you.
yeah,
Yeah, but I agree with Rob on the older ones. It's just the paper quality. I mean, they rip so easy. They like some of these new books they rip easy too, but the older ones it's like I have some old like 50s Walt Disney and they just I mean you move them a little bit and they crisp, you
well,
know.
they dry out. They've dried out.
also
They've
I could only experiment. I'm just
yeah,
experimenting. I'm not
yeah,
making it. I'm not making any statement that it will work or not.
right. Yeah, that's just the thing is you get to the older stuff, the paper's not. It's more likely to be brittle and everything else versus this. It won't have the suppleness, and that's where the hydration comes in. But
I think it
it's
works.
but hey, if it works for your, well, not only it's not something that you're doing to expedite to do turn around quickly, but it's just helps the presentation on them. I mean, it doesn't hurt anything. Even as long as it's in the display, it's going to look good no matter what. So
Yeah, because I have comics like that where I just have them in frames and stuff, and like I don't have them in slabs and stuff.
And
well,
I
I'm
mean,
giving this to my niece, so I want. I know they're not going to take care of it, so I just want to make sure it's better than if they just handle it and just throw it somewhere. So
absolutely.
yeah, but
So Mike,
um,
to finish answering your question, now that I did the math, so there's 257 books out at
wow.
uh, grading or signature events, which will eventually be graded.
Mhm.
holy cow, like that's ridiculous.
That's why it's important to maintain your inventory when you have that many books out of your
Yeah,
control, that you
no
know
joke.
what you have, and you have to have a process that makes sure that you log them in and out
So,
when it comes in crosses your threshold.
so that would be the secondary question to that is how many different shipments is that? Like how many
Oh,
installments to meet?
that's quite a few
Like
because
40?
well, so when I just the bulk, okay, let's take the bulk of it is at the standard CBCS grading, because there's 219 books there, right? Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 different submissions.
Okay. What's his name? Empire Comics did a video a while back. He sent a whole short box in. It was like 150 something books all at one time. He said he talked to them and they told him basically this is the way he would break stuff up into 5 or 10 book lots
Hmm.
and divide them all up, and then basically just send a short box that he duct taped the shit out of and send it all at one time. And I was like, oh my god, I don't know if I could even do that, dude. Like I could understand a Gemini mailer full of stuff, or maybe a small box, but me sending Nauman his books scared the hell out of me packing a box that big with
Yeah, no, I don't like that because the weight of it and there's no way to properly protect the books inside. So normally, like when I do a shipment, I take a box like this,
yeah.
and one or two of these, it could, and then I will take that and put them inside of. I'll wrap them in bubble wrap and put them
Yeah.
inside of a large flat rate mailbox
Yeah.
that then I send off to my presser. And then once he's done, he then repackages it and forwards it on to CBCS directly.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I don't know if I could send like a whole. I mean, he was like, that's what they told him to do, and theoretically it works. You pad the
Well,
top, the inside of the box too, and
yeah,
then
but you know what the problem with that is?
what?
They when it lands, that's a big bill.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the other reason why I break it up, right? Is like you send multiple submissions. I want to have a constant stream of content from that because
well, and
what
it seems like his books are coming back in that way because he'll get a package from CGC. That's who he's going through, and one of the and it'll come back in like sometimes he'll have 10 books, sometimes he'll have 25 books.
right, because they're different submissions, right?
Yeah.
But which I definitely wouldn't do that with CGC because CGC is going to charge me a separate fee for each submission, whereas CBCS won't. But the still, yeah, you can get them back, but you still could get them all at once, or you could get them in, you know, in gluts, right? Versus
Could you imagine
this is a
getting
little more controlled.
a comics worth of CGC submissions back
Well,
all at one time?
I can't
It'd be
imagine
like
what that does. I can
25
imagine
packages
hitting
of
my credit
stuff.
card. That would be.
So,
It'd be like
okay, that's a
25
question. Okay, because I've never done this before, so that's a question for me in
Uh-huh.
the audience. Do you pay up front or you pay? I figured you would pay up
Right, so it's
front, but it
different for
seems
the
like
two different grading companies. So in
Mhm.
CGC land, what happens is neither company charges you when you do when you just do the paperwork online, right? CGC land, when it comes in, if you are doing in-house grade, let's just assume that you're doing grading and not pressing right now. Okay, for
Yeah,
grading, for just grading, they will bill you after it's done,
okay.
before they ship out to you, usually. Every once in a while, they forget to process the credit card, and then all of a sudden, like a submission or two later, you get like three or four charges on your thing all at one time, and you don't know what they are because their process of spelling out what they are is
Oh,
convoluted. But you can, if you track which ones get shipped, you figure this out. Um, CBCS charges you when the books get received.
okay.
Okay.
So once they receive them in the system, they log what it is, and then they're going to process it there. If there's any adjustments after the fact, then they'll do a secondary either billing adjustments or credit adjustment, depending upon what the end results were.
Hmm.
So that's just assuming you're doing just straight and standard grading. It does change though if you're doing in CBCS land if you do pre-screen. If you're sending books in pre-screen either for grade or if you're doing pre-screen pressing and you're going to do and they might have to press it, then there's no charge initially when they're received until they until they go through and determine which ones they're grading or not, or which ones they're having to press, and
Explain
then it goes through billing.
explain
So
that.
yeah, so
Screen.
pre-screen is so you can send your books into CGC or CBCS, and you can pre-screen for a grade, and that says basically, look at my
What it
book. If
is.
I tell you 9.6 or better, like on a modern book, right? If it's a nine, if you think it's going to be a 9.6 or better, go ahead and process it, right? If it's
Mhm.
not, don't.
And
There's
send
going to
it
be
back
right. They'll charge you a small fee for like $5 on
for the.
that book to have pre-screened it, but it's not going to be the 16 or $22 in CGC land, for a modern book to send it back. And you get this 9.0 modern book that's worthless, right?
Ah,
Now you have to crack it open
Uh,
and get rid of it. The
that's
difference
interesting.
being with CGC, you have to submit a certain number of books, and they all
To
have to be for the same grade. So basically, if you're sending in modern books, you have to send, I think it's like 15 or 20 books, and they all have to be the same grade that they're
nine
pre-screening
eight
for.
or nine
Right.
six. That's crazy.
CBCS doesn't do that.
hmm.
CBCS instead, you can just do one book or 12 books, whatever, and they can be different grades. So like
Hmm.
I sent a set of books in one time that had been pressed by my old presser that I don't use anymore because he was inconsistent. But when I sent them in, I said, okay, hey, these books 9.6 or better because they're moderns. These books were like copper age. I said those can be like 9.0s or better, and there was a couple things that were bronze age that I said 8.5 or better, and you know sent them off. And I haven't got them back yet, but they're doing the pre-screen on that. But then they'll do that, and so any books you don't get, you'll get returned to your raw.
No, if there's a way to like track those pre-screen data with your comic book, people ought to be able to say, "Hey, this has been pre-screened for 9.2."
Yeah,
It may have changed, but it has been pre-screened for 9.2. You pay for that, right? So,
yeah. There's a lot of guys who've done that. Yeah, I won't use them again, and they are. Of course, some of that could be they say they're not going to use them again, but then they still have stuff that's in the system, right?
Yeah.
Like I say, like I haven't used
Yeah,
CGC since when they announced their price increases. I said I'm done with CGC because
like six
the
months
price
ago.
increases were, you know, everybody kept going, well, it's only like $4 or something. It's like
But
$4
that's the
is
single stuff.
is like 20% of the cost as a 20% pay rate.
Yeah,
But then on top of that, they did the double price increase by saying
yeah,
members we're taking away your 10% discount, and
yeah.
we're
We
on
did
that. So
that.
so it was a double
It's
whammy.
yeah, it
And
increased. Like if you went like over 10 or 20 books, it was like the amount increased was triple fold. It was ridiculous. One or two books, it wasn't that bad. But like when we looked up if you were trying to submit like 10 books, it was outrageous at that point.
some of them could
Uh,
be, and you don't even know the shipping costs or anything else. So I said, "Hey, look, I'm done with them. I'm not doing it anymore, except for signature events, right?"
yeah,
But that doesn't mean I'm still not going to have CGC unboxings because I still have uh,
submissions.
I have 12 books still in regular grading that I shipped in back in April that are
Mhm.
still waiting to come back to me, right? So it takes a while to filter
Yeah.
those through.
So,
You mentioned Nick,
uh,
Rob.
Yeah,
so
Is that the guy with the chickens?
I don't know about chickens, but Nick's Kicks and Comics.
The
Yeah.
Asian guy?
No,
No.
Oh, okay, never mind that. Okay.
He's from Brooklyn.
well,
Brooklyn.
he's in Texas now, but he's originally
I know.
from New York.
I know he's in Texas, but I
I
was
don't know
trying to
what
think.
I'm not gonna try to say which
Nah, I don't
borough
know.
he's from because I don't pay attention. It's just New
Nick's
York.
Kicks. Nick's Kicks and Comics is kind of like in Rob's crew. He's with. He shows
Yeah,
up on Legion. He shows up on.
yeah. I mean, it's part of the comic
Uh,
book mafia group.
I
hmm
know there's one Asian guy. His name is Nick something, and he does a lot of flipping. And basically, he
ETA
sent
Nick.
his comic book directly to my PC Comics or something like that, and they just take care of all the grading and everything, and then they immediately put it in the market for him.
Hmm.
Nick's does that. I know. Well, not exactly, but Nick's he does.
He drives right over to CBCS, drops them off, and then comes back
Yeah,
like
he
2 weeks
he
later,
does.
picks them up, and then he sells them.
And
Yeah.
he presses and cleans books himself. But
Yep.
honestly, the way Nick's does it, I love the way he does it because he's just more open. He doesn't jump around it. I know that's like some kind of weird taboo
I saw
about
my
the flipping. And,
Yeah.
uh,
He's pressing modern books only. He does
mhm.
anything else he sends out to get done.
Actually, I think I have a inkling feeling that there is a YouTuber who works for CGC. I've heard him say certain things that where I'm like, I think he's working for CGC because he lives in that area, and he said that he just took a new job that involves comic books, but it's not working at a comic book store. And I was just like, then you're probably working for CGC. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, it's the
could
only
be.
thing that I can think
I
that would
think
be
I know who
possible.
was he African American gentleman?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
yeah, I
I
think
think I
his
know
name
what
was
you're
name. His name was name. I think he works for CGC now.
okay.
I think he just started that job, and I think that's what they're doing at CGC. They're employing a whole. They're expanding.
Well, they're trying to, right? Because they keep adding on. They keep adding on what they do, right? So they're trying to do video games. They're trying to do the. It's. I'm just waiting for the day that they announce that they're going to do, action figures because that's like about the only
VHS
collectible.
tapes.
Yeah.
They're
Oh yeah.
doing
I've seen
posters.
VHS tapes, and I'm like,
Yeah.
this is getting out of hand. This is
So yeah,
ridiculous.
they do posters, they do money, they do documents, they do all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's just a matter of time. But they've been it's been no secret that they've been needing to expand. They've got this
So
money coming in. They've expanded their free. They've been hiring people like crazy.
Yeah.
But the problem is, what the people they're hiring are the people moving books around. Not they need to hire graders and they can, but that takes a little. The time it takes to get somebody up to becoming a grader
hmm
it's not just something you go, okay, here's the guide, go watch this 1 hour training video and
yeah,
let's sit you down and start doing it,
And
right?
that
like
takes
you, yeah.
experience.
So see, that's what I'm wondering now. And this is not saying anything about if anybody's figured out who it is. It's not saying anything about him, but I'm just saying if somebody's new, they've
Oh,
just
Lord.
been trained and they're just being
Merry
put on their
Christmas.
own. So how accurate are these grades that you're getting from CGC?
Well, so in theory, now there's the argument that CGC claims that no book is graded by just one person.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's true or not, I
We
don't
don't.
know. If they even had graders notes for every book, that would be helpful, but they
Yeah, but
don't.
we don't. That's my big problem. Once you see that on CBCS, like once I was like, bro, this changes the game. Like the fact that you can go online and look at the graders notes. I wish CGC had that. I don't believe that it's multiple people. I believe it's one person at CGC currently. No,
I
I
don't
believe.
know. I've never. I would. I somehow find it difficult to believe with the volume that they have going through there that 3 people are grading a book.
Yeah, looking at the
Now,
books.
I'm sure that with any new grader on the line, there's at least another person over,
Behind them.
doing a secondary, if not a true third person, right?
Yeah.
The bulk of the stuff the grading though is going to be on the modern books, where these new guys cut their teeth is all on modern books.
Hmm.
It's the older books that are the ones where requires the real specialty, because look, any of us can grade fairly well once you get a few going through there, anything from an 8.5 on up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The real difficult part is when we
It's the
start talking
lower.
the 2.5 to a 5.
Yeah.
That range starts to become so difficult, because it comes down to how long is the color breaking crease, or how many different
Yeah.
defects, and
Yeah.
whether
This,
is
the like they even look at the years on the damn staple count. Like I know, I agree with you because like in my honest opinion, I can't do under an 8. Like under an 8, they start like I don't know. It just looks like crap. Not to be mean on the comic,
I'm
but
pretty decent on the ballparking it, but it
Yeah.
is, but yeah, when I start getting below a 6, yeah, there's been times I've just been completely off. But then again, I've had that happen even on a book that I thought was higher grade, right? That I completely was off on. But
I,
I
I,
think that
I
see
have
that
old
might.
comic books, right? I have a comic book from my childhood, and I look at it and I go, "Hey, this is in pretty good shape," and I'll take it out, and it falls apart in my hand. I mean, the
Right. Yeah.
in my hand.
And
I'm
see,
like,
that's
oh,
the way
geez.
I am. I can kind of ballpark it, but once for me, it's from 4 to 7. From 4 to 7 is where I start getting to be like, I have no clue what this is.
it's so
Like, I
hard.
have no idea.
Yeah.
Like it could be a 5.5, it could be 7. I don't know. Like I'm
It's definitely tricky, and fortunately, like I said, I nowadays I've got. This is where the advantages of when I say I have 500 and something slabs, right? I've seen the gamut, and so I get books and I am visually comparing them to other slabs that I have, right? And I've
Yeah.
seen come across myself where where I can sit there and say, okay, hey, based on this is what I'm speculating. Now, again, I'm literally judging a book by its cover, right?
literally.
Because I am not a guy who's really going through and counting pages, and I've been caught a couple times on my own books that I've submitted stuff where it's turned out, oh damn, there was a page missing, or oh damn, there was a cutout I didn't even fucking pay attention to.
Yeah.
I've even literally gotten burned on a modern book that I sent in that came back as 7.0 because it was a dynamic forces book that was sealed with their tamper-proof sticker
Yeah.
on the Mylar. I submitted exactly as it was, and it turned out there was a hole in the back cover that they had just
Covered it up with the
blocked it.
tamper.
It was blocked by the backing board. I never even opened it up to look at it. That's on
The
me.
guy that Nauman was talking about, Nick, he's got tons of videos on grading, right? And I think he worked for CGC at one point in time, and then he left the company. What he did was he went to CGC, did like you used to do classes on grading, and he went and took a whole bunch of these things. So he's been there, he's walked around, he's learned from them how to grade books. He did a cheat sheet where you can.
Oh yeah, you guys are on Google.
Yeah,
page.
you count your errors and defects.
It's automatically of this. It doesn't.
I really like that guy.
Yeah, Nick's one of the first guys I ever found on YouTube. When I typed in,
he's very forthcoming on his opinion, but very strong opinionated person. But I like his honesty.
The reason that I love him is just because his attitude is just very cut and dry. Just here it is. This is how I think it is. If you don't like it,
What are you talking about? What's his YouTube name?
ETA Nick.
ETA Nick. Okay, that's it.
ETA
Nick.
Space Nick. And he's like, if you look at his tutorials on how to grade, I mean, he shows you high vis copies, and he like shows you like every little, goes around, flips through them, all this other stuff.
If you're gonna flip a comic book, I recommend you go through his channel. If you're gonna flip, I don't intend to ever sell my comic book, but if you intend to flip comic book, you might want to check him out.
Yeah, no, the thing is with any of these things is, it's subjective, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
there is a certain amount of, yes, I'm counting how many spine ticks, whatever it is, but each, and this is the thing when it comes to the different grading companies, is I think gets lost. And I like to drive home this whenever I have an opportunity to talk about grading, is that each grading company carries its own standard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There isn't, when we talk, just because they
There isn't
use
like
a
a
they use a scale that we're all
yeah.
think is the same of 0 to 10, therefore it must be the same, right? But it's not. And
That's true.
there's the Overstreet Guide is one thing that's been put out there that most people think about when they do it,
Yeah,
and
but
that
it's not.
is and that's the guy and that guideline is what PGX claims that they follow,
Yeah.
but
But not
CGC
CGC.
has developed their own, and
Mhm.
CBCS has developed their own now, which is closer to CGC's because obviously when
The
CBCS was
model.
born, it was
Yeah.
born off of Steve leaving CGC and
Mhm.
creating CBCS, right?
And now
So
you have EGS. They're starting to
right,
come
and
out.
EGS, I don't know what model they're following. I haven't seen them post
Don't
or any videos that talk about it.
Well, I used
I
to
See,
don't even know what a EGS looks like.
because I would tell them, I'd be like, look, who's going to give me the best grade for my money? And be like, oh, well, PGX, but it wouldn't be accurate. That's who I'm using then. If they're going to
well,
if I'm going to send my book in and it's
and
going to
they
come
and they
back,
say it wouldn't be accurate, but wouldn't be accurate to what? If they're following the Overstreet Guide,
yeah, then it's accurate.
then it's that, right? But the question is now PGX has one grader who's grading the book,
Yeah.
right? It's not multiple people looking at it, whether or not it truly is or not a CGC. But again, they have different things, and this is where the inaccuracy thing has come out, where people say, "Oh, well, I had this book that was a PGX, I had it cracked and sent to CGC, and it came back a lesser grade." Well, yes, that can happen, and or you can have it go
You
vice
can go the
versa.
other way.
So, my
Merry
Secret Wars,
Christmas.
I have a
Merry
Secret
Christmas.
Wars 8 that was a 9.6. All right,
Mhm.
PGX. And I sent it in for signature, and it got graded, and it came back a 9.2. Now, it could be that some of it was mishandling during the signature event, but what the notation was on the CGC side was talking about some light corner foxing on the pages. Well,
Yeah.
one of the things I've learned as I started watching more and more stuff and interviews, especially the interviews with the head graders at CGC, when they start talking, they'll drop little nuggets here and there that all of a sudden become like these light bulbs that go off. So they have certain things that will be set the maximum grade a book can get, regardless of anything else. And so light corner foxing on the pages is one of these things where it says, okay, if that has foxing, it can't be higher than a 9.2. It doesn't matter if that's the only thing wrong with the book, and otherwise it's perfectly 100%. That's it. And the same thing with like a subcrease, right? A subcrease sets the highest grade it can get is a 6.0. It doesn't
What's a
matter.
what's a
The
sub
subscription
crease?
crease back in the
Okay.
back in the
Yeah.
60s,
Down,
books were
down
People
the
have
yeah,
pulled it.
Okay.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
No,
So
no, I know what you're talking about, Rob. I just didn't
here,
because you.
I'll even give you. So we got right here,
Yeah,
Yeah.
right? That's a
I got
subscription
you
crease.
from the
Um,
man.
And hey, as long as I'm plugging people, you can watch Anachronic Comics and go look some of his books that
Well,
he
we already
found.
talked about him. We
Right.
already
Well,
talked
Yeah,
I'll
about
bring
him.
them up
we
again.
got
I'll
we
drop.
got two
I'll,
plugs,
I'm
Joe.
just gonna
We
plug
love
and
you,
drop
Joe.
YouTubers everywhere we go, baby. And
Anachronic
that's how we
Comics,
do.
man.
So he's got a
Love
bunch of books
Joe.
like that. Yeah. So yeah, Subcrease will
Okay,
set the
so
limit. If the book can be
so what
flawless,
would be what's the limit on the subscription?
I
The
6.0.
think subcrease, the highest it can be is 6.0,
Yeah.
period. Hands
Yeah.
down. I think
Exactly.
That's on
um,
Nick's
that's a
sheet, by the way.
mixed,
That's on Nick's sheet.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's for mixed graders notes.
Yeah.
So this book, for example, is a 6.0. It is almost flaw, with the exception of this. It has this issue here, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
This is a printing error
Okay.
I
that
have
occurred.
a
There's a
Spider-Man book
When
like that.
they roll it through the
Yeah.
printer machine.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it's a printing error. I finally got that confirmation when now that I have access to graders notes on books that I didn't submit thanks to CGC's change. But other than that, this book is I mean, there's one very small spine tick, and the corners are square. Everything else, there's
Oh, you got
almost
one of those too.
yeah, yeah. There's almost nothing wrong with the book. It sets it at a 6.0 is my high grade on it because of that production error. Otherwise, this book's a 9.59 or 9.496 all day long.
Right.
Because it has no other defects besides that, right?
Yep,
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
that's the issue. Um, but yeah, so I mean, the nice thing is, I mean, at least, so I like to
See,
say, so
because I
step in
get
the
I get a lot of books, and most of the books I get, it's like I have no idea what like hold on
and
like
best,
like on this book, and it's I'm not saying it's just a book, but like right here there'll be like that
yeah,
little bitty
oh
see it,
yeah, that'll ding it because that's a fold.
and then like right here, and I know all these are let's see, these are generic like spine ticks right
Yep.
there, and that's
A color breaking
color
spine tick that's
picking,
over it's about a quarter inch, so that's going to ding
and
it significantly. So that book,
yeah.
yeah.
that book right there, you're probably talking is probably a 9.92
That's what I was thinking.
max.
That's exactly what I was
Yeah,
thinking
and
was
that's
a
see,
9 or 9
that's crazy because I would not have guessed that it would still be like a nine candidate because it has like one, two, three, four like defect. I would
It's
think
an
like,
accumulation of how many
mm,
defects. If it's, you can have two or three defects that are like that, so long as there's depending upon the size and how many is going to really be that impact. If that's all that there is just that spine tick up there, that folded corner, and that other little minor one, then yeah, you're
yeah,
probably talking nine
On
nine
the mix
two.
sheet, it will give you how many points to take off on each and one of those
that's
defects.
like
Yeah.
And
so
I
that's like
remember, I
something.
remember my adorable starting phase where I was like, you know what, I'm not going to get any book under a 9.0. And then I started looking at prices of books, and I was like, you know what, 7 looks good to me.
That's how I felt when I started doing my ASM 100. So, oh, really? A 2.5 is really good.
That's like I mean you see some comics and there's no spine ticks, there's no color rub, there's no like
And
I
then
mean
you have little things like CGC doesn't take off for defects that come from the presser, but CBCS does.
Well,
like
so
how much do they actually look at the inside of the book? Like I
right,
know
so
that's real
yeah,
too.
they're going to look at all that stuff. But the thing is that you have what was interesting is I saw so in the one of the interviews I read, and so this is really this is a big difference on modern books with people that comes into play with when you're talking about again comparing grading companies like PGX to CGC and CBCS. So all of them have this scale, right? But uh, the same scale 9, 9, 2, 9, 4, 9, 6, 9, 8, 9, 9, 9, 10. I mean 10,
Yeah.
not 9, 10, just 10. Uh, well, CGC, in an interview with their head grader Matt, whatever it was like, so they started at 9.8. Okay, and a book that has a 9.8 is going to have some basic manufacturing and handling issues. If it has plus attributes, so it is determined that it's missing certain handling issues or manufacturing issues that would normally occur, then it can get a 9.9 or a 10.
Hmm.
Mm.
I remember when
Versus,
2010s first came out, and everybody was like, okay, see, now this is bull.
right.
I've never even
Whereas
seen 9.9
PGX, for example, they start at a 10
and
and
they go
then
down.
they start taking away. Just by the nature of where you start your scale,
Hmm.
you can say, okay, look, obviously there's going to be more PGX 10s out there. Well,
Hmm.
does that make it a lesser of a 10 than the other? Well, I don't know. It's a different grading scale. And what is a plus attribute? How do you say that something does? It's like saying, oh, prove that you're not guilty of doing something. Well, how do you
Yeah.
prove that I didn't do it? And that's what PGX or CGC is asking you to find is a lack of something being present, which is kind of again subjective, as the whole grading system is. But so I've had a 9.9 CGC. I've never had a 10 CGC. I've had like 6 or 7 10s on PGX and a dozen 9.9s on PGX. In my mind, they're still 9.8s, and I'm not gonna, from the grand scheme of things.
Here's
That's
But
what
kind of
here's what
think
I'm
about it.
surprised that they don't do when they when the print company print these comic books. say like first 100 copies or first 100 perfect copies, just straight send it to CGC and just sell it as a slab books. I mean, it seems like there's a extra revenue for the printing company.
Oh, so all the pre-graded books.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah. So
just send batch
yeah.
them to the
Yeah, so here
CGC, have
I'll
them
talk.
grade it.
Let me answer Beefit real quick,
because
and then I'll talk to that. So Beefit, absolutely, I've seen. So what he's talking about is New Zealand Mint has been creating these covers that are have a 999 silver content cut in the covers, and so like a metal cover, and then of doing facsimiles of like Amazing Fantasy 15, Action Comics 1, all these different books, and then those things quite frequently are getting 9s and 10s, obviously because they they don't have creases and stuff in them, and so it's really handling errors. And I've saw some videos on that have been hilarious though, and I'm sure Beefit's seen it too. There's some guys down there in I think either Australia or New Zealand. I'm not sure which one is, but they did one where they had sent like 4 of them in, and every single one was labeled wrong. Like, it came back and like the labels had just been mixed. They all belonged to the books, but they all got like shuffled. It was absolutely hilarious. Um, but yeah, no, the pre-sales, I look at it during this pandemic time. The real thing that has caused the biggest impact on grading times and processing times has been the explosion of pre-selling 9.8s, right? As people couldn't get out and all this other stuff. That's just kind of really been a market that has exploded, where almost every book that's coming out, you can almost, especially with the variant covers, store exclusives, they're selling them in guaranteed 9.8s. Now, what they're going to do is they're going to take a bunch of books, and some of the shops are going to pre-screen them themselves, and then they're going to send them off, and they're going to send them off pre-screened
To
for
9.8.
9.8,
Right.
and if they're smart, and then they're going to get then that's what they're going to get to fill their orders, because otherwise you'd have a ton of ones that don't make the grade. Obviously,
yeah,
that's a big revenue stream for CGC. They're putting a lot of effort into that stuff, and it's making stuff. That's not really a big deal to me. I know some people have said, well, isn't that like a conflict of interest? And it's really not, because it's
I don't.
actually CGC. It would be in CGC's interest to not grade them 9.8s, to make
Yeah,
them have to send more through in order to get enough 9.8s to fulfill their orders.
yeah,
Where the conflict of interest that does exist, however, is with PGX. And PGX, recently they had a former grader from CGC joined their company and bought actually a partial, he bought a franchise share where he opened up PGX East. PGX on the West Coast is still run by Daniel Patterson, but I think his name is Rob Pilgrim. I think
yeah.
opened up on the East, PGX East, and he only grades modern books and stuff. But along with that, he opened up a shop called 9.8 Wednesdays, and any day, any Wednesday, you can go in and get the books that land
A 9.8.
that day graded in a 9.8 from his shop.
I
He's
heard.
grading them himself. Look, I'm not saying that they're not legit 9.8s, right? He has a history as a professional grader, respected, and he probably doesn't want to do anything that would affect his reputation as a grader. However, given PGX's history that they had of controversies of people supposedly grading their own books and selling them out the back, it seems like a silly thing to do. And obviously human nature starts to come into play. You start to think, well, what if it's on that border and you're not quite, it's like, oh, well, you're going to give the benefit of the doubt to the 9.8 because you're going to be able to make more money on it versus sitting on your stack, right? So I mean, not saying that he does it, just saying it is a potential conflict of interest. It makes that grade no better than Torpedo Comics grading their own books, or any other retailer, or if I'm walking the convention floor and somebody's
Yeah,
grading a raw book and telling me this is a 5.0. Well, that grade is his subjective grade. It's not, doesn't mean jack to me. No
because
more, because he's the one
that
who's selling it, right?
Because
So it's
that's
the
what I
same.
was going to bring up. Because you ever been to those CGC places that do it during the cons? You ever been to one of those tables? And like where you can submit your books and they ship it to CGC, but it's an actual like CGC like
Grader right
it's
there.
supposed to be like a grader or whatever. Like
Mhm.
you ever noticed? It's just one dude. It's just one guy that's at that table. I've never seen like if they do two people, it's two people grading like separate books, not the same book.
They're
You know what
not
I'm saying?
getting the second opinions and stuff on it.
Yeah, and they'll tell you like I've had because I do have some books graded, but I've never sent them in or stuff, but I do have them graded. Like they're old. Like I have that Ninja Turtles Adventures #1 and #2. I got them graded just to see what they get, and like I think I got a 9.8 on one, and the other one I got like a 9.6 or something. But it was all done by one guy. Like I mean,
Yeah,
it
which
does
makes
a
you
lot of
question if that happens there, do you really have three people
three
supposedly grading
people.
this book elsewhere?
So
No, like
are
you
they
were saying.
grading and slabbing the book right there at the con? I thought they just took submissions.
No, what
No,
they do
they
is
turn
they'll
around
grade
it.
it for you right there. You can pay for it, and it's like $10. And the guy looks at it and like it's real quick, but he just basically like looks at it and he'll tell you what the grade would be if you sent it in or whatever, because it's a grader or
Oh,
whatever. He works.
he's not actually because you could do submissions that get encapsulated and stuff there too, or something.
I haven't been to
But
one of those, but I know
or
what you're talking
maybe it's drop. I don't know. I've never done it. I know that if
about.
you're a free member, that's the only way you can submit books to CGC is
Uh-huh.
by dropping them off at those events.
But
I got to
what
roll.
Oh, me
okay,
too.
This has been thanks for having
yeah,
me. Let me pop on and kind of
yeah,
dominate and shift your conversation and everything. But
yeah.
I love having the opportunity to talk about slabs and grading, and I think it's really interesting to a lot of people because there are a lot of people who are interested in it and don't really know a lot
Yeah,
about it. And I've learned a lot over the last several years. So thank you very much. I got to go cook some dinner and get off to the cemetery, go visit some relatives and wish them Merry Christmas and everything else. So, you guys, Merry Christmas. Have a
Merry
great
Christmas,
and
Rob.
happy New Year.
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
All right,
Christmas.
take it easy, guys.
See you later, Rob. Thanks for stopping by.
Hey, I gotta
Uh,
go too, guys. Appreciate you guys having me. I learned
yeah,
quite a bit. Peace.
yeah.
Merry
Have
Christmas,
a
guys.
Merry Christmas. Um, what was I gonna say? I was saying something like right at the end. Yeah, at those tables, like at cons and stuff, and they've done it at small signings at books. They have this like CGC, and it's an actual guy, and you can go to this table, and like they can do one or two things. They'll encapsulate it there, but that's really expensive. I want to say it's like $100 or something like that, and I don't even see the point of that. But like, no, I think like what I'm talking about, and I've done this, is where you walk up to the guy and you pay like $10 and they grade it for you, and they'll put like a little like on the outside of the like on the comic, they'll put like a little like sticker and it says like 9.5, 9.6, 9.8, whatever
Okay.
they
Yeah.
and
Okay.
like
Yeah. I didn't even know they did that. I knew that they have people at cons, even here, like SC Comic Con. They have a CGC and a CBS table, and I know they have people or like witnesses. They'll come with you. Your book will get signed. You hand it to them, and then they take it back to the table and they go ahead and just fill out your paperwork. What do you want? Do you want them all pressed? Do you want them? How do you want them done? You go ahead and pay. And then you just walk away, and then you wait for the mail to come in. I know they do that, but I
they
didn't know.
do that too, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. That's the other service is you could like after you get it graded, you could pay for another thing where they ship it off, and basically it's like you leave it with them there, and then like months later they send you the slab or whatever. But I think it's the same thing. It just minuses the FedEx or the post office stop or whatever.
Yeah. So there you go. You don't have to. That's something that's always killed me about it. Is okay. I'm not just paying for you to grade the book. I also have to pay to ship the book, and then I'm paying for shipping on the way back. So I'm paying shipping both ways, and at the same time I'm waiting, and then I get my books back. Hope they're whatever grade. But it blows my mind. Like I understand that people are wanting a certain value, but it blows my mind when I see people like they'll get books in and they'll be like really upset that it's not a 9.8. I'm like, dude, it's an. I mean, you're gonna keep doing this over and over and over again until you get a 9.8. Like, what are you doing with the ones that aren't 9.8s? So you're just selling them off, and now they're graded, and they would have not been graded before. They could have been a raw copy that somebody could have got for a decent like price or whatever.
Well, I know. I do like some like okay, say for instance they're already slabbed, and that's what we're talking about, right? So I
Yeah,
do like how like Comic Journey, for instance, he had like a 9.6 and he wanted that 9.8, so he upgraded it to the 9.8. I like that, if you want that grade, but that's like that's like having a 9.0. It doesn't bother me. I mean if you're gonna have it slabbed, as long in my opinion, as long as it's graded kind of thing. That's like the low grades. And shout out to the low grades, but they do it in a joking fashion. I don't, and like I appreciate like all like if do you imagine if I could get a Batman #1? I wouldn't care what grade it. It could be a point two.
mhm,
It could be like the little corner of the comic. Just for me to have that in my collection, kind of thing. I think that would be dope.
yeah.
Um,
And you can get like individual pages. You can get pages. You can find a page of Batman 1 or Detective 27. You can get a page for like, a page is still like 20 grand, or
yeah,
something like that. But you
yeah.
got page number 8. I wonder if you could do that where you could get like one page of a book and you just keep
Piece it
upgrading
together,
until you get the whole book, you know.
piece it together, and you could. Let's see. I only have 3K comics, but I only have three sides. I mean, right now I have.
I don't have any, not one.
How many? Do you know how many comics you got, Alex? Because I got. Hold on, I have to count.
I was about to say the only reason I know how many I have is CLZ. But at the same time, when I update my CLZ, sometimes most of the time I update. I do a thing where I call it my FOC, where I'll get on CLZ and I'll get on my computer app because my computer app sometimes doesn't show the covers. They don't like sometimes
Yeah.
they just don't have. But if I use the two, I can usually see what all the covers are, and I can go ahead and pick and choose what I want, and go ahead and order it through my service. So sometimes, like right now, it says I have almost 1,200 books, but I really only have like 20 less than that because I'm counting 2 weeks worth of books that are going to come in, that I don't, or whatever, however long ahead of time. Like I've got months worth of books in here already that I don't have, but eventually
All,
I will.
all those short boxes, and you only got like 1,400. Are your short boxes not
Or
full?
no, like I have yeah, probably I have like 1,100 by now, and like I have like 10 short boxes over here, and then 3 long boxes. I'm actually about to buy another short box because the long boxes are getting full because I have runs that are starting to get bigger. So I'm getting character books that I'm going to need individual boxes for. So I'm gonna get probably like a 3 pack. I need one for Deadpool, one for Flash, and one for Nightwing because I'm starting to get enough of those books where they're enough to be in a short box and I can free up some space in the long ones. But I'm about to pull a fill and get like some racks. Like over here in the corner will be like a rack, and it'll have all like I can fit 12 or
I kind
13
of
short boxes on that rack.
because mine's kind of like yours, and I don't mind yours. It looks dope, and you can still like kind of put stuff on top of it and that kind of thing. You can
And
technically put, like wood on top of it to protect. No, but because yours is kind of like mine, but like at the same time, I kind of want to mine. It's like it's hard to get to the back and that kind of thing. Like right now, I have to sit to the side to get to it. Um, I'm just kind of curious because I have full boxes, long boxes. So I'm just gonna sit here and kind of count because look, I can show you. I have like a full long box, so I was just kind of curious to see. Um, I don't know how many comics fit in a long box. Do you know?
a long box is like 300. A short box is like it varies. It depends on like I mean, if you have annuals, they're thicker than normal books, so you fit less of them in the box. But short boxes are usually 150, 175. Long boxes are usually around 3. So if you have a long box that's full of nothing but regular size books, it's probably like 300. But you have annuals, you have dividers, they take up room.
Yeah, see, Nora, I was saying like I think it's gotta be because I already counted like one section. That one section alone was like 50 right there, so it's
I
gotta
think
be
the
like
most I have of any one book is my Amazing Spider-Man short box. It's almost all the way full, and that's just volume 1 and volume 2. Like, and that's my goal for next year. My top goal is 441 through 200 done of ASM. So I'm gonna need at least another short box because that's probably gonna be at least another short box that'll be full.
Yeah, there's 40 comics in the first like little segment right here.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you could do it with long boxes too. It's just that I found with short boxes, it's easier to carry them, A, because they weigh less. B, like I said, like Phil bought like a rack thing off of Amazon. I'm gonna buy that and then use those little loop brackets to rack it to the wall to make sure it won't fall over just in case. And then I can fit on that rack thing. He said you can fit 12 to 13 short boxes. And so this corner will just have it'll have a rack, and on that rack will have all my short boxes, and then this over here is freed up now too. So I could put a second one right here, and that'll be way more than I'll ever need for a while, maybe, hopefully. I don't know. Like I'm getting a lot of Red Sonja books. So Red Sonja definitely could probably use her own short box now too. But like I said, those three long boxes are filling up. Or well, the last two, other one, the first one is that's barely full. That's just stuff that I've currently got either in the queue to read, or that's new stuff that just came in.
Well, I can show you that because hold on, let me see if I can do it. Let's see. Wait, that didn't do it. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Settings. Camera.
Yeah, I've got a Spawn short box. Like, and I think the most I have is like ASM, Avengers, and Thor. Those short boxes are honestly almost
Okay.
full.
So we in my closet, right? So that's where I keep my comics, and I got like short box. Okay, so like these four like boxes over here, these first three are all just Batman. That's how that I mean literally this like it's all like well I want to say Bat Family because like all over here is like
It's like, yeah, Batgirl, Nightwing, Joker. Yeah.
yeah, Batgirl, but like the first box is just nothing but Detective and Batman.
Yeah, you got to think there's detectives up to 1,000, and that's not including the new 52 run, and then
Oh,
back.
and that's going back all the way to that's the earliest Bat Detective I have is 38, which is a facsimile. It's not the real thing.
Yeah,
And the next earliest issue is like 602.
yeah,
No, but all that's like the three of these boxes are nothing but Batman. Um, but that's like I have one whole box of just indies, and this whole box is just nothing but like random DC that doesn't have like a home, like it doesn't really like, it's like ooh, Booster Gold. I got like 3 issues of that dude.
yeah,
Oh fuck! All right.
yeah. It's just funny how like it's starting to break it down to like my Spawn box. Now my Spawn box is unusual because my Spawn box just doesn't have Spawn. It's Spawn, King Spawn, Gunslinger Spawn. When Scorch comes out, it'll be in there. When that book starts to fill up, I'm just gonna get another one and just start going. I have a big old chunk of Spawn though too.
Wait, what is this? Thanos Darkseid. And first off, Merry Christmas, Thanos Darkseid. You are brand new for me. Welcome.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let me get my camera back. Fixing me. I got the wrong. That's my that's my movie setup right there. Let's see. Let's see.
It's amazing how when I first started on YouTube, I had a laptop with a webcam and a mic built in, and now it's like over time. It's the same way with comic book collecting or collecting anything. At first, you're just like, oh, I'm just going to do this, and then the next thing you know, by the end of it, it's just everywhere. You get so many things.
All right, let's see. It says a comic reader since 1981. I still can't figure complete order. Trade paperback of DC Metal. Metal.
See, I would do them like chronologically. Like if you get into like stuff that's like DC Metal, Death Metal, and then Metal Knights, I would just put them all in like whichever one came out first.
I can do the whole like what I usually have to do is I have to look up a reading order because like if you go by like the trades or the omnis, it's kind of confusing on how they list it. I know my boy Glenn, he's big into omnis and stuff like that, and like they'll list everything. They'll have like all the tie-ins and stuff like that. But I know the way they broke Dark Knight's Death Metal and Metal and all that, it's kind of weird. But I mean, if you want, I can show you the order it came out. It's pretty simple. Like every order, like like the actual order that all the tie-ins, because they broke up the metal and death metal the same way, where the tie-ins
That's okay.
came.
Do it, Norad. Make you a channel. And look, we faceless channels are awesome too. Look at CJ. Everybody loves CJ's channel.
We you could do, there's like the nerdette new, she's always like this, and it's just like her thing
Yeah.
talk. Yeah,
There's a whole chat where it's a faceless chat of people who have never shown their face. They just use a thing. But I'm about to have to get off here too. I'm gonna go get me something to eat. I'm gonna make me a sandwich.
yeah,
Uh,
go ahead.
all that
We
good
got
stuff. Go ahead and we'll play some more video games. Might even take me a nap before our show tonight.
well, we got tonight. Looking forward. So, yeah, man. Thanks for hopping on, man. Merry Christmas. Go get ready. For the fun tonight. I'll see you later.
All right, have a good one, man.
Go. Um, if you want Thanos Dark Side, I can show you real quick. It's not that hard. Because I do know I've looked up certain, like for instance, Zero Hour. It's really weird on how they have the whole yeah, by saying Merry Christmas to Tylox. Um, yeah, but I can do that real quick. It's not that complicated, and I love my death metal series, even though DC gets no love, no love. I love DC. But I love Marvel too, so that's okay. All right. We are back in my closet. Hey, closet. Let me put this better light. Oh, kind of. Now it starts off in a whole bunch of different ways, and the kind of like I don't know exactly. Like you'd have to look up like exactly where in Justice League or Batman specifically it starts out. But like it starts out with the Forge, which is like the first issue into Dark Days, leading into the Metal. I don't have the Forge. The Forge is like Batman Who Laughs first appearance in Barbados. But I do have the director's cut of the Forge and the casting. It's just a black and white version of both of them, kind of like a second printout. But these are like the prelude to um, Metal. Okay, so let's see. What we got. Pen paper is just confusing. Okay, so those are the first two, and then usually they have a reading guide somewhere in there. Shouldn't they have? Sometimes I do. Usually, like lately in DC, it's been near the end of the books or the beginning of the book. So I usually take a snapshot when they do that because it seems like they only do that once where they show a checklist. They do that for Joker War, and I want to say it was like 2 issues into the Joker War, and that's when that's kind of where they did it. So those are the first two was the Forge and the casting, and then the Forge, and then it goes into one, and it goes all the way to. And there was no tie-ins in between the books. It went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Six being the last issue. All the regular covers they have that metal. All the other because I have different variants, but like that's a number 6. They just don't have that metal. They're different variants, but okay. So from now, please don't quote me on this, but I want to say the next book in the series was after 6 was Dark Knight's Rising Wild Hunt. I think that was the first tie-in, and it looks like that. And I think the next tie-in was Batman Lost. And then I think after that, and I know I'm missing like 1 or 2 out of these, but you'll get the gist in a second. But all these were dropped on the same day, but I know those 2 came first, and then it was these. But you got all the single issues of the Batman Who Laughs, and then it was like his whole crew that he brought the first time. All the original covers, they're all shiny, and but that was a Batman Who Laughs, Batman Dawnbreaker, and then Batman Murder Machine. I didn't get the foil on this one. um, Batman the Devastator. And if you don't know anything about these are all like Batman that killed off that version and became them. So this is the Batman that killed like Superman and became that version of Superman that eventually became Doomsday. Um, like this one is Batman who killed Cyborg and somehow became Cyborg, and that's Batman Cyborg, Batman the Murder Machine. Like that's Batman who killed off like Green Lantern and took his ring and became like Green Lantern Batman because he's got like I mean he's still got the Batman effects, like he's got the um of course, if you don't know who Batman Who Laughs is, my number one favorite villain now of all time. He has and in DC's history, the only one that has successfully won so far. Um, but Batman Who Laughs is basically Bruce that kills Joker. That eventually, Joker mixes in with the tar and he becomes the Joker, but instead he becomes the Batman Who Laughs. But last but not least, the one that I have is Batman, the Red Death. And this is actually the second print. I missed out somehow. But all those like specific like uh like his little rogues gallery or whatever, like they all dropped at the same day. He took out all the other Batmans. Yes, he did. Like that's kind of the spoilers start, but yeah, the only one that survives out of all this, I think, was the Batman Who Laughs. All the other like side Batman, like the Devastator got taken out. Um and I'm kind of fuzzy, but I remember most of them. Like I want to say the Speedster, and it was like the Red Death. I think he gets killed off first. And it's funny, and it's this one. I think he is the more popular one out of the fur, but he does look dope though. I do love, and this is the Batman who killed the Flash, who somehow, absorbed the Speed Force and became like the Red Death, like that's that version of Flash. But supposedly out of those early ones, besides the Batman Who Laughs, he was like the more popular one. Okay, so from that, there was like it's a whole bunch of comics in between. It was like it went from there, it went to Glenn, we were just talking about this. I showed you this. It goes to okay, hold on. Bam, I got you. I got you. Um okay, because it jumps. It doesn't go straight into death metal. It goes from there, it goes to right here. Okay, it goes to DC Nation, which was like a free or a 25 cent. Like this one cost me, where is it? 25 cent. But it was basically like free. Most comic book shops gave it away. But it goes to that, and that kind of explains the war with Batman Who Laughs and Perpetua kind of thing. Um, let's see. In trade paperback, it is Dark Knight's Metal and Death Knight's Death Metal. I know I can't afford it. It's in first appearance of Teen Titans. I'll play Batman Who Laughs. It's gonna game for them. It ties into trade paperback. I don't know about ties to trade paperbacks. As far as I know, all his single appearances have been in floppy form, like stuff like this. I don't have his first appearance, which is that Teen Titans, but it's not that expensive to get raw. To get slabbed, it is. Um, but I want to say it's like $40. And if you get the second print, I want to say it's a lot cheaper. I want to say it's like 10. And a lot of people keep forgetting this, but right now, the second, third, fourth prints, they're the more valuable ones. Um, I know they usually don't have the same appeal as the first prints, but like value wise, they have more. Like, I mean, because it's a lower print run. Okay, so back from there, from it goes DC Nation, then it goes to No Justice, and No Justice is a 4-issue series and is basically like 4 issues of a connect. Like it was like they were trying to like defeat the Batman Who Laughs before he took out Perpetua, kind of thing. I think. And this was issue 2, issue 3, issue 4. Okay, and straight into there went into Justice League, like the brand new series for New Universe. That's where like New Universe kind of branched into being, was because of the Batman Who Laughs. This is literally the issue before this was when he had just killed, or like he's like he's in the process of trying to take down Perpetua. I just seen a new comic book first appearance, I guess, of Batwoman Who Laughs. I think. Uh huh. And I think that's her second appearance. I think she's already appeared, but that's a Batwoman Who Laughs in Fortnite. I don't know if she's like I don't know if it's considered main continuity yet, because technically Batman Who Laughs works like that. Like he showed up in Fortnite, and that's where he is right now. But those are avatars; they're not the real. So we don't know if that's a player wearing a Batman Who Laughs skin, or if it's the real Batman Who Laughs. But that's the way Fortnite where like Batman, that really was Batman because he got sucked into that world. Um, so I don't know if that's technically like if she's a thing, but I would highly say, I mean, all that stuff, like the Robin King, the Batman Who Laughs, all that stuff is high dollar stuff. Okay, so back to this. It goes to Justice League #1, and it runs for like a couple issues, two, three, blah blah blah, and then bam, they get to this issue right here, and this was like super important. It was something in DC Comics that they hadn't talked about in 80 years, the Source Wall. And this was the Batman Who Laughs and the Joker finally breaking down the Source Wall, and that's where this is literally like right after this. Boom, boom, like like 3 issues later, you got. I mean, and this is what leads off into the Dark Knight Death Metal series that you're referring to, Thanos Dark Side. Once you got to that point, it kind of flip flopped around a bunch. Um, But right after that, that's what starts. That's what starts the death metal #1. After death metal #1, I couldn't tell you the old. Mine are all mixed up because I show them off to them. But like after that, it was like it goes into like this. It goes into the Batman Who Laughs, and it tied into the main series. Um, they did these where it was like the multiverse was bleeding over, and it was like tales from the dark multiverse, and it was retellings of different events throughout. But this was during the death metal series. What is that? I got Foundation, One Shot, and the 6 issue. I played them on Fortnite, writing them down. Yeah, because that even though we don't know about, because it could be a player wearing that Batman Who Laughs avatar, but if it is him and he's just hopping through dimensions, because that's what he would be doing. That's what Wonder Woman's been doing for the past like year, until recently. So it makes sense that really could be the Batman Who Laughs, and that might be the first Batwoman Who Laughs. But we had Supergirl, and I'll show you in a second. But okay, so like after the Batman Who Laughs run, then it jumps into this, and this is another one of those because it's like a year later, and that's that year of the villain, and that's a lot of people don't even know, but that's what that year of the villain ties into. Anything that you see, it was all referring to the Batman Who Laughs, because he was literally trying to kill Perpetua. It was like the beginning part of a scheme kind of thing. Um, During that whole year of the villain thing, Perpetua was trying to. Most people know, like, let's see if I can find the comic. I don't know where it is. I probably pulled it out. Most people know Hell Risen. Hell Risen. Oh, bam, bam. That series and stuff. That was the ending of Year of the Villain, and that's what started the Dark Knight's death metal thing. So the beginning of the Year of the Villain, you had like Perpetua building up her team, where like she had like Lex Luthor become like Apex Lex, and then he got his like Legion of Doom set up, and then you had like Batman Who Laughs, and he set up a new team, and like his new team was King Shazam, and that was, and all these were like infected versions of themselves, so they weren't necessarily them, but they kind of were. This is Donna Troy. This is Deathbringer. Um, this is Michael Cora, Supergirl, and that is her right there. Once she got infected, and she actually they in the beginning of the series they kind of make it seem like she got infected but on an accident, but it was all actually part of the main. Superman was never one. She gets infected by like taking a blow from like trying to save Superman, and they always assume that Superman was the intended. But it wasn't. It was Supergirl. Scarab is another one. This is the infected version of Blue Beetle. And last but not least, one of my favorite, and most people don't even know about this dude, but the dark version of the Commissioner. This is the main reason leading up into the Joker War why he disappeared. Besides the fact that during the Joker War, Joker got his son to commit suicide, kind of thing, pushing him over to the edge. But that's why Commissioner Gordon's kind of on this hunt for the Joker, is because of what happens during the Batman Who Laughs thing. What he did during that time, he did some dark stuff. Last but not least, we had Hawkman, the Infected, and he was another. Some of them branched off to single issues, so it was like that one, and then it broke off to his own, because this actually comes from Hawkman, and so there was like I think 18, and this is 19, and then I think after 19 it led into like the main death metal series. Same thing with Supergirl. I am a huge Supergirl fan, especially when a lot of people complain about like, oh, I don't like the new costumes, or I don't like when they change characters. Sometimes I do. When they augment them, when they make them like incredibly like that much stronger or something like that, and like with Supergirl, they've done it twice in the past, and I've enjoyed both times. Like when they made her the Red Lantern, and she became like one of the strongest. Like even as the Infected, like they had to take her out so quick, to get rid of her, because she was already taking out people like Wonder Woman and Superman and stuff like that. Because she was just this super powered version of Supergirl as it was. Yeah, man, DC, they don't play around sometimes. Sometimes. Scarab Mummies and the Great Kabuki, but they Mag, damn. Son killed himself. I wish to be honest. I think they're working on it. I know they're working on it. But last but not least, into that Supergirl. But that's the issue that they finally get her to go back to normal, Supergirl. Um, and that leads into the Hell Risen, and that's why on the cover of Hell Risen, that's them. That's Supergirl, Scarab. Um, I'm drawing a blank, but it's the commish and all the weirdo, and then eventually it's because this is issue 2 of Hell Risen, but eventually it's Apex Lex and his crew fighting against and like it's kind of a joke once Batman Who Laughs goes up against Lex Luthor. um but they're at that point there was like a mix. It kind of crosses over back and forth between Justice League and that Hell Risen thing. But then after that, that's what started off the whole like um from there, that's what started off the whole the metal series. The metal, I mean, besides, and they're all out of order right now. Let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7. But okay, so okay, so Dark Knight, death metal. Let's say that's 4. I love that cover. That's when he becomes the Manhattan mixed with Batman Who Laughs. There's 5. Um, there's 6, 7. First appearance of Yara. Okay, so after that, this is where it gets kind of weird because they're at like they're mixed up, but all these are technically tie-ins. So technically, all these happened after the main series. Not most of them. Not after. Okay, so like hold on. hold on. I can fix that. Don't listen to me. I just messed up. Okay, so when they came out was a little weird. I want to say it was like issue one came out, issue two came out, then this one came out. Between issue like you know issue three and four, and I want to say three dropped, and then I want to say, bam, that dropped, and then I want to say after that, like five came out, and I want to say, bam, it was that one, and then after that, like after six, I want to say, bam, it was Trinity, and then after six, I want to say it was like. I want to say it was like multiverse ends because that was right before the very end. Um, and then it was like seven, and I want to say the last of it dropped all like the same time. That it was like this one, like this one happened before seven because this one or this one led up to the end. I know that. Um, yeah, I thought I'd like if I had, I'd have to go get a reading order at this point. But I know this is before seven because that's what he looks like at the very end. I want to say this is the last issue right before seven, before the final fight. Um, this one happened before because this is him getting rid of the multiverse pets kind of thing. This was right before six because this was besides like Omega Darkseid, he was the other like threat that they were kind of worried about in the beginning of the comic that they were warned about was Superboy Prime. Um, and Batman Who Laughed kind of like took him out. I mean, basically, they're all kind of like. I mean, I wouldn't say like I did read them like as they came out, and but I mean, I will say that the tie-ins that they are like significant to the story. But I would say if you just read the main story and you didn't read any of the tie-ins, you wouldn't be missing anything. They're just like the Robin King thing is just his origin. Um, I love Yara Flora. Because after death metal, after death metal, um, it's like future state. It's like I want to say, and I didn't even pick. I could show you what I picked up, but no, I already messing up. Yeah, there's too many. Because after Future State, it basically branched out. But there was like major ones in Future State, in my opinion, that were important. For instance, that's when you got Yara, the first because Wonder Woman had disappeared at the end of Death Metal. Um, wait, was that number one? That was number two. I'm sorry. Um, that's number one. And then I even have like the little poster that came out with. um, and I have like a couple different variants of two. I don't know what. Oh, that's what it is. Look, I'm crazy. Look, okay, so first it was this. It was like Future State Wonder Woman and Future State Wonder Woman number two, and I think she just had the two, and that's just when they called her Wonder Woman. Um, and then from there, that's when she branched off, and it went to like because at first we didn't get all their, they didn't jump off into Future State until they did the Infinity Frontier issue like zero, which is like that one, I think, yeah, zero. Um, and then that's when they started branching off and doing all the Future State. One, they did Infinity Frontier zero, and then I think they branched off and started doing the Future State, like Future State Teen Titans and Suicide Squad and all that junk. And that's kind of where That's kind of where we are now after Future State. That's kind of like the main run of things. I think right now we just finished all the main arcs after Future State. Like they've already finished in Infinite Frontier and like all the way through. And that finished dope, man. Like having the end. See why I'm confused? I'm a huge Omnibus fan. Because issues confused. I'm buying Inferno Prologue, crossover Inferno stories, all Omnibus. I may need buy all. So on trip back. Now I know my boy Glenn, he's in the omnibuses, and I do know that he complains for one about DC's speed on how they come out with omnibuses. Um, I figure by now, like, they'd be up to speed on like all omnibuses. I thought they'd already be in print, and, at least up to current stuff. I mean, the old stuff's out there, and they already have catalogs of it. Um, so I don't know what the weight is, but I do know on some of this stuff it is kind of weird. Like I would suggest, like, unless you don't have the floppies of stuff, I would highly suggest, like if you already read the main death metal or something, just pick up the trades, like you mentioned right there, picking up the trade paperback of if they sell like the death metal tie-ins or something like that, or maybe the Justice League run, because there's like 6 issues from Justice League that tie into the death metal stuff. They all have different covers, and you can tell they tie. They're from that world of the death, because it had every character looked different, and um, that's a great. Let's see, Future State 1 and 2 are my favorite comic issues. Swamp Thing, only 2 slaps on. Well, kills it on this. I've heard. And that's one I passed up was a Swan Thing, which is kind of weird. I'm a big Swan Thing fan. It was just really money wise. I missed out on that whole like Ram being Swan Thing. Um, I got to read like I want to say the first couple of yeah, they're out there, and there's other places like I know people in our community they've mentioned stuff like I think there's like this omnibus place, and it's like half off omnibuses or something like that. I do know, listening to certain people in the community, um, if you're into buying omnibuses and stuff like that, my suggestion would be to pre-order. They're usually like half the cost. Because the way it has been explained is basically once they hit the streets, they kind of triple in value sometimes. So they get really kind of expensive. So the best thing to do is like kind of look online and see what's coming out, kind of thing. On one good note is they don't drop a whole lot. It's not like comics where they're coming out with like 2,000 a month or something like that. I want to believe the speed of what they're coming out with omnibus wise. Like I know somebody said it's not, but I want to believe it has something to do with the paper shortage and the cardboard shortage and stuff like that, foil and chrome. Um, I've been told that that's not a thing, but I have to imagine it does play a factor in like on why you are getting the omnis at such a slow rate. Because in my opinion, like it just makes sense for Marvel and DC to sell comics more in every format you could, like $150 like omnibus type thing. Um, what we got over here? I don't own omnibus yet, but I want some. Well, I mean, I've owned a compendium, the Walking Dead compendium, and it was like 1 through 40 issues. It's like the size of an omni, but and I have trades. I have 2 behind me. I don't have any omnibuses, like true omnibuses, but I would love them. I mean, right now digitally, I have that capability. I mean, like if I wanted to read, DC's universe, like for one, they provide a like that would be my suggestion would be for $8 a month would be, especially if you're interested in the Dark Knight death metal thing, would be check out DC Universe app, and their backlog catalog is massive. And I think, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure they do have you know um that whole death metal stuff by now because that was 3 years ago. Let's see what we got here. The new series thing, 10 issue, but it says 10, 16. Tales of one organic price book for English. January through May is gonna kill me for book sound. That's a lot of us. A lot of us go through that problem, man. Merry Christmas, Sheena. Yeah. I mean, um, I want to say in the mainstream of things, like, I mean, if you can afford an Omni and you're not really like worried about collecting floppies, I know like Glenn, he does both. He collects, floppies and he does Omnis, and I mean, you collect what you want. You spend your money the way you want to. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and like honestly, I think it's like the coolest route as far as like if you really have some of those older comics, like, and you don't want to read them, kind of thing. The Omnis are like, and another thing with the Omnis is they're the complete form, that they usually have them in like the way it's supposed to be read, kind of thing. Um, like he was saying up here earlier, Stanos Dark Side, he was saying like he's having a problem with that Dark Knights and the reading order and stuff like that. Um, it might be like a thing where the company hasn't stated it, so it's hard for whoever's making the omnis to track down what the reading orders, kind of thing. I don't know. I can't imagine it being that hard to print, like, reprint a bunch of copies. How we But that's like facsimiles, right? They don't even print facsimiles that often, do they? It's like every like 6 months they might drop some new ones or something like that. But why not? Why don't we have like a whole bunch of facsimiles out there of like the big key comics, like the golden ones, or we really don't. My facsimile, I like my LCS. I want to say like they might have like 40 to choose from, but that's about it. But comparatively to all the big comics out there, it's not a lot of facsimiles. Especially if like you really wanted to branch into some characters, kind of thing. Um, I'm gonna throw the link in the chat in case anybody wants to hop in. No obligation. I don't, I mean, it is a holiday, so I don't, but just in case somebody wants to, um, let's see what we got here. Yeah, I'm loving this chat. Y'all sticking with me. I thank y'all a lot, and anybody, you know, y'all keeping this conversation going. We're already at 4 hours and 5 minutes. That's kind of the point. Is I kind of want a place for people to, like, that aren't doing anything, come and chill, kind of thing. As far as I know, there's not too many people doing stuff on Christmas. I know Slim Comics Samoa. He's got his Merry Christmas and Happy High. He's got a video that he just dropped. Um, let's see what we got here. I got the Walking Dead 4 comedians trying to solve the volumes issues and 15th and the extras. Yeah, I eat. And so we lost love, say cash on my. You better eat more than that, man. Once a week, you better start eating them books. So we got that dude in Nom Nom. He was here earlier. He'll teach you how to eat the books. He's really good at it, man. Um, I'm trying to recollect those, and you're like the first person that I know that actually not only wants that series in their collection. Um, a lot was okay. I have a lot. It was all right. I want to say it was like for me, it was like a half-half. The art was amazing in the lot. But honestly, Bad Idea, all Bad Idea books, they were all great. I mean, you have no idea. I got built up a conversation for about like 18 years because I haven't had anybody to talk to. So yeah, I'll be able to go for another 2 years. Well, I don't need anybody in here. I can just sit here and be like, "Hey, Mike, what's up? How you doing? How um, I like to call it as diarrhea of the mouth. It is a thing, if you don't have human interaction for so long, it's a true sickness. And just be careful, you will die. You will develop it. I highly suggest at least once a day you have some kind of human interaction. Um, I'm a tower junkie. Oh, me too, man. You caught me off guard there. I was like tower junkie. No, I love that. That's my favorite story, man. Dark Tower. Out of all stories, all And if you know me, that's what I'm all about. I'm all about stories. I love stories, video games, anime, comics, cartoons, everything. That's I'm all story driven, and that's all it takes to get me, into your franchise is a great story, a good lore, something like that, some good characters, stuff like that. But the Dark Tower, in my opinion, like the way he did it, and once you learn, because you could just read the what is it, the eight main books or whatever, but no, to actually read the whole story and all the tie-ins and Easter eggs, and you start seeing 1919 everywhere and that kind of stuff, and stuff starts adding up to 19, and you start counting pages looking for 19. That's when you know. That's when you know. No, but I love The Dark Tower. I love Stephen King. Stephen King's my favorite author, and it's not to say it's the only author I've read, but I've read a ton of Stephen King. Not everything because this he won't stop writing. I mean, the dude just keeps getting older, and it seems like as he's getting older, he keeps dropping like 4 or 5 books a year. It's like, dude, slow down. Um, no, I'm just joking though, but no, but he has increased. He used to be like one book every like 3 or 4 years. Now it's like 4 or 5 a year. It's like, damn. Um, no, but Stephen King is one of my favorite authors. I also like the person that's attached to those books, the comic book specifically, Robin Forth, I think is how you pronounce her name. Because she did all the kind of background stuff that was missing to go into the comics, kind of thing. Um, yeah, me too. I just hope he continues it. I mean, we already have kind of seen. Okay, I mean, technically, the movie was book 9, you could say. Like a lot of people don't understand that, but a lot of people kind of thought that the movie was like a reboot or them telling the Dark Tower series, but it really wasn't. It was book 9. You only understand that movie if you've read like the whole series in a whole. Because I saw that movie before I finished reading the series, and I kind of hated it. And then after I read the whole series, then I was like, bro, that movie was dope. I was like, no, it made a lot more sense. Like, yeah, but it's basically book 9. Mhm, another turn of the wheel. Exactly right. That's exactly what it was, and I hope they do that again. I hope they do like a more finite turn of the wheel, which would be dope. Um, because you think about it, because where the books leave off, it's kind of like one and done. If it's a turn of the wheel kind of thing, I mean, the only way you can turn it is go back and start the books over, which is like you get the same ending every time kind of thing. Like that's no fun. Um, but if they could like, kind of do it where they had like, I think it'd be dope if they had like a book 8, not 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and it was like each one had different endings. I think that would be kind of cool. Um, I read Baltimore kind of slog, but really satisfying ending. What's Baltimore? Is that one of his like recent books? I know he did like I thought he did like Blockade Billy or something, and then he did like I read The Outsider. I read like I'm like a couple years behind on his books, or maybe not, maybe a year. Yeah, no joke. But that's like Idris Elba. I think it's kind of weird that they kind of flipped. And I'm not against that. But I mean, Norad right here, he pointed out that I mean, he was kind of modeled after Clint Eastwood. I mean, I can go get let me go get it real quick, and I can take a viewer, vote. Who's this motherfucker look like? Who's that dude look like to you? Look like Clint Eastwood to me. I don't know about you. Nah, Stephen King even says it that he was like modeled after Clint Eastwood. All right, we got some. Okay, and Thanos Dark says I ordered 44 issues from Midtown just now. 3 Gunslinger Spawn, 2 Maze Back, Hyperlands. Comic seems I don't own straight up few other. I mean, something is killing the children of stray dogs. At this point, it's going to be hard. And Like, I mean, you can get the trades and stuff like that, but I mean, to get the floppies, it's gonna kind of be expensive. Anything over issue like 14 of and some of those other issues like issue 20, and because they all have kind of like first all the way through. But some of those other ones are great series. I've heard nothing but good things about Gunslinger Spawn. I'm currently reading Echolands, and I've loved it all the way through. I highly suggest, like, I mean, the book is just beautiful. And even if you don't get a chance to read the physical one, the digital version is, I honestly, I believe it's better. May's book has been, I read the first two issues, and it was pretty dope. Stray Dogs was an excellent series, but it's about to start up again. So get your wallets ready, I mean, and the stories are not done. Let's see, my perk and Xanax. Sorry, slow texting. I'm a dome. Promise me darkness. No, skip. Promise me darkness. The Me Live in the Dark. Yeah, Me Live in the Dark was great. The ending was okay. It depends on if that's it or if they kind of continue it. I kind of believe if they did continue it, it could be really, really dope. Um, it just depends. I believe that if they did the Me You Love in the Dark as a TV show or honestly a movie, it would be fucking sick as hell. Like it would be so dope. If they got the right people to do it, it could be really, really cool. And I honestly want to see like the ghost like thing. I want to see it in puppet form. I don't want to see it like digital. I kind of want to see it in puppet form, like all those weird eyes and teeth, but in puppet form. It would look weird. Um, but it would like fuck with you mentally because it would be like, because it didn't be a puppet form, you'd be like, oh, this thing kind of looks friendly, but like, does it kind of thing. Magnolia and Golden Vampire shit. I know Magnolian, that's Hellboy, right? Golden, I'm drawing a blank at vampire stuff. I love vampire stuff. What you talking about, man? You gotta be more scripted, Beefy. Come on, man. Let's see. I own all the Clint Eastwood. He's better. Mine too. I love Clint Eastwood. Not only that, but he's a musician as well. I think he does like symphonic something like that. But you can like YouTube is like a bunch of these people. Stephen King's got a like a folk kind of like with a banjo kind of band. Keanu Reeves, he's got a band. I wish they would make the comics rolling movie back. Well, like part four, you wish they'd start with like, and I'd be dead. I think that's where they should have started. That's where it makes sense to start the story because it's basically the origin of Roland. Um, it just doesn't sell. Well, kind of. It does because it's got romance, and then it's like the end of the series, all about the battle. Yeah, yeah, I can see it. Either or a movie. See, I'm getting tired of them trying to do these books in the movie forms. Do people don't understand to read like that size book? That's 80 hours, bro. 80 hours right there. Like, how are you trying to fit 80 hours into a 2-hour movie? Like, what kind of genie are you? And people that do like Harry Potter, like I applaud these people for fitting like a 40-hour book into a 2-hour movie. And then people complain about they left out that scene. Bitch, get the fuck out of here. And make the movie like the comics, like Sin City. Yeah, exactly. Man, those are two of my favorite comic book movies. Sin City and 300 and Watchmen, man, Zack Snyder. I know a lot of people are not fans of his DC stuff, but I was thinking of Nice Hustle in the Lake. I love Nice Hustle in the Lake it's not one of my top reads, but I have been enjoying it so far, especially for kind of like this DC's first kind of like indie read or whatever in a while since Vertigo. I get the trade paperback on these. Yeah, yeah. Reading Promise Me Darkness. Love Me in the Dark. I've read all Promise Me Darkness. It was okay. It was all right. A lot of tentacle love. I could say that. Meteors and cats and um DC Vampires that I liked. Yeah, I'm digging it. The first issue, it was okay. Um, the second issue kind of like upped the storyline a lot, so I'm kind of enjoying it a little more. Sisters of Laura would be an awesome story. I agree. I think they should do a whole show just based on short stories that evolved from the Dark Tower. That's how they could do some of the books, Easter eggs, like as far as a super flu. Like you could do like the Stand short story where they explain how like Captain Trips got spread that apocalypse kind of thing. They could do like a whole show where each episode's like Roland stepping through different multiverses and seeing different like Stephen King elements. It's kind of like how they did like it was kind of like what they were planning on doing with Castle Rock, but they kind of didn't. Castle Rock just turned out to be like a whole bunch of Easter eggs and stuff. As a movie, I could see a Sisters of the Laura definitely being done as a movie because like that, even the trade, it's a quick read. It's just those like 4 issues that they did. No, you're good, man. You don't have to apologize to me. I was a little confused about what you were talking about, but okay, right here. Sorry, Mike. Baltimore was a novel written by Mike McMillian and Chris Golden. A man seeks revenge on a vampire. Hmm. I can kind of see that. It's like it's basically like Salem's Lot. I don't know if it's basically, but it's what it sounds like. Salem's Lot was kind of like that. It was about that basically the vampire setting up shop in his town, and he started killing certain people, and eventually him and this little boy go after the vampire or whatever, and that's how the most people remember the priest in the movie, but and the priest is actually a huge character in the Dark Tower series. That's one of the things I love about the Dark Tower series, that you might, even if you saw in Salem's Lot, like you might have thought that that was the end of that character, and then he died in that movie, or he just ran off, and that was the end of him. Nope, lo and behold, he pops up in the seventh book or the sixth book or whatever it was, it the fifth book? Yeah, fifth book, I think. uh, No, it's been, I mean, 2021, and that's why I'm not trying to go too much into current comics, because tonight I'm gonna be on Comic Talks Weekly in about another 5 hours, and that's one of our hot topics tonight. Is we're talking about the 10 best, our 10. It's a panel of people, and we're gonna be going around saying our top 10 best reads from 2021. Because I could give you my list and stuff, but I prefer you come watch me over there. Plug. Um, Father Callahan. He was one of my favorite characters, man. That part in the book, I mean, I cried, boy, when we lost Father Callahan in the books. And I saying, no, but it still sounds dope. Just because one story's like another, that doesn't mean I won't check it out. Because I love vampires and stuff like that. Especially the opposite of a story, when you have writers and stuff like that that are bold enough to take a known story and flip flop it. I kind of like that. Now it doesn't always work out right, but I do like when they take that leap to try and flip flop certain things in the story. Um, I'm just reading all three omnibuses got in three big Jeff Johns, Green Lantern, and Blackest Night Omni. Trying to find Brightest Day, Pricey Omni, and so that's why I'm reading now. Deathstroke ain't reading yet. What's the show, Mike? The show is on Comic Talks Weekly, and trying to remember the name of the show. Oh, we're called the Designated Decoys on that show. And that's Comic Talk Weekly is what you can search, and YouTube, and it'll pop up. It'll be like a guy in a thumbnail, like um, and that is Phil. And we're all a part of Spine Ticks, and since Spine Ticks has kind of been on a break, we've kind of been flip flopping to each other's channel. But we will be on Phil's channel tonight, which is Comic Talks Weekly. And it'll be me, Roscoe, Tylock, Circumstance is going to be there. Let's see, Dave collects, yeah. I'm not positive, but it might be Southpaw Brad. But I think tonight there will be 10 of us, and I think there's some other guest members that might pop up. Um, but I can say it won't, as far as I know, it won't be a Christmas theme episode. It'll just be like after Christmas, because technically it'll be, I think it's 11:30 p.m. Eastern. So for me in Central it's 10:30, or 10 o'clock, 11 p.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. I'm sorry, I'm crazy. 11 p.m. Eastern, and that'll be 10 p.m. Central for me. Um, You can always follow me on Instagram. Evil's Comics is my same name. I'm on Instagram. I usually in my story, if you check out my story on my page, I'll post a link there. Or if any of the guys I just mentioned, they should have links to the show later on, like Comic Talks Weekly. That's his name on Instagram. Dave Collects Yeah Yeah. Geek Out with Roscoe. Tylox the Mighty, who was on the show earlier. He's going to be on Southpaw Brad. Circumstances. That's his Instagram handle. Um, I'm trying to think. That's it. There might be, like I mentioned, there might be some other guests, but as far as I'm remembering right now, we might. I think that's it. Um, let's see. That's the show, Comic Talks Weekly, and it's called Designated Decoys. Let's see, 2021 best read is Swamp Thing. I mean, I do know that Swamp Thing was a very talked about book this year. Ramby. I was just introduced to Ramby this year, so I will say he is one of my new favorite writers. Everything that I read under, whether he was with DC, his indie stuff, one of his indie books is on my top 21 list. I can say that. But I did not get a chance to read Swamp Thing. I did read him when he carried over into Batman and when he carried over into Suicide Squad when they were trying to, basically kidnap him and bring him into the Suicide Squad. Um, it's up there, Nice House and like I don't know if I might have to like think about it. If you know my channel, my number one is kind of a toss up right now, but it's kind of easy to deduce what my number one, number two. Um, Goodness grief. Hey, what's up, Pokemon Joe? What's up, Joe? Merry Christmas, man. Happy holidays. Um, I'll put the link in case anybody, the link's already in there, but I put a fresh one in case anybody wants to stop in. No obligation. I don't mind rambling either. No, but tonight I think it's just gonna be like we're just, talking about the top 10 stuff like that. Now that right there, now that one I can agree that would definitely be on my top 10 list. Nottingham was definitely good. Never Never was another one that was really good. Um, and some of the more popular ones that everybody wants to like foam at the mouth kind of thing. I'm okay with them. They're good books. Like I can say, Nice House on the Lake is one of those. I mean, it didn't even really sell me into the third book. To me, I've read a whole bunch of post-apocalyptic scene, a whole bunch of post-apocalyptic. In the beginning of the book, there wasn't anything like fresh or new for me. It wasn't until about the third or fourth issue until it really like kind of sank in and kind of like got me more into the story kind of thing. But that's not to say that that it's not up there. It is one of the better reads this year. I can say in my regard with Nice House on the Lake, I wish we would have got like, I'm not saying better, but just different art for Nice House on the Lake. I'm not a big fan of the whole abstract thing, especially with this kind of story. I wish we had a little more definition on certain things, especially when we're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. But that's just my opinion. And I'm not saying the art is bad at all. I'm just saying I just would have preferred more of a different style of art. Now, what different style of art? I'm not sure. Um, let's see. Yeah, me too. Ram, great. Look at it now. 6 extra issues. Put them Swamp Thing, Green Hell. I'm curious about. I don't think it's going anywhere. I do know they're about to restart up Justice League Dark, and he usually has major ties with Justice League Dark. But DC has been pretty favorable to their main and a bunch of their side guys. So I don't think his and Swamp Thing being one of the better selling books this year, I don't think it's going anywhere. It might take a break, but that's about it. There's nothing wrong with the break. You don't want the story getting stale, kind of thing. Um, Plus, it's always like an. But I do know that Ram B, as I heard, he signed on for Swamp Thing. Like, I mean, don't quote me on that, but I mean, maybe somebody can in the chat and. But I'm pretty sure he got signed on like permanently. Like I think it was Justice League Dark and Swamp Thing because he's writing both. But I think he got signed on permanently. Um, I bet I'm not positive, because I know we just switched over for Batman, and I know they're about to switch over back for Superman, but I think that's like in a like 4 or 5 more issues, something like that. Um, let's see. I've been grabbing the Brian Boland Swamp Thing covers. I don't know the name Brian Boland, but I do know he had I think both A and B covers were always really good on Swamp Thing that I can remember. Department of Truth was a big book this year, of course. So I missed out on Department of Killing and Department of Truth and Something is Killing the Children, the very beginning of them. I kind of hopped into indies like when Something is Killing the Children was around, like issue 8, and I still wasn't like sold on the series. So I kind of hopped like I don't have any issues before issue 10 on Something is Killing the Children and Department of Truth. For some reason, it didn't pop up in my circle at first, so I don't think I heard about it until like maybe issue 15 or something like that. And by then, it was kind of like too late. That's kind of like Ice Cream Man. I don't think I heard about Ice Cream Man until like later on, and like Haha and stuff like that. I kind of missed out on the boat on some of those. A lot of the other ones, because that's when I started out with Stray Dogs and Layla Star, Barbaric. No, I mean there is a bunch of this year, in my opinion. There's been nothing but great reads. My bigger question to you would be what bad books came out this year for 2021, and honestly, out of all of them, only one comes to mind. I can think of one issue of it was like issue 3 of like the Teen Titans Academy, and it's not that it was just kind of a boring issue, but most people might say like the Joker, the 5th issue or something like that when they did the flashback thing. Um, oh man, I love Vampirella. This run of Vampirella got me into Vampirella because I'd never read Vampirella before that. Um, but that free comic book day version of Vampirella that got me into it, and I started going backwards and forward and reading Vampirella because of Bolin did the killing joke, the killing joke. I know what you mean, the killing joke. Um, and what was that a reference to? Oh, okay, Brian Bolin Swamp Thing covers. Okay, um, I'm looking at him right now. Yeah, I kind of dig his art. I don't know. I mean, I like the Killing Joke, the cover, and the inside of the book. Give or take, it wasn't bad. Um, because that was one of the books I just had in the closet was the Killing Joke. I think I got like the 6th print or something like that. Um, nothing to fad about. It's not. Um, I think that's the only major like Batman key I have in my collection. The older Batman key is the Killing Joke, I guess you would say. The Dark Knight Returns, I have that. Um, no, I don't know a whole lot of Brian Boland, no, not that I can think of. No. Yeah, but there was a lot of top contenders. I mean, a lot of people don't want to, like he brought up Swamp Thing, and Swamp Thing, it was like, a set issue run. But like, I mean, in my honest opinion, I love Batman this whole year. The past, I mean, City of Bane, Joker War, Fear State, I loved it all the way through. I know some other people did not, but I've really enjoyed Tynion's run. I've enjoyed all the new characters. I've enjoyed the twists and turns. I mean, um, they're specifically Detective Comics, and okay, that's where it gets weird because I read both, and both of them technically, I mean, like right now, Detective and Batman, they're both running side by side. I think they're about like they did finally like kind of merge it all for their like 2 weeks separate, but they're still like same, like especially during Fear State, it was the main. I mean, they were running like side by side, and so I mean, it's kind of like the same series kind of thing. Wonder Woman was dope, man. Wonder Woman this whole past year, I love all the way through. Um, I have to see. I don't know. but I might know his art and stuff like that, and just not know the name. Bolin sounds familiar, and so I know that, and not just from the Killing Joke, because that's not where I know that. That's not where my reference is coming from. Let's see right here. That Free Comic Day Bam got me into her issues pricing. That's variants. Come on, yeah, I know. Um, I mean, Evil Ernie's brand new. I just read Evil Ernie the first time. That new the reissue that just came out, and I really enjoyed it. Hold on one second. Look at that. I got a celebrity coming in.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
What's up? Hey, Joe.
What's going on? Just got finished
Hey,
putting everybody down for Christmas, and I figured I could do a little holiday cheer and hang out with you.
yeah, man. That's kind of what I've been doing all day. It's just like a separate place, in case you want to get away from the family or get away from the food or the gifts. Or, no.
I just dropped my daughter off at the airport, and I was like, done. My wife's tired, so I was like, I'm drinking and eating Cheetos.
That's a good mix right there, man. Christmas on. You get anything cool for Christmas? And now that
My
it's
daughter
done,
actually got me some comic books. You want to see what I got?
yeah.
It's kind of cool. She found these in Ohio because that's where she lives because she doesn't know any better. No offense to the people in Ohio. The first thing we got here was a DC Superstar presents Teen Titans. This is kind of a cool little book here. If you've never seen it before. She's got a good eye. There's no doubt about that. One of my favorite issues from Secret Wars, #4, with that iconic Hulk holding up.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Great cover.
Yeah.
She helped me find a missing book that I had in a run that I had, the Joker, the original run. I could never find #4, and I finally got it.
That's cool.
Yeah, these aren't super high-end books, but then again, she's a young girl. She ain't got no money.
That's all high end for me.
Yeah, right. And she got me, oh yeah, a Secret Society of Supervillains because I'm Pocan Joe. And of course, I got issues 1 and 2 of that. So that was super cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
So some really good stuff. So very nice of her. And then I got a bunch of blacksmithing tools because the last year of Evil Air projects and builds, I've really worn out those tools. So I got new blacksmithing hammers and everything. So we can make some more cool stuff next year.
You got any projects coming up? I know you've done some crazy stuff already.
So I'll give you, we're finishing up the web shooters right now, and we selected 2 families to get gift boxes from us. We got Mark from Legion of Comics and Freaky Louie and his family. So we're sending the young boys, they're both about the same age. We're giving them actual working web shooters. And then for the rest of the kids, we got a bunch of little knickknacks and nerdum in there for all of them to kind of dispense however they feel they need to.
That's cool.
Then January starts.
What you say?
Well, I kind of stuck my foot in my mouth at C2E2. And, have you ever heard of like these companies that make lightsabers like Ultra Saber and Forge Saber and all these companies? Well, somebody was looking at them and they were like, wow, these are really nice, blah, blah, blah. And of course, me being a douchebag, I'm like, dude, that's just an aluminum tube that's been milled. I could do that. And then somebody was like, I guess you got a project for me then. And I was like, shit. So January, it looks like I'm making a working lightsaber with sound, a stunt one. Familiar with the different terms. There's a stunt one where you can actually hit it against things and all of that. And I got to do lights, sound, clashing, the whole 9 yards. So I got to learn how to program a microchip and soundboard.
Getting all like technical on it, damn.
Yeah. This is going to be harder than the laser. And mind you, I'm built to laser using scrap parts.
You can't just like grab like an old like beat up like Star Wars lightsaber and take like the sound chip out of that thing.
Mine's got to be better because I put my foot in my mouth, so it has to be better.
Yeah, that'd be dope though, especially if you already have kind of like the knowledge on how to do that. And I've seen. I mean, I don't even know where to start on a damn lightsaber. That's crazy.
What I'm thinking is I got some old computer parts laying around, and I know I got some soundboards in it, so I'm pretty sure I can program those just to take those sounds with an SD card or something. Is my thinking. The lights, probably going to go with, instead of like what they normally do, where they stick like an LED light strip in it, right?
Mhm.
I think they actually make these cool little projection lights that can actually go through it. And if you diffuse it by using foam or slightly whitening it, you can still get the same effect. So
Hmm.
I'm thinking about going that route with it. And then, I have a mill and everything, so I'll probably just mill out the handles and parts. I'm thinking about going with because I put my foot in my mouth, the Return of the Jedi lightsaber, with the one with the cup at the end and
Oh, okay,
goes
I
real
gotcha.
small. Yeah, that one.
I was
Yeah.
thinking maybe you're gonna like design your own, like like not even do one from the movies, just come up with your own poke on Joe. Like that'd be dope.
I want them to
Like
hold it and go, holy shit, that's from Return of the Jedi.
one
Maybe they
that
won't look at it too
I,
much.
if I had you build one, I'd want to do the Ray one, the retractable like double lightsaber thing. How she had it come out,
Oh,
how it
yeah, the
came
thing
up,
where,
came out
yeah.
folded like that, and then all of a sudden it was like, it was like, oh shit. Um,
That's a
and that
good
kind of
question for the chat. If I made two, what should the other one look like? There's a good question for the chat. Any suggestions? I get all my ideas from everybody. So,
well, you have I was kind of thinking of like you have the Inquisitor ones, and they're like the circular ones. They're just like the little handle with like the kind of come, and they have that like rotating. That
yeah.
one could be that'd be like real simple. Um, that one could be fun though, like especially if you did the trainer ones. You think about it, like actually hitting stuff with the stuff. Oh man, you could have like some fun with that shit.
Yeah.
Um, think about the other ones.
Darth
Most of
Maul's.
them are just handles though. I mean, most of them are all just like single bladed, besides the double blade.
I've been looking at the websites, and I'm not like I like
Got-
Star Wars, but I'm not like deep. Like some of these cats are deep into Star Wars and they're like the history of this shit. So I was looking around online at some of these stores and the ones that they make, and I was just like, damn, I should have kept my mouth shut. Like
yeah, because
I could have just
yeah,
made a knife for
'cause
somebody.
it's almost like building like a real hilt to a sword, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
but then you're trying to figure out how to construct the lightsaber part of it and look presentable and that kind of stuff too.
Yeah.
Um,
We're making this for White Shadow because I realized I hadn't made him anything, and he's
for Chip,
been, yeah.
nothing for Chip.
I'm gonna make that for Chip. He was the one that was with me while I was at C2E2, so why not?
I figure you do like basic comic book stands or something, for some of these guys. And do a basic project, just knock them off. Be like, there you go, Chip. All right, let's see. We got double sided. They look best swinging in the dark,
Yeah,
and honestly, I haven't seen anybody. They do that whole like where they pull it out of the back and reels or whatever. I've never seen anybody do the double.
yeah.
Nice. You
But
could
yeah,
have
I had to
the
do my homework for it. Apparently, there are like, if you're going to make one, there are cats out there that are so deep into Star Wars lore, like they expect you to put a Criberian crystal in it, even though you can't see it. Like they want you to like go all out. And I get it, right? It's like me in comic books, right? You got a passion for it,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
And the moment you have some knowledge on something, you want to lecture people that don't know, right?
If
Right
you're
or
gonna
wrong.
do, you might as well do it right, kind of thing. I
Yeah,
mean,
to where an authority would appreciate it, right? So I was like, ah, shit.
when you did the Thor hammer, did anybody trip out? Like, was there any kind of hate stuff or like that's not the real Melnor or like
No,
that would
actually, that was my most disliked video, and nobody told me why.
really? You
Yeah,
got thumbs downs on
I
that?
got thumbs downs on that. Some people just
Well,
did. I don't know why, because I mean, I made that thing damn near perfect to the movie
I
and made it
shared
all from hand.
that video with people. Like I showed on like people that just watched the movies. I was like, look at us in the community. Look at this dude. Look what he's over here doing. He's in his garage making like hammers that can conduct electricity and shit. Like I was all no, like how like who disliked that? Like what the hell?
I don't know. Some people are just weird. It is.
But there's some
I
I
have
know
a
who it
following.
was.
I have a following.
That's how you know your love when you start because those are your like super fans, the ones that dislike your videos and they show up in the chats and they troll you and stuff like that. That's your
I
super
often
fan.
say if you need the thumbs down the video, I'm totally cool with that. But if there's something I need to know or learn or something like that, then by all means leave a comment. Like I
They don't
respond to
though.
everybody.
They don't. They do it in the shadows.
Yeah, it is what it is.
No, I've gotten the thumbs down, and like, it's like, man, what did I do wrong? Like, just tell me. No, they don't tell you.
They just disagree with you, and they should. They have the right to do that. That's why that button's there. I wish they would put it back out there so I could point at it and be like, "How many people hated this video?" and tell me why.
If they take it away, I thought it was still there.
Yeah, now you can't see the number of dislikes now. You can still dislike, but you can't see the
Oh,
number.
yeah.
You have to go in on the back end, go to your content, and go to that particular video, and it will show you there.
Yeah, but publicly they can't see. Yeah, I saw that.
Mhm. I thought that was weird. I don't know why that's there, but whatever. Hurt feelings or whatever. I don't know.
The hilts have hundreds of it. Yeah, no kidding.
Oh yeah, the Mace Windu one. That's
Yeah, I always like the purple one. I always like his his hilt and everything. I just like the purple. It was like such a different color.
yeah.
I like the golden one. The golden one at the end was dope.
Oh yeah.
The white, I like the white ones, but they're kind of basic. It's like if you did white, it looked like a fluorescent tube kind of thing.
So we kind of saw these artist renditions ones where they would actually kind of mill in the designs into the Holt, and one kind of looked like computery, it had like little circles and lines. And then one person actually took the time to freehand like Asian art all around the damn thing. And I was just like, yeah, I'm not that talented.
What you should honestly do is you should honestly like come up with your own like new lightsaber. Have it so dope that it makes it into the films or the show or some shit like that.
No, I'm not that popular, man. I'm just some dude in a garage.
Yeah, but think about it like this. Like, look at it. Like, remember that the kid that like was doing the whole like lightsaber thing in his garage, and like,
Yeah.
dude, that made it into Star Wars. You know what I'm saying? Like that's so popular. They added it into the Mandalorian. So
Yeah.
like, I mean, you never know. But like, I was thinking like right now, like, what about nunchucks?
If I was
Like,
going to do anything, I would
what if,
probably try to
what if
think, because apparently there was a Mandalorian in the ethos of Star Wars. There is an actual Mandalorian that was a Jedi Knight.
yeah,
And I
there was.
know Chip Getler is a huge fan of the Mandalorian and Boba Fett and all that, but I can only find the comic book content of it. It doesn't really show what the lightsaber looks like. Apparently, it was a dark saber. The dark saber came from this particular character.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
Right.
He's the one who builds the dark saber, and that's
So
why
I could
that's why.
find what that hilt would look like, because that would be the key there. I can make a blade look dark and still glow. I can do that. That would be cool.
Dark saber, and it's only going to get bigger because the next season is going to be focused all about the dark saber, and I think that's when we're finally getting more lore into the Purge and the Mandalorian side of things. I mean, that would be dope. But I was thinking, like, what about nunchucks? What if you just did two hilts, but you had like what the other hilt would be
I
like?
don't even know how that would work. Can you imagine having to swing a lightsaber nunchuck around? It's like,
I mean, could you imagine how it would look? That'd be dope. I mean, the
every
guy
dude
would
that
have to.
whacks himself in the nuts with him will chop him off.
Yeah, the guy who would be the master at wielding him, he'd just have one arm and he'd be missing like parts of his body because like from the years of training and stuff. That would be dope. Like his name would be like Arthro, because I don't know. He just has one arm.
How was your Christmas?
My Christmas is great, man. I was showing off my books. I just got dollar books. I just got like run fillers and stuff like that.
Nice.
Yeah. I got most of my presents. I got a little before Christmas. I got like a little most of all mine were comics. I got like 4 or 5 comics cut like a week back that were shipped to me. Yeah, but my Christmas has been good. I can't complain about today, and it's been a nice day. Hanging in
We did all right. So my wife and we follow a lot of Christmas stuff, but on my side of the family, we're all Jewish. So we did the whole Hanukkah thing and all that, and that was a good time. I always like spending time with family. It makes me happy. As much as a villain as I am, I do like hanging out with my evil family. But
Yeah, that's
I've always been particular to Christmas. We've always celebrated Christmas because of my daughter and my wife. So we always do that. And it was really good. First off, it was really good to have my daughter back in town. She got some time off, was able to come out here for a day and a half. So we made sure she was taken care of. Yeah. And plus, I like
that's
getting tools at Christmas time. It makes me feel like I already know, like I'm a manly man. Like I already know I am. But when people
yeah.
are like, he's so much of a manly man, all we can do is give him tools. That just makes me feel better.
But there ain't nothing wrong with it. I like that. That's like, I mean, for certain people, gifts are easy. When you know I can just get you a tool and you'll be happy with it.
Yeah,
Like, bro, there's nothing wrong with that.
there's
You
nothing
know,
wrong with that at all. Like I
they can,
guarantee you, I what was it last year? I got a wrench set, right? Standard
yeah,
wrench set, 3/8 all the way up to an inch wrench set. I have 4 sets of wrenches out there, but I'll go through some wrenches now.
yeah. I mean, because that, I mean, and you can't. That's the thing. You can't ever have and I mean, it's like I have three hammers. I don't know why I have three hammers, but I still use all three of them. You know, I mean, like,
What was really
uh,
good about this is I don't know if you or your fans or even interested in this, but the great thing about when you buy somebody a blacksmithing hammer, right? You can't get them just one. You got to get them a couple, right? The great thing about it is that they always come square faced and very, very flat. And the reason for that is because you're supposed to take them and shape them into what you want them to be. A blacksmith hammer doesn't come to you ready to blacksmith. You have to
really,
dress it and all this other stuff. Yeah, because depending on your strike or depending on how you want to move your metal, you have to fix the hammer to do that kind of stuff. So, and my wife, she knew this, so she went to the correct place to buy the right one instead of one of those bullshit ones you get online and Amazon. It's like blacksmith hammer, blah. It's some garbage I don't need. So that was
I,
took a little thought on my wife's side, and I really like that.
I've
Well,
done
what's
some
Joe for a New Zealander? A New Zealander? You're gonna have to explain that one. Beef it up.
the beard, and the hat, and and your the windbreaker. Um, I thought that, when I first saw you, Joe, before you started talking, I thought you were like a New Zealander because but then you started talking. Well, I mean, your name for one, it kind of refers that, yeah, you're in some part of Southern America, like Pocahontas Joe,
Spokane, yeah. Who knew I was Jewish? Just a Jewish guy from Virginia.
That's like Sammy Davis. No one, there's a lot of Jewish people out there that no one. I haven't heard too many other Jewish people in this community. Yeah, either that or they just weren't vocal about it. I don't know.
Well, you got to
But
think. I'm obviously not hardcore Jew. I'm Southern Jewish.
I always like saying, that's what I was telling, I always say happy holidays just to encompass everybody, because I mean, not
I
everybody.
honestly, I just say Merry Christmas. Again, I'm in the South. I know I'm kind of the oddball thing walking around, but it. I don't think, and this is from me, my family, and our friends in our Jewish community. We're not hung up about it. That's your holiday. You should celebrate your holiday. It's generally how we think of it. And wishing
Yeah,
somebody else a Merry Christmas isn't enforcing anything on them. You're just telling people that it's your holiday and that you're just saying, it's a greeting for it. So
yeah.
I never understood this whole you need to respect other people's. Jesus Christ! Can you imagine having to respect everybody's religion and the correct thing to say on the right day?
One, we'd have to know
That
it
would be a
all.
nightmare, right? That would just be a nightmare.
We'd have to
So,
know every traditions, and that would be nice, but we don't, not yet. But like, that's the problem is we don't all. It's like, yeah, Beef it does. Beef is a New Zealander.
really, I
Well,
didn't know you were from New Zealand. That's amazing. That's nice.
yeah, Beef is.
I've always wanted
Um,
to see New Zealand. I really want to go to New Zealand.
Me too. I just want to go where the hobbits live, man. Go to the Shire. I know it's there. I'm not.
Right. Like I think that's what stunned me about it too. It's like, oh
Oh, like that whole landscape over there is beautiful, and I mean
man.
they still film like tons of movies out there just because of
There
how
was a
pretty.
YouTube channel I used to watch. It was I'm pretty sure they're still on YouTube, but it was a New Zealand family, and they would react to things that are kind of historically significant to America. So it was like New Zealand family reacts to the Star Spangled Banner, and then they learned what exactly all the words and everything, and like the kids started crying. Like I felt bad, right, when they told the story or what the Civil War was about, and getting a foreigner's perspective on our history and how deep it goes. I was just like, oh, wow, okay, so this has meaning to the. Okay, I get you. I'm kind of proud of that, sure, and definitely some hunting, fishing, and beer. Bubba,
Yeah.
I'm all. Come on now. I'm sitting here drinking Gentleman Jack and eating Cheetos. I can hunt. I can fish.
I mean, that's kind of like that was one of the first traditions that I was taught was the hunting and fishing thing. I think my
Yeah.
dad. I've said this before. My dad took me hunting. I think the first time I was like 5, and I think the first time I actually shot a gun, I was like 6. I think it was around that time. I mean, fishing was way earlier. I think fishing was like as soon as I was like a
Yeah.
toddler.
Every kid learns how to fish early. Yeah. That's really good. I've evolved in my hunting though. I actually make my own ammunition to go hunting. It's impossible to find bullets. I just make my own.
No, I've seen. I don't remember where you. I think you were alive and you were showing that. You were
No, I
showing
did the
the.
room. I did the YouTube cribs for TM Nerdy.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I had the bullets that lined up on the mill and I was carving them out for a guy.
Yeah, I was like, this dude's making his own bullets. So I was like, damn it. Uh,
I don't think I've ever asked this before. What state are you in?
I'm in Texas. I'm in Houston.
Oh, I don't know why. I always thought you were someplace up north.
Mm-mm. It's my accent. Most people can't place it, and then I do my jokey like New York stuff, and
You're kind of like Nick's Kicks and Comics. You're kind of like a transplant from the north.
I never lived in the north. Well, I have. I lived in New York for a year. Well, like 8 months, and I've lived in Colorado for like 2 years. But I was born and raised. Well, not born and raised, but I was raised here in Texas. But I'm from closer to Beefhead. I'm Australian and German, but my family side is more of the Australian. Um, but we came over here. I mean, I've been over here ever since. Like, um, I've been back and forth, family, since I've been over here. But no, I've been in Texas like pretty much my whole life. Like even when I left, to go visit, go live, like because that's what I was doing. Was just I spent like some time in New York. I spent some time in Colorado. I spent some. It was just to get out of Texas to see some other parts of America. And even after seeing those parts, I came back. I was like, nope, I'm coming back. Um,
That's funny.
let's see, what is that?
I
Yeah,
have to say here, how do we say that? Noranad? How do you say that name?
NORAD?
Noranrad?
NORAD, yeah.
No, I'll
NORAD.
go. If that's wrong, spell it phonetically in the chat. But
I
Montana,
think that's
you're the
it's supposed
third person that I've met that's from Montana. So that makes a total. I think that's like half the population of Montana right there.
yeah, half the population. I don't think I think he'd be the first one. I don't know if I know who else is in Montana. Where are you at? You in Montana?
No, I'm in Virginia, the
That's what I
mother
thought.
state. The mother state. I'm
All right,
sorry, I
Dana.
have a huge ego about Virginia because we have no sports teams or any of that stuff. We're just Virginia. We
Well, you
fought.
could be living. You could be living in our state, and we just don't have any sports teams to like talk about. I mean,
I've lived in. Oh, don't get me wrong now, but when I was in the Army, I've lived pretty much all over. Let's see, I was in Fort Hood, Texas for 6 months.
yeah, I know for in San
Yeah,
Antonio.
that I don't care what you say, what downtown area, that Army base is more gangster than anywhere you can imagine. It is ghetto as shit.
People think we're like they get this like cowboy image, and it's really not. Like it's the opposite, where it's like gangster.
That base was full of gangsters and thugs, like throwing up signs at each other on base. I was like, "What's wrong with you?"
He said, "Damn, I'm in San Antonio, Texas. Leslie, I thought you were in New York. No, I don't know. I mean, oh,
You
I do
kind of
those.
you kind
I
of
do
throw off
those.
that New York vibe.
Well, see, I do a lot of different accents, and I do that on purpose. But like, okay, for one, my natural accent is the Aussie. Like, and the only time you'll ever hear me do the Aussie thing, and unless I'm just doing an impersonation, is when I get mad for some reason, or when I'm drinking, it comes out. But I'll start. It's a certain way I slur, but that comes out. But I don't. It's my German and the because I speak German, period. But
Mhm.
both those kind of come out when I'm drinking or whatever. But like the accent wise, I don't know why. Like I don't have when I say certain words like y'all, or when I use certain words that are from here, then you kind of because y'all is kind of like a southern thing,
Mhm.
thing. The way I said thing right there. But no, I get that all the time. Like asking where's my accent from and this and that. I don't know if I have a real reason. Yeah, Norman Rad. That's what I thought. I thought it's like it's a real name, the Silver Surfer or whatever. And I think 82 might be the year he dropped, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember Silver Surfer. He was at NORAD. No, I don't know. NORAD Arad. That's a cool name though. I like it. I
I
heard it's
heard
open carry 6 shooters in Texas.
it's
We
it's
got
open.
ARs in Virginia.
It's I was born in Australia in Sydney.
Hmm.
My most of my family, most people when I say this, they're like, "What?" Most of my dad's family was a family that worked on Christmas Island. So if you know about Christmas Island, and it's
Where
closer
Christmas
to
Island
New
is.
Zealand. But there's not a lot out Christmas Island. It's not. I never really spent any time out there. It's just like that's the only thing I have as far as reference, as far as where my dad worked, like my father's family worked in Australia. But no, pretty much just Sydney and Melbourne is all I know. And I've only been there as a tourist. I've never been there like as a citizen or anything.
I was out there for a few weeks for some desert training in the outback. That was about it. And we spent 3 weeks out there, and we didn't get to have any time like off in the town because the schedules popped off weird. So like we went out there, some guys gave us some Vegemite, and we were just like, yeah, that's garbage. Um,
that Vegemite I grew up with. We had that both here and there.
Bro, with
So I
your
mean,
vegetable paste, it tastes like
so for me it
cheese.
was different. It's not so bad. Like I was Um, yeah, but it's not appealing. And he was saying, yeah, he was born in 82 and yep, Silver Surfer. Lee Wack Comics and no, he's not my cousin, but I mean he's an Australian. There's a lot of people in Australia. Simple Simon.
Simple Simon and Nerdy Girl. Is it Nerdy Girl? The one Simple Simon's hanging out with?
Yeah, and then Matt Spidey, and then there's quite a few in Australia. Vegemite is awesome. Bro. No, bro.
I will take
Um,
peanut butter all day long.
yeah, me too. Like after, like I take Nutella or peanut butter, and I'm not even a big fan of Nutella, but I take those over Vegemite.
But I get it. It's an acquired taste. That's definitely true. Oh yeah, Captain
So
Charo. Yeah,
yeah,
he's Australian too. Mad Spidey.
uh,
I like that dude. That dude makes me happy.
it's funny, man. Um,
He seems
no,
like
but
the redneck version of an Australian to me. Which I
some
can
of
deal with.
my yeah, weird how some of them are like very typical, and then some it's like you'd never like Simple Simon. You get the accent, but he doesn't come off as a traditional like Australian,
Yeah. Well, he was in a
Lee.
punk band for like the longest time.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Lee does not come off as a traditional like Australian. I don't
He
know if
comes
that's
off
like
like Van Morse
yeah, yeah.
in your face.
Yeah, actually, Lee feels like more American than most people I know. It's so weird because, like, okay, a lot of people don't get this, but we have a lot of things that do exist country to country. And we have certain stuff like you kind of have to live over here and grow up to know it. And it's kind of like that verse, vice versa, country to country. But like, there's some people that just kind of like get certain things, and like Lee's one of those people. Like, I don't know if he's just had American friends his whole life. I don't know what it is, but he's certain. It's like trying to explain certain race things to like other countries, like that we have over here. They don't get it. Like Japan and their fascination with like fried chicken and stuff, and they all like their main drink that they serve.
Wherever, man. I've been to Korea. All they need to do is go to Korea. Loves themselves some fried chicken. I lived in Korea for 2 years.
Japan, it was like a 5-star restaurant, bro. I was like,
Yeah, right. It's like, oh my god.
I was all like, what the hell is this? And it was like a $40 meal. I was like, but
We
I
had a
mean, it
bunch
was
of
really,
soldiers. They're called Katusas. They kind of work for the U.S., but they're part of the Korean Army. They kind of work as translators and stuff for us, usually admin jobs. Oh, well, thank you for their service. I'm sorry to hear that.
yeah, that
Call up your
sucks. I'm
local
sorry.
American Legion. They might be able to work something out with you. Actually, they do stuff like that all the time. But anyway, I'm gonna get on
Battle,
it.
um, you
Um,
know,
but yeah, when I lived in Korea, it was first off, it was probably the most culturally shocking thing I've ever done in my life. But we were. I mean, I've been to Africa. I've been to most parts of Europe. I've been to South America. Like I've been to places before, but Korea was probably the only country where I could actually spread my wings, get out, have some drinks, do some stupid shit. I even had a part-time job as a bartender and teaching
where
English
was,
at night. I
where
was a
was that in?
zero instructor. That was Korea in the
Oh,
90s.
Korea.
Like rap music was just popping off in Korea. Oh, it was
And
awesome.
what year was that?
It was 90. Let's see, I did it through 98 through 99.
And you said that was when they like stationed you. That's when you had like the most freedom and stuff. Is when they stationed you in Korea.
Yeah, it was the first time I've been to another country where I wasn't going to war, trying to start some shit. I was just there to teach various
Mm.
combat the tactics and stuff like that. So I was a training NCO for 2 years.
You went to Australia. It was the opposite. It was
Yeah, I was
yeah.
there for a few weeks to sweat my ass out in the desert, maybe eat some bullshit food. And then we taught Australians how to use our weapon systems a lot better because they were kind of converting to more like our type of weapon systems and demolitions and stuff like that. So it was kind of a trade off type of thing. We were trading things off. And then in Africa, I was just there to start shit. That was my
Mm.
entire time there.
I've never served. I have a lot of members, and all the males in my family before me, they all served. I was like the first one because, like, right when I would became that time, I got lucky in a draft. Like Clinton stopped the draft, so um, my family gave me the choice. Like, you want to do education kind of thing, or you want to, move on to the service. And I didn't. I went to college and stuff like that. My sister actually, she became a Marine. She took my spot. So like every other guy before me. Hey, Travis, Station. Merry Christmas, man.
Yeah,
Um,
you're not doing anything. You're in Canada. Okay, Santa Claus there. Jump on, buddy.
yeah, but
I like
I'll
Tim.
put,
He makes me happy too.
um, hold on one second. Um, no, so I have been to some other countries, but never for war or anything like that. I've never been so I don't know what.
I remember, and this is showing my age. I remember when there was a Bosnia, a Kosovo, and a Croatia.
Oh, I do remember.
Because I
I
went
remember.
there and we
I
put an
remember.
end to that shit and made it all one country.
That's crazy. You think back on stuff like that. It's I can remember before, like, it's like said things like easy things like energy drinks and stuff like that. Before they, can you go back in time and like think about just common things that are around us now, and you go back like 20, 25 years and they didn't even exist, kind of thing. Um, there was something else. He said right here, I don't want to mess that. That died in 2004. Agent Orange, respect, Pokemon Joe.
Rough one there, yeah. Those guys kind of got screwed over in that Agent Orange deal.
And that's what he was talking about right here. A lot of them, he's getting compensation for Agent Orange. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, stuff's hard, man. Um, no, but I know I've always wanted to go to Korea. How was Korea? Was it pretty and stuff, or I mean, where you were stationed or whatever? Or
I've been well. My main base. I was okay. So this is where things get weird, right? So I was a member of the 75th Rangers of the Second Regiment, Second Platoon out of Fort Lewis, Washington. It's where I spent most of my career. But when you're in that type of job, you don't spend a lot of time on that base.
right?
You're everywhere. You're either training, you're going someplace, You figure our max deployments are generally about 8 months, but within the 8 months, we're doing 108 missions in 8 months. We're not an occupying force where we go and stay a year someplace. So that's why I say I got lucked in. I got very lucky to get that TRADOC position for a 2 year period to do a transition for tactics and shit like that. That was really a highlight of my career. And then I got married shortly after that, had a kid, and watched my daughter born, and didn't really see much of her after. That's why whenever she comes here, it's a big deal for me.
No, my kids are everything, man. And I think anybody that has kids, it's the same thing, especially when you don't get to spend that much time with them, or they live in separate states or stuff like that. It's hard. My kids they live in New Mexico, even though it's the next state over, it's still another state. Um, it gets tough. No, but okay, so like when you were stationed over in Korea, did you get to see a lot of it? And,
Oh yeah,
like,
I toured the entire freaking country. It was awesome. They took us on a little cultural awareness tour. It was really just a reason for higher ranking Iraq or Korean brass to take us about to go out drinking on their government's dime, really, because they took us to like nightclubs in different major cities and stuff like that. Did a little gambling with the nightclubs. I was still a single guy back then, so it was fun. It was I consider that my bachelor party.
you said, are the Rangers considered elite? Yeah, I think they are, right? Rangers are.
Sure, I'm not sure what the word elite means.
I was thinking of like the higher class of the military branches, like, because don't I forget how they put
Well, if
it,
you
but
think about it, they're not that special. For every ranger, there's 8 people that have to support that ranger, so they need more support than any other soldier does.
hmm,
I always make that to be a point. Now, mind you, I learned well, I didn't learn a traditional skill set in the military like a lot of people learn. I learned a lot of shit that's absolutely worthless in the civilian world. So
he said Rangers tell the Marines to jump on that landmine.
that's the
Defense
first
up
thing I've
top,
heard.
man.
Yeah.
Jump on that landmine. No, damn it. Um, yeah, because
Yeah,
then they
we do
got in.
get very so. Uh, my Ranger unit, we're a tier 2. I don't know if that means anything to you. So yeah, when it comes to training and possibilities for training, we're generally pushed up a little higher than most other units are. That's a Beef it knows how to ask the question. So yeah, we do get that top level training. That's why I've trained all over the world.
Yeah, that's dope. Even if you just did that part of it and you just trained and it never led to anything, just that
You know
factor,
what?
you
It was a sweet deal until Iraq and Afghanistan kicked off, because then it was now you got to use that training.
it was time to clock in.
For the American tax money to see what their money's worth.
Yeah, basically. What kind of super soldier have we been building in you, buddy?
Whatever, dude. Super soldier.
And then he shows up and he's like, "Hey, it's just me, Pokemon Joe. What's up,
I'm
guys?"
like, hey, look, I showed up. I got a pack of Lucky Strikes and I got 9mm. Let's do this.
That's a good question. When you were like going through training back then, were you reading comics back then? Was it war comics and stuff like that? Did that have any play?
No, that's a good question. So I would be a casual reader through middle school and high school, even elementary school, right? Because I've said this before. My mother always thought that my mother was more literary. My father was more scientific, and he was an actual legit rocket scientist for NASA here in Virginia, over at Langley. And we had a horse farm as well, and my mother was a writer. So we had a lot of things going on in our house, something always going on, and it was fun. What's up, brother? Station.
Station.
So we always had a lot of things going on. So you were exposed to just about anything that you wanted. And then I kind of cut out comic book reading when I was in the Army, because I was going to take that seriously. And that was going to be my thing. And then after 18 years, I got a bad boo-boo. and I ended up in a hospital for 2 years. And that's where I kind of started picking back up comic books again and found out that having an imagination and enjoying things was actually okay. I was a prick in the army. Oh, you think I'm a bad person now? I was a prick in the army. Like I would
Give
have,
us an
when he showed up, you
give
knew
us,
you were in trouble.
were you a vocal prick or were you just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
one of those? Oh, okay. You were demeaning and all that. You were like
Well,
the
like I said, my team was my team. My job as a leader for my team was to always be
yeah,
motivating, but to point out real quick how you fuck it up. So what I used to do is insulting means insulting compliments because it's the military, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's a different elevation of how to capture somebody's attention in the civilian world, right? Like yelling at somebody at corporate level. I do a lot of corporate stuff now. So yelling across the table, like, hey, fucker, get your head out your ass, does not work in that setting. But in the military, that was the primary mode of conversation.
No, France. Dad never knew to again.
Nice. I would have never have learned anything about Canada until I actually trained with some soldiers up there out of Ottawa. I forget that it started with a P for pop. I want to say it was an indigenous name.
What?
Pop
Look at this. What the?
or something like that. I forget.
You
Hey,
just you. What
Australian redneck.
look at
Merry
that.
Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Or
Yeah,
even though
Merry-
it's not Christmas. It's not Christmas anymore for me, but yeah.
Are y'all doing Boxing Day already?
Yeah, Boxing Day, yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know what the hell Boxing Day really is, but yeah.
Yes, you do.
That's another day off.
That's what it is. It's,
Enough about me. What did you all get for Christmas? You guys get any good books or anything?
anybody want to show?
I attempted to do my first ever live stream this morning and failed miserably.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Co-hosted before. I know you've done a stream before, but you've never done one yourself.
I've been on heaps of streams, but I've never done my own live stream. I did it in YouTube Studio instead of StreamYard because I had no idea what I was doing.
Yeah.
Okay, because I did that. I like my first time. I did the the live option on YouTube first, and like I didn't like that. Pokon. I don't know why it always calls up Pokon. It's not Pokon. But anyways, I know.
Okay.
No, it's like Pokon. Like I don't know why it comes up that. Like at first, I know when I first said Pocan Joe, like I kept calling him Pecan. Like it's like my auto.
Yeah.
No, but the live one, I had like very limited options, like on my phone and stuff on the YouTube live stuff. But then I tried StreamYard and then kind of figured it out. I mean, it works so much more better than the YouTube live thing. Like it's so much more easier to manage, and at least on my phone. I'm pretty sure on the PC it's a lot more. Let's see what this. My dad said once I joined the army, they can turn off kill mode and off us Marines. We can't turn off kill mode off, he would say. But yeah, 79, 81, he read a whole Punisher cameo years then. Okay, so I get the info. What the hell are you talking about at the beginning? They kept turning off kill mode. And well, I mean, when they go over to war, buddy, that kill mode is on. When they come back home, they turn off the kill mode. That's kind of how it works.
No, Pocan's not a place.
Okay. It could be. It's in his bathroom. It has its own address. Like, no, but how y'all guys doing? Mad Spire, how was your Christmas?
Hey, G-Man.
Hey, if none of you have had the opportunity, and I don't mean to interrupt, I'm sorry, Spidey, I'm bad about that. But
I know, I'm used to it by now.
I'm sorry. But if you've never had the opportunity to be go over to Comic Book G Spot and check out his channel or even be interviewed by him or on his channel, he's a very good interviewer and it's a very fun time. I would definitely just ask him straight out, hey, can I be interviewed? Because I know he's been looking for people. I would definitely do it. Here in the States, it is I mean, I got on the show at 1 o'clock in the morning, so I'm sure it'd be a lot easier for some of you other guys.
Yeah, he's had Robbie from Pop Culture Philosophers on, but
Yeah.
the only issue with catching him is like, yeah, on the East Coast, and like I'm in Atlantic, which is an hour later. He goes on pretty late for me, so I always have to catch the rewind for his channel.
Yeah.
It's usually
I stayed up and did it, and I'll tell you what, I don't regret anything. It's a great time.
Yeah, I think he usually runs it around the same time, so it's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon for me. So it's actually be a good time.
Well, send him a message.
That was my second interview because Slim Comics was my first, and like, but he was really like my first full like stream like interview, you know, where we had like, I mean, there was like 100 people there and stuff that night. It was ridiculous, but like, man, you talk about, I mean, Robert is just a fun person. Like him, it was just like, I agree. I mean, what the deuce? He's a good dude. Like, you know, the cat and his kid. You know, I mean, it's a good. You know, I mean. If you have not been interviewed, I highly suggest, you know, like putting in that application.
And another thing he does on his channel, and this is how I got introduced to some people in this community as well, like Gabby, the Fantastic Girl, and stuff, who's like an artist as well. He puts on once a month. His wife goes on and does the show, and it's the Women of Comics, and like Comics Will Break Your Heart was on that show, and it was just a full panel of females, so showing the other side of instead of like a panel full of males, it's a panel full of females, showing that females actually read comics as well.
Yeah.
He'd only want me to go on to show any original art I have of Morbius because I know it's one of his favorite characters.
Oh, nice.
I know he likes redheads too. That's highly important.
Yeah, his thing is redheads.
Redheads, like and he likes horror.
Some nice MJ original art probably floating around somewhere.
No, but I mean, Robert's a great guy though, and he's just a great person in the community. He was like you know, when I was like a low channel, he was one of the first channels that reached out to me and helped propel, you know, to where I am now, you know, and it was you select people that caught me in the beginning, you know, but man, they were just, I mean, for me, they turned out to be fun shows to be on, like Slim's Comics and More. Like, I mean, he was fun to be interviewed. Like, the conversation went back and forth because I kind of flipped script on him, and like, I switched up the questions and stuff. Like, I think I did the same thing on Robert. Like, you know, on the Comic G Spot, I like doing that with people, asking like different questions, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, kind of change up the subject matter a little bit and get a little deep. Yeah, I love that too. Yeah, Comic Book G Spot does that with his 2 prepped questions for you, and I swear I walked into that, but I didn't like try to come up with something in advance to do it. I just wanted to answer it on the spot.
I like that because then you have other interview shows like my boy, this guy, like right here, right, you know, and then and he has this like, you know, chat with the community, and like he doesn't give you any, you know, he's like, you know, it's all random when you go on the show, and like, you know, the difference with Travis and Roberts is like with Travis and you, it's pre-recorded, it's just you and Travis, so it's really just you and him talking, you know, and then it's like, you know, it's like, man, I really have to impress just Travis versus like a whole slew of people. And it's like, you know, it seems like it's the opposite, like where it's harder to impress a whole bunch of people. It's not so. It's harder to impress one person, you know, to keep that one person interested, you know,
especially when you don't know their expectations. Like you're just talking to them, trying to catch like micro things.
Yeah, nobody knows what I'm going to say. Like, I know I recorded with Nicole, and that's going to be out. That's going to be the first one in the new year. And she hit me up. She's like, you got to get me something. You got to like give me something like what we're going to talk about and stuff. Cause like I will just freeze up and you'll just see me for like 5 minutes just staring at you. So I was just like, all right, well, I do have some kind of format to my show. Like I always start off by like, tell them a little bit about yourself. And I usually use that as a driving point of like what we're going to talk about, because they give me key informations and I pull from that, and then that's the type of questions I ask, because like that's I kind of found out their interests at that point, and be like, you know what, this is what we're going to delve into. This is what I'm interested in finding out. So this is what we're going to talk about.
It almost like, oh, go ahead.
But
Well, I was
I
gonna
was just going to say, I've been interviewed by a couple of shows since I've started, and I always find it helpful. First off, just say yes. Just say yes and just be
yeah,
done with it, right? Just say yes and then get on there and do it. But then go after you say yes, go and watch their other interviews because like
yeah,
I got on with 7.5 questions with Hoarder's Hide, and like so I went back and watched them and kind of got the whole concept of the game that he plays with it. And he generally wants you to show comic books off. Like he wants you to bring up comic books and show that stuff off.
Oh, yeah, don't talk
yeah.
about breaking news.
Yeah. Whereas
Sorry,
10
sorry.
questions, 10 questions doesn't want you to bring up a whole. It's like he wants to dive deep into you and wants you to answer questions. And then, yeah, and then whack comics that just have fun. Like just be as random and as fun as you want.
But watch an episode beforehand so you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, definitely watch a couple episodes before you get into.
3 episodes. You can't just watch one because watch the first one, it might like piss you off and you might stop watching it. But you got to watch like 2 or 3 to get his like.
I
know,
want to
they're-
see somebody that's never seen Whack Comics jump on a stream with Whack Comics that night because they wouldn't know what they're jumping into.
Watch the
That's how-
first 4 episodes. That shit is hilarious.
Yeah, watch
That's comic book, man.
Simon's collaborator, Mark, that he films with Big City Comics. We all
Yeah.
warned him, but he did not watch any. He had no idea. Breaking news, he's just sitting there going,
I thought Mark was in on the joke. I thought he played all that stuff
no,
off. So
we
Mark
told
didn't-
him, we filled
No.
him in, but he didn't watch any episodes, so he still did not have enough
Yeah. He
information.
just jumped on there thinking he was going to get asked questions.
I thought he was joking because he got pissed during that.
It
Like
doesn't
he
matter if you watch the shows because I came prepared for the breaking news thing, and I gave up some things about the writer that I just absolutely I think is the worst, and I was kind of being a jerk, so I kind of threw that out there, and then they hit me with another one, and I was like, no, you guys don't do this. You don't do too.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I got caught by breaking news because I'd only seen bits and pieces of the show, but I'd never seen the breaking news segment.
Right.
So I'm like, I'm not running this shit. I turn off my camera.
Breaking news, I'm out.
Yep, exactly right.
Instead of we read Noctera, I have.
I have not been able to get Nocturne since issue 2, so I have not. I'm behind. I'm way behind on it. I'm just going to wait for the trade to come out.
It will. And it was good read, and I mean it's one of those things where I wanted to continue to see more of the story fleshed out. But the
They
first,
picked up for a show too, hasn't it?
yeah, it was always like commissioned as a show from the beginning. Like it was one of those projects because I think Image altogether had 10 that were like from the get go signed as shows. A lot of people don't know this, but Ice Cream Man is one of them. Ice Cream Man, haha. Stray Dogs now has been
Stray Dogs has been for a while.
Yeah, they've been writing that script up for a while, for a bit.
Yeah, because like whenever I had Trish on the show, it was like I think she was 2 issues in on Stray Dogs, and she was telling me about how her and Tony got optioned and stuff, and she did not want to take it to Disney, and that she's like she wants it, and so they got picked up by Paramount. So
I think so.
Animate, so
I think so, and but I know like there's some other ones like Shadecraft is another one.
There's a
Frontiers
lot
Man.
of companies. So here's the thing I always ask, and let me get y'all's opinion on this. So, and I see this in the and I'll just use the terminology that's most famous now, the market. So all this stuff is getting picked up, right? So as comic book readers, is your expectation is because it's being picked up, does that automatically mean that a movie or a show or something is going to happen?
No.
It's
No,
never
to
an
me
expectation.
to me it's when they drop even I can even I don't even deal with the casting news and all that shit. To me it's when they finally drop a trailer or a teaser or some part of like I don't need a whole fleshed out finished project, but enough of like where they have at least enough presentation to present to the fans kind of thing. That's when for me That's the point when speculation or whatever should be driven. I think like casting news and stuff like this, and because all these things that I just mentioned are optioned. Now I do know that Shadecraft, Nocterra, the five specifically image titles, Stray Dogs is different, but I know Shadecraft, Nocterra, Haha, Ice Cream Man, all those were like signed deals with Netflix. It's not like they're in some kind of production. No, they're part of a deal. I know Boom Studios has another deal with Something is Killing the Children, Berserker, and now they've added that I always forget the name of the stand book. I have it, but it's the Road, it's Purlington or Road something.
I know what you're talking about. What's the name
It's
of
about
that devil comic?
it's about the Janis Joplin concert and the four girls.
Yeah,
It's about the ghost on a road.
something road. It starts with a P.
But it's another one that got picked up. But they were all like they were like studio deals, like they were deals that Image had worked out that they sold to Netflix. They weren't like because most of these projects that they're talking about options, like Stray Dogs, that was a deal that she did with Trish and Tony Fleece on they were I mean because they create with Image specifically they create all of them creatively own their titles kind of thing. So I mean, like I know with certain ones that are getting optioned, they're specifically Trish and them working out a deal with whatever movie companies and stuff like that or show companies. But with some of the other ones, they were like from the get go, they were like sold as a deal kind of thing. I know specifically Shadecraft was like, I mean, I think in the very back of the book on the final issue, it even says like states I forget what it is, but it references the TV show that's to come kind of thing.
Yeah, I would say like yeah, a lot of things get optioned, but like yeah, like you said, like whenever people get cast for the roles or voice actors for the roles, because Stray Dogs will be animation, of course, or a director. Somebody is like slated to direct the movie because they always find a director before they find the actors and
It
that.
could be like
So
that.
So
I was thinking that it could be like that. It could be like
that's my question. When you all hear like I don't know, and again I'm not trying to be like weird or anything, but when you hear the word optioned, right, by a movie studio, what does that mean to you guys? Like what do you think it
option.
means?
Option.
potential.
The
It's
script,
Yeah.
the script has been bought or it's been commissioned to actually have a script written.
Right.
That's generally what it means. But like even like as you guys are saying, like even some things will even get to a trailer point, and you think, oh, it's coming, but movies have got a trailer point and still not ever been released.
Okay,
Or
that shit heartbeat,
changed.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
So
Or
there's
we've been
obviously
catfish.
licensing and all that sort of stuff. Because obviously, think about Spider-Man, like the Sony Marvel fight, and now the Disney Sony Marvel fight, and all that sort of stuff. So things can change really quickly.
That's what like my definition to that question is the option is what we're talking about right now kind of thing. It's more like
Yeah.
it's on the table kind of thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's like it's in full fruition. It doesn't even mean that a company is back behind it. That's why when
So
people keep that term like optioned or whatever,
my
like no,
understanding of the word option from the legal sense and the contractual obligation to it. And this, I don't know if this has been explained before. So if I'm explaining elementary stuff, please let me know. I don't want to waste anybody's time. But on a contractual obligation, the word option means nothing more than I have a temporary contract with you that you're not going to do any other deals with anybody else but me at this point.
I
It
think that's
doesn't
what
even
it
mean
is.
that script's been read. It just means that you're not allowed to go out and negotiate anything at this point. And that's
Well,
generally
usually, okay, like to back that up, like usually when you hear that term optioned, it's usually backed by a company that's tied with the like for instance, Shadecraft. It was
Mhm.
optioned with Netflix. So I think that like, it validates that point that like, like until Shadecraft either it gets made or it gets dropped off or something like that, they can't go out of the realm besides Netflix kind of thing. So I think
right.
your definition, like it plays weight. Like Um,
There's
because
got
I
to
think
be there's got to be like a limit to that too, like a length time. Like
Right.
we're gonna option it too and stuff, but you have
Right.
until this. Just like how whenever, like Fox had the rights to Fantastic Four, they had to put out a movie a certain year and stuff. Probably the same thing like with this. Like you'd have to be like, okay, if we're not going to move forward with it, then you lose the rights to make that
Things
option.
have to happen within a certain amount of time, otherwise it null and voids the contract. And the only reason why I know is because I deal with government contracting, and I hate to say this, but contracting is contracting, contracting is contracting. That
yeah,
doesn't matter what industry you're in.
it has different lingo, but I mean, technically, I think that's what it is, just a contract.
It's the same.
You know, I think option for me would just be like, if I had to like really define it, it would be just the beginning stages of a real official contract kind of thing, because you can have stuff that's mentioned option and doesn't turn into anything. You know, I mean, the man, there's like a couple things I can mention they said was getting option, but I've seen no talk, and it's been. Yeah, I mean, like for instance, most of the reference I'm thinking of is video game franchises. But for instance, Halo, they've been talking about a Halo TV show. So I mean, because that's not the first Halo TV show. They did the first one on YouTube. Well, they did the first. It launched with like Halo 5 or Halo 4. And when it launched on like Xbox Live, and then it launched on like YouTube at the same time, and it was like 6 episodes or whatever. But ever since then, they've been talking about doing a full-fledged, like Steven Spielberg was behind it, and Peter Jackson, and blah blah blah. But I mean, that literally took like 10 years or something for that to happen. You know, for it to come into fruition, kind of thing. You know, and it's like people they say spec and everything, or like you're specking on an option, stuff like that. Like that's where it gets really complicated, because that's why I don't really spec until I see a trailer or something like that. And even Matt Spidey pointed out that sometimes trailers come out and nothing happens. Yeah, it's kind of like specking on Marvel right now. It's honestly, it's really hard because we have no idea where the Marvel, where, I mean, even on common characters that we know to be in regular Marvel comics and stuff like that, they're not even doing their origins exactly the same, or they're not even, being tied to the same comics and stuff. We can assume certain things, but it's like everybody's guessing and just kind of shooting fish,
Which you got to admit, and not to cut you off, but you got to admit, and I really want to hear from Matt, Spidey, and TM. I hate to say this, but I know it's your show. I'm sorry, but I really want to hear this. I want to start hearing about this kind of stuff because, first off, do you two flip comic books?
I do not sell anything.
I do, but I sell them just like literally. I have another Instagram page, and it's just to sell comic books for like $2.
Yeah.
And that's just to get rid of some comics that I don't need anymore. Make some space.
What I know about this $2 Canadian, what is this page?
He's out there flipping comic books for loonies and toonies.
Back to your question, Joe. Where were you leading?
I have a dollar bin auction that I run quarterly just to get rid of, because I review a bunch of comic books. I don't want to keep them. And I'll be honest, I've gotten rid of books that skyrocketed, and like I sold them for $2 because I just don't want it.
Yeah.
Room and time is more important to me than a monetary value, unfortunately. So how important is, I guess maybe what I want to ask is, I don't know how to put this. If you don't flip, it's not that big of a deal. So I guess the question would get reverted to, if you had to flip, like money's a problem. Both of you have comic book collections. You need to augment some stuff. How important is optioning and speculation and all that to you guys? And explain. I don't know. This is not my show. I shouldn't be even doing it. I really should be asking him if it's okay.
Okay. First off, the point about this show is conversation. So you're following the whole structure of this show in general. Okay, so I'll let y'all answer, because I kind of have a good answer on mine, but I'm gonna use this time.
Walk to the other side of the monitor because that's where I keep my ice. But please explain.
I'll go first. There is comics like that I strictly want in my collection, that I'll never get rid of. It. None of my Spawn I'll get rid of. None of my Eclipso books I'll get rid of. What else? None of my Beast Wars, but there is some books that are key books. Like I just got A-Force #1, and that's probably going to eventually skyrocket. And I'll probably end up eventually getting rid of that just because it's not something I want on my PC. So to like flip a book high price to get other good books that I want in my collection, because I'd probably just use it to get more Spawn books to fill out my collection, or more What If books, because I'll never get rid of my What If books either. That's probably what I would do. But I do have the first appearance of Tim Drake in the classic Robin uniform. That's definitely staying in my collection. But I think that A-Force would be like one of the first ones to probably go.
Yeah, whether it's me, like, yeah, as I said, I don't sell anything. Like, I've streamlined my collection, so I got rid of all my DC books, which was just bits and pieces. It was nothing special. I got rid of all my Spawn books. The missus collects Spawn, so we'll work on her collection, finishing her collection. But yeah, as according to like whatever I had that I didn't want, I just gave away. So there was nothing big in there or anything like that. I pretty much gave it all to Simon. So he's a DC guy, and he appreciates it and everything like that. So I just gave it that. So I'm just sticking to Marvel books. Speculation wise, obviously, yeah, I've said on quite a few times on channels. I've been looking at like Key Collector and then pull box for all the new books and things like that. So like, okay, that's got a first appearance. It might become big. But it's more so I've got it and I don't have to spend a stupid amount of money on it later if I want it later on down the track.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, I'm actually, because I'm on a lot of people know I'm only need a couple of issues for a full run of Spidey. I've started getting other Marvel key books now, or trying to chase other key books as to, still grow my collection. And I love the old books. I love Silver and Bronze Age and Copper Age Marvel books. It's good for something. I don't want to be going into, okay, I'll go in a comic shop or I'll go to a convention. I'm only looking for 4 books. That's boring. And I won't necessarily have the money because it'll be stupidly priced, especially over here. So I can go pick up a first She-Hulk or a first Hellfire Club or something like that for $10 or even $50 or $100. That'll make me happy to at least get something.
So when I go to cons, I always try to make a theme for the con. I know that sounds ridiculous. So everybody knows I'm a Golden Age collector, early Silver Age collector. Those are, if I'm actively hunting, that's what the role, what I call the, and I hate to say this, so I'm Jewish, so I'm allowed to. That's what my Jewish role goes to. Jewish guys always got a role, right? But if I'm not going to get what I want, like at C2E2, it just didn't happen, right? So what I do is I go and I sit down and I'm like, okay, I love villains. Everybody knows I'm a villain guy. I'm not going to get what I want. I'm going to stomp my foot. I'm going to be a child about it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to collect this random thing this week, and I'll put that in my head, right, and go find the best value I can for that. So like a good example would be at C2E2, I wanted villain covers. I just want villain covers. I don't care if they're first appearances. I want cool villain covers, and I went and collected like just a stack of that shit, right? And then brought it home and then looked up the value of them, right? Because I'm one of those guys, a collection should pay for itself. And if I have to bleed off some things I don't want to keep to buy something like another Ranger Comics or, some old school Blue Beetle, like I kind of deal, and that's how it's completely selfish because I'm a villain. But we try to, me and my wife, we when I got into this, like back into it, I was like, I want to take this seriously. I told my wife, and my wife reminds me of it nonstop because that's how wives work. You tell your wife one thing, she'll remember that shit for 20 years. Hobbies pay for themselves. Now, that's always been our rule in this house. So you'll pick up a few things that you can flip and sell or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, I do like Matt Spidey's philosophy. You know, if somebody's missing out on something, I'm not saying give it away for free, but like you always hook up a friend, right? Like that's a real Mitch thing to do.
Mine is probably all like Matt Spidey because I've only bought like a couple comics to sell, but I bought them with the purpose to sell. But like my whole collection is like mine. Like, but I very hard like I hardly ever like buy random. I have a ton of runs. Like for one, like for me, it's kind of easy because Batman, and I can buy like there's so much in Batman's like mythos. You know, I mean, that's like somebody asked me. I went to like my dollar bin wins that I was showing off at the beginning of the stream. Like that they're just like. I mean, I can go in a comic book shop and like I'm a fine, as long as I have like $10, I'll come out a winner in my eye because like I'll find something even if it's not Batman, it could be Justice League, it could be Spider-Man, something like that. That was like even in my like in my opinion, like that's like the comics that I did get, like they were just run fillers, but I needed this issue. It's Excalibur. I'm trying to complete that run, like the first volume or whatever. But like Batman Chronicles #1. It's not anything like high dollar or nothing, but I was like, hey, I'll grab it. All these were dollars, dollar bins. But it was like I'm a big Stephen King fan, so the drawing of the three, it was the #1 issue. But like I do spec, but my spec is different. Because like I said, like I said, I pick up anything Batman. So I'm like, and I don't have a lot of older Batman. All my stuff is like 2015 and on. Because I'm actually trying to recollect my original collection kind of thing. So I'm just picking up stuff that I'm missing out of these, like this Batman 2, 3, 4. Batwoman, I'm only missing like a couple issues out of it. I'm almost done with that run. But my spec stuff is that like I like this kind of stuff, but like, like getting like I don't get this kind of stuff for like to sell or anything. My spec stuff, it's like it's kind of like finding the needle in the haystack and saying I did it, kind of thing. But it goes in my PC kind of thing. I don't get it for like I do like having keys, like as far as like first appearances, stuff like that. But they're in my opinion, I don't really like. I've never really slabbed, so that's not even like an option or whatever. But like not until recently. But like, and especially with the wait times and everything, no, it's never not really an option. But like but that okay, going back into the could I sell? Now that's the difference because like me, like I do have this. I have two copies of Stray Dogs, like one through I have all the first prints and I have like a bunch of the different horror images and that's like those kind of things. Like these kind of things, like I'm buying. Like I am a Spider-Man fan. I am a Batwoman fan. I am a Batman fan. So this is stuff I do want my personal collection. All that indie stuff. Now that's a different story because I've been picking up so much indie stuff, right? And it's like okay, Stray Dogs, for instance, that's a story. Like the way I'm looking at it, like I paid $5 like an issue or whatever, right? And like how much the #1 sells for is ridiculous right now. So if I could sell it for like even under that asking price of what #1, like to me, it's a win, or whatever. But it's like, would it hurt me because it's not my collection anymore? Like, would it hurt me if, like, when it got popular as a movie or something, it's not my collection anymore? Maybe, but like, does that hold value than that money? Maybe not. Like, not for that comic. But like, for instance, like he was saying, like these Batman, like I won't sell these. Like, I don't care. Like, you right now could tell me you pay me like $1 million for these comics, and then no, in that situation, I'd fight you down. I'd be like, nope, these are mine. Go get your own. They're in dollar bins, like.
I like money. Like, look, I get we have passion, but I love me some money. And whoever said can't buy happiness was a poor person that never had money.
That was like.
I'm gonna tell you, a rich person's never said that.
I can going back to what Poga and Joe said about let the hobby pay for itself. Like I do have like, okay, I'm picking these up solely for reading. If I get rid of them, I get rid of them. If I sell them and that, I can sell them, buy more, comics to read or buy a trade paperback. Then I have my list of what's sticking in my PC and never leaving my PC. So I have it kind of separated in that way. So like slash reader slash collector slash seller. I guess you can be all three, and you don't have to like limit yourself to being like, oh no, I don't sell in that. I'm not going to sell my collection and stuff. But yeah, you can. Like I do sell some of my collection. I'm grateful that a lot of the stuff that I like to pick up too for my collection is like some of the Eclipso Darkness Within is going to be in my PC forever. Shadowhawk, anything Shadowhawk, and Shadowhawk is coming back in 2020 too. Like it's coming back in August, I think. So all of those were like $1 books, $2 books, and that stuff. So I was able to pick those up. So,
well, I mean, okay, like I would like to say that I'm not against selling, especially because there are some, like I was saying, some of those indies.
You shouldn't be against selling because we all buy from sellers.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
We
So
buy
I'm not.
from these
I want that to be
people.
known that I'm not against selling. It's just, you know, I mean, I do use that word personal collection for a reason. I do believe that I have stuff personal collection that's like mine and that's mine forever. You know, like I don't see letting it go unless I died or passed it on or kind of thing. But like there's a lot of stuff that's in my collection where it's like, does it have the merit or something like other stuff has? You know, but
and things
that
always change too. Like these should not be. You shouldn't be hard fasting a rule, right? In comic book collecting, because that.
I don't think there really is, though. I don't think there
Oh,
is
there
like a
are
wrong.
people that make these hard fast rules, and I'm just like,
I know. That's why I'm trying to state that I'm not either or.
yeah,
I don't think there should be. That's like my okay. Honestly, and I've stated this before. I'm not against. I'm not a Marvel or DC guy or even an Image or. Guess what? I like all comics. I don't have that split when it comes to anything in life, and I find it's like Sony or Xbox. Guess what? I like both of them. I have both of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I don't have that split. And to me, it's limiting. Like if I could imagine if I was only into DC, all the different Marvel stories I've been missing out, or vice versa, if I was only into Marvel, all the DC stories I've been missing out on. Because yes, there's crap on both sides, and yes, it's known. It's not a secret, but I mean, there's still so much gold on both sides. You know, I mean, there's good writers, there's good artists, there's, you know, I mean, lately in the comic book world, and I know all of us are here for a reason. We got on YouTube because the comic book world is booming. You know what I'm saying?
no,
But
I
like,
got on YouTube to be famous because I have a huge ego.
It doesn't need to
I
be
could
any
tell you-
bigger.
I could
I'm the most
too.
honest YouTuber out there.
Chinese restaurant line
Going
on
on,
Christmas.
boss?
Man, Christmas, man. Perfect place. A Chinese restaurant. That's the only thing that's open over here. No, but like, yeah, I go with the famous thing. I could do that. You know, I could see Travis up on a big screen one day, like, you know, like, and here he is touching down in the Montreal, like, on the Maples 13th lot. You know, I don't know I don't know anything about hockey, but yeah, he's centering. You know.
no, this is like we're gonna give him the Golden Star. Wait, this is Canada. We're gonna give him the Golden Maple Leaf.
I'm sorry, Travis. I don't think I've ever asked before, but what part of Canada are you in?
I'm on an island, Prince Edward Island. So I'm the furthest you can go east, except actually we're a little bit before Newfoundland. But yeah, it's a little island called Prince Edward Island. And if you guys know who Neighbor to the North is, he is literally north of me because like we're actually neighbors in a way because we're like probably about an hour and a half away from each other.
Nice.
So
again, my experience in Canada is Ottawa, like Ontario, Ottawa area. That's all I know.
Yeah, that's like the main place.
I did end up in a drunk jail cell in Kingston one time, and that's it. But as far as I'm concerned, Kingston was just little America because it was nothing but soldiers from Fort Drum there.
He said we need to make a documentary on comic book YouTubers. There already is. It's called a Rewind. You go to the playlist and you just go back and you learn all about us. You know.
you know that comment is just gonna like strike somebody. Somebody's gonna be watching this on the Rewind, and somebody's gonna like piece together something, and then we're gonna see like in another 5 months we're gonna see a documentary, and it's all because of you, BFit.
Bro, Howard Bueller's already traveling like all over America. Might as well just get him a plane ticket and have him travel the world and get to know all of us. You know, get him a jet. You know, maybe we can get him
So-
in Virgin Studios and get them in here and you know get him, you know, Comical Bueller a private jet and just have him fly to like each one of our locations and do interviews. Be like,
Private jet.
hey man, Spidey, what's up, dog? All right, I'll see you later, bro. You know.
God.
Could you imagine how hard it would be? I don't even. Okay, first off, I'll give like a grand prize to somebody that can figure out the exact count of how many comic YouTubers there are. Mission started, because I don't know. I mean, there's like a million of us.
There's YouTubers that I don't even know.
Yeah, that new people pop up on my feed.
That's why Kyle, the promiscuous time traveler, started that Google document.
Yeah.
Just
But even
add your name and anyone else's name to it.
That only applies to people that have made it to Kyle's page and added themselves in there. Or that is like you know, that doesn't go for the unknown, because most of the people on there I use this Google document. I like, it was one of the things I like promoted on my page. I thought I fucked because I promoted it before he promoted it, like, because he had told me about it. I was like, yeah, go to Promiscuous Time, check out his Google Doc, and he was like, I haven't finished putting it up. I was like, oh shit.
What's going on? Free energy. Free energy just popped in.
Yeah, what's up?
I like
man?
that dude. He's always in chats, man. Just being positive.
No.
He's the guy.
Stop lurking. You need to hop in there and chat and things in there. And just still hanging out. Glenn's
What's
not
Private
here.
Journey doing? Is he like freaking out over something? Is he doing anything live?
He actually stopped by in the beginning of the stream and
Really?
chilled. He's like, no joke, he's got COVID, so he's been like kind of under the weather and isolated off, but he
He's
did
out
hop on.
driving around telling everybody about where he's driving.
Screaming at people, hey, put on your mask. You know,
I know that dude has gotten some shit, but I absolutely
Glenn is here.
love
Glenn is
cats
here.
that just do whatever the fuck they want. I'm about
Glenn,
that.
we got you and Ninja in here, and y'all ain't popping off each other. All right, y'all being Christmas nice. Now, y'all don't know Glenn and Ninja is notorious. They go on each other's chats and they be cutting each other up. You gotta watch out for swords.
Well, I just heard Glenn fart, so Glenn is definitely here.
Travis started it. Watch, Ninja's gonna get all pissed off. She gets mad that I yell at her. I'll be like, "Hey, Ninja!"
Is that how you pronounce her name? Inja?
Inja Benja. Inja Benja is.
That's kind of cool. I like that. Is that a real name, or is that a, are we using our fake names?
That's her YouTube. That's her YouTube handle and her because she's more Instagram, and now she's branching off to YouTube because she's part of and I forget what y'all calling it. Remind me.
It was the Gal Squad. It was Queens of Comic, or it was Queens and Comics, but I like to call them the Queens of Comics.
They started their own, like, they're doing a review on Saga, like the complete all the issues up to date, and they're doing it like 9-issue segments. But it's Inja Benja, it's HK. Oh, damn it, I always forget her name, but it's Sheena. It's HK Wifey 420, and then it's Moonlit Comics. It's Nicole Hobnet, and then it's J Rails 247, and then with her husband Prime, that's kind of in the background, and he kind of moderates the chat and everything. But basically, it's just the girl squad doing the review on Saga, and they killed it the first. It was so fun.
Man, there's like 35 like steady in that chat. Their first live chat too. Well, not their first one. They did do a test. It was just Sheena and Q. That's JRL. But the first show there were like 35 like steady in the chat, just showing them support like they show everybody else in this community.
Nice.
Yeah, it was good. Glenn was all like, and just cutting up the Christmas meat. She's cutting up your meat, man. He's like, he's safe. You're never safe, buddy. You could ask how everybody's day. My day is good. How's your day going? Seems like
And
everybody's
I'm kind of, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and say this, Evil. Fuck you, man. How the hell are you gonna put down 32 fucking likes on it? I've never seen 32 likes on a fucking video. I'm like, you know what, dude? Fuck you.
32
No, seriously,
Well, I'm
congratulations.
looking. I didn't even realize that you were going for this long because I'm looking up at the live chat number, and it's like you've been live for almost 6 hours, man.
Yeah, and I'm looking over here. I'm like, now you just got 35 because I'm like, I don't want to dislike him because I like you. I like the name.
Well, most
You
of
get
my
that.
videos, like no, I'm like I don't know what's that. I get like more comments than I get likes. I'm like people hop in there and they're more interested to get into the conversation. They forget to leave a like or something because I don't get that. I always get like 1 or 2
I
dislikes.
tell you what, over at
Have
Pocan Joe
fans.
comic book reviews, I don't get dislikes and I don't get comments. I get DMs. Like people want to express to me personally how much they hate the things I say there.
I get
it's an opinion. Get over it.
They probably say it in the comments and that, but YouTube's just like, nope, that was too much.
No, because I don't. I have it set up. Any comments, anything they want to say, anything you say will be on there, and I will always react. I'm very, very precise about that. But for some reason, when I say something on there, like I went off.
Joe's mean in his reviews. Like he's so like to the point. like I watched like 3 or 4 of them, and at first time I couldn't even. I thought you were joking, and I was all like, "Nah, he really hated this book," and I was
Yeah,
like,
I hated that shit because I don't like look. And again, I don't do anything to be mean, but
yeah,
I don't
Yeah.
like it when you push a fallacy and you try to make a fallacy true. Right? You have 31 fallacies out there. When you push a fallacy and you try to characterize it into a story and you try to make a point off a fallacy, well, you have no point because it's based off of fallacy. So I don't like that. And old school comic books did not deal in that bullshit. I know comic books have always been political. I'm the first one to tell you that. But they did not push narrative and they did not push fallacies. So that was always a very distinct rule for writers back in the day. You don't push ignorance. And I was like, so I went off on a couple of comic books, and people are like, didn't comment, didn't thumbs up. No, they just decided to DM me or hit me up on Facebook. And I'm like, yeah, I don't give a shit. It's my opinion. I can say what I want.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and that isn't that the point of us, right? It's all about opinion. Because like if I was watching Matt Spider and Matt Spidey and I continue watching Matt Spidey and he's talking about comics, right? I'm either watching him for A, I hate his guts. 2, I really like what he's talking about and I feel like we have something in common. Or 3, I'm just that random ass weirdo that watches videos and like just watches people and like just watches people and just watches people and like okay, so like really that's it, right? So like it's kind of like like you say, you get the DMs. I do, and I get the weirdest questions. I always get like, and I feel like people are trying to get me to slip up, and I don't get it because they're not even doing it publicly. They're ruining the chance, because like one of my favorite questions is like when people try to single me out on like, because I've stated before, I'm kind of more DC currently than I am Marvel. It's kind of like, I mean, it's all over the place, but that doesn't necessarily say that they just have that sway. That's just where the stories are leading me currently. But like, okay, so like some of the weird DMs I get will be like, like, do you like Captain America? And I'll be like, yeah, he's okay. What do you mean he's okay? And I'm like, I mean, he's okay. Who's your favorite Avenger? And I'm like, I'm nothing really. And they're like, what? Well, who do you idolize with the most? And I'm like, what? Maybe like Thor. I don't know. I mean, he's based on Greek myth. I don't know. But it's like I feel like that it's like question, and I get those type of questions a lot. And it's funny because on my channel, I mean, Captain America doesn't even have a main comic right now. He's got a like side like Captain America, like through America bullshit, but like he doesn't have a main comic. So I mean, like, what's the point of the questions? Like, I mean, it's not even like I can read a comic, but like Captain America comic to review, So it's like, what are you You know, it's like I feel like they're trying to insinuate, like, because I don't like constantly talk about Captain America or some shit. Like, I hate the motherfucker. Like, no, I mean, I mean, for one, there's not a main Captain America. I'm reading the one that's coming out. Like,
You know what we need? We don't need a Captain America. You know what we need? We need a guy that gets the job done. We need a Sergeant America.
Sergeant America, Ranger America. You said Rangers were the ones that told people what to do. Like,
I don't know. Like people should like know that opinions are opinions. Everybody has their own thoughts on things, right? Like I know he's not a YouTuber or anything like that, but he is part of the pop culture philosophers, and he jumps on with Robbie. He's a long life friend with Robbie. He absolutely trashes Masters of the Universe Revelations, and I love it. Doesn't mean we're not friends anymore.
I'll be honest, like, I trashed it too, and I get it. Some people liked it, some people don't.
wait, are we talking about?
You should have that opinion.
We talking about the book or the show?
The show.
Yep.
Which one you talking about, Joe? You talking about both?
Yep.
Mostly talking about the show because like he didn't read the comic book, but yeah, no, I enjoyed it. He absolutely hated it, but doesn't mean we're not friends. Like,
but that's like the way I look at it, because like everybody I know, and Travis, you and me, and maybe like a couple other few were like did like the first part of that show, and now I've heard that like some people like the second part, but there's still a majority of people that did.
No, I hated, and again, I'm not trying to piss anybody off. This is me, Pocan Joe, personally, Mr. Toxicity. I'm telling you right now, probably a little salty. Season 2, the second part, I hated that more than the first part. I was like, why is this even a thing? Like, I would
okay, so like it's funny because
I legitimately did a meme of Tila all buffed up as a joke, as a thumbnail on the first part. Come to find out, that's what Evil Lynn looked like.
Yeah, she was all like big above. Well, I could say like if I break it down like piece to piece, there's definitely parts that I didn't like. Like I can say that I didn't like the super.
I'll tell you what I did like about it, and I think this is a very fair point. I enjoyed the fact that they brought out and again, if you haven't figured out Evil Lair Projects and Builds, I'm all about the evilness, right? I love the amount of characters they brought. I thought they brought in more characters and gave them a display more than anything from the original cartoon. Like I saw characters like Fisto and just they did a great job of showcasing everybody. I love that.
A lot of people don't
legitimately hated the story. Like the narrative that was being, or not narrative sounds political. I don't mean that.
You might not like the show, but you touched on something different. But there's a huge Easter egg with the last episode, and if you know what the name of the last episode, it ties into what you just said. Everything you see, you can own. Like, and they were talking about the toys. Like back in the day, that was the tagline that came in the original commercial from the 80s. And like I thought that was so dope that Kevin Smith kind of incorporated it in the show, because like you said, like from a marketing standpoint, they had like every character in that show. Like they had like, I mean, like I was kind of mad at them. I was kind of mad in the first part because they left out like Ram Man, they left out Panther, they left out like Stratos and some of the other ones.
When they showed Ram Man, I was like, boom, there's my midget.
Oh, I love that. You didn't like that part? See, that part like got me so hyped up.
But I do have to point out this fact here though. Did you watch the other one that was more aimed for kids that landed on Netflix?
I did watch that.
So you compare the both together and you're just like, okay, the one Revelations wasn't that bad.
Well, hold on now. Okay. I will put this out there. I'm looking at this and then this is where I generally kind of think maybe I'm slightly different than other people. If you disagree, please let me know. I don't look at something. I don't care about the politics or the representation or anything. I don't think that stuff makes a good story. I think a good story has to follow an arc. We know this from any literary writing class that you will ever take in your life. You have to have some sort of arc to a character. And I felt that that's where He-Man fell short. They gave us the shock value. They gave us the cool shit. right? But the narrative, when you stretch it out, it was very linear. There was no arc. There was no derivative. From right up off the bat, all we did was compliment Tila, and Tila treated everybody like a jerk. Like she was engrossed with compliments the entire story, and then acted like everybody's a fucking asshole. I'm sorry, I don't mean to. I don't know if cussing's allowed on your channel. I'm sorry.
Yeah, say fuck. And
No. But
come on
it
now.
just seemed like she just had a chip on her shoulder the whole time. And the narrative to the story that this chip was justified, and yet she's constantly being complimented. The point of a hero, in my mind, my opinion, is I don't care how great a hero is, nor do I care what they become. I worry about the struggle, what it is, and that's why we call that an arc, right? You're a
Yeah,
failure. You're a piece of
there
shit.
has to be a there has to
Hey,
be a
you're
struggle.
the hero. Show
Gotta
me
be a
how
hero.
you got there. And I don't think
What's up?
I
Another
don't think
celebrity.
that
Got
happened in
suggested.
How does that even happen? How does that happen that somebody like named Motu just jumps in right when we're
Well,
talking about He-Man?
that's not okay. He's got his own channel, and that's pretty much, if you can't tell by his name, that's what he's into. Now he does other stuff. He does mainly does toy review, but that's my boy. I mean,
Yeah,
Motu.
he's a guy. And again, we're just giving opinions here. We're not trying to offend anybody.
No.
But
Honestly,
if
as
you're
I
going to
remember,
engage me,
he
I
didn't
want to see
like.
failure, and I want to see conquering, and I want to see you getting over yourself. That's what a hero is, or at least in my
Yeah.
mind. I could be wrong, but as an entertainer, as somebody you know engages in
No,
this stuff,
a lot of the stuff
They,
is just
they did.
actually.
I would say like her story was probably the worst off out of everyone. I did like Evil Lynn's story was a lot better, like her arc. And Orko. I love the ending for Orko
you
as
know
well.
what?
Orko
The Orko
was really
thing I
good.
like. I can
I
hate
like.
like the same thing. And
Um,
I did like that. That was kind of cool.
You're not spoiling the second season for me, are you? I haven't
yeah,
seen it.
Okay.
no, it's done. We just
Oh,
spoiled
good.
everything.
Yeah, cool.
No, but I mean, like specifically, like with well, now I guess no spoilers. No, we've already been dropping spoilers. Um, what do you call it? But I
I
guess
can hear
technically,
you. I'm on the
none
other
of them
side.
have reference. None of them have reference. But no, I mean, Poke and Joe talks at like he touches on some good concepts of it, especially about the overall story and stuff. And I will agree there that there is no like the overall like part one and two. Like if you look at the story as a whole, did that story need to be told, kind of thing? Like technically where we start out the story and like basically they kill off like a ton of the main people in like part one or whatever. It was kind of like it was like if you took away that part, like, was there even a need to go and tell the rest of that story? I don't think so. But like, what they gave us, kind of thing, I like, I don't know. It was me for me watching the first part. I watched it with my best friend, and my best friend is not a comic person. He's not a. He watches like the MCU and that kind of stuff, and that's about it. And he was like a huge He-Man fan, and he watched it, and we loved every episode. We binged every episode. Like the cliffhangers actually left us at a good mark where we wanted to watch the next episode, kind of thing. So I enjoyed it, but I will agree that there were parts like that I didn't like. The way they killed off characters like Moss Man and shit like that. Like I didn't like the way they did it and stuff, and they were kind of validating a point. But like I will say the ending, I was very pleased with. I will say if you haven't seen it, I will say that in my opinion they fixed some of the stuff that fans were complaining about. But that's kind of like what he was talking about with Tila, about like it's very valid because like when you watch the movie, that's all she does in the first part is like, you know, she complains that she didn't know the secret about, He-Man and this and that. Like, well, duh, that's the whole point of a secret. Like I kind of didn't like that part. I don't like that. And they did that in the remake of Clash of Titans. I don't like that when they do that with characters, when like these characters are given these badass powers and all of a sudden they're like, I don't want them. Like, I don't want to be the the son of a god. Like I hate when they do that. I don't know what human would do that. Like I mean, if all of a sudden, Matt Spidey, I just gifted you a whole shitload of powers, like would that be your first reaction? It was like, no, I didn't like my dad, and I don't want these. You know, like why would that even be a thing? Like,
Yeah, it's
like
and it's like what I've always said. Like even with the MCU, like I've always been an old school traditionalist. But what I do is like I've finally come to the terms where I call it Hollywoodization. That basically all the movies they have to cater to. If they don't cater to a wider range, then they're not going to sell as many tickets. You know, people are just going to be like, okay, well, it's purely based on the comics. You know, I'm not a nerd. I don't like it, blah, 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 whatever. And that'll be the end of it sort of thing. But obviously they've got to change some of the elements of it to appeal to a wider range of viewers. So, and I suppose it's the same with a lot of other shows too.
my biggest thing is like this. But okay, because I did like it, right? And I am kind of a little biased because I do like Kevin Smith and like okay, so like my thing is like this, like why break it into two parts, especially because the heat came really from the first part. You know, if you would have think if seeing the whole part as a whole, like there's bad parts that I could focus on, and Joe even touched on stuff that I wasn't even thinking about, like how Tila was all like kind of like I mean, yeah, I didn't like that part of the story, you know, I didn't even see the need for that. But like as an overall whole, I kind of generally liked it. And I don't think fans would have like just outright hated it the way they did. But like, why break it apart? Like, was that done on purpose? Like, you know, was that like, was it like, it's almost to what Joe said. Like, think about it. If I did the show, showed it to people, and they saw the whole first season, and then like they came out to the reaction what Joe had. Joe was like, well, it was okay, but the overall story, there wasn't any point. Like, no, you know, I mean, like, I didn't like the Tila bitching thing, and like, what was the point of the buff, you know? And like, okay, so like, was the whole point of that, like, why he broke it into parts, was to like spark that speculation, kind of like pre-spec the whole show just to get people to watch it, kind of thing. You know, is kind of my thing, like because that part of it kind of like makes it weird. Like, why break it into two parts? Like, why not like everything else on Netflix drops as a whole? Like almost everything digital now. There's very few shows. The only, I mean, like HBO Max does drop episode to episode, and there are like, you know, like Amazon and stuff like that. Like because you're paying for like a subscription, like movie service, but like Netflix, you're paying for the overall service. So every other show drops in a whole. Why
Freaky,
split that like that?
Freaky Louie, jump on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Freaky
You're not doing
Louie.
anything. Jump on.
Freaky is
Um,
taking it.
I don't know if that was his choice or not either, though.
Jump on the fucking. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
To put it on.
I'm not trying to say anything, but that now that I'm thinking, you know, now that he brought that up, and that's why I love talking. But now that like it kind of like, you know, I mean, like, you know, maybe he did that on purpose, kind of thing. You know, like, you know, knowing that maybe it just got half reviews
Well,
during the. That was
it's
like a
already been
market kind of.
proven that he kind of. Oh look, I don't want to get in because the worst thing you could happen in the comic book community is be called a comic gator, which is as far as I'm concerned, a fictitious term, but I know a lot of people believe in it. And I'm not one of those guys. I'm not some old head stuck in my old way. I promise you of that. But I'm not. If you're going to tell a story, right? The point of a story is to draw on an emotion. And now, look, again, He-Man from the 80s. I'm not looking at, and trust me, I'm not saying this. I'm not going to tell you that He-Man from the 80s was a good cartoon. Not fucking telling you that because Jesus Christ, it wasn't. Right? It was something to fill time and interesting, right? But as you get older, I would think. And if I'm wrong, please tell me in the chat. Please tell me outright. But I'm thinking that once you leave childhood and that adolescence and then that young adult issue, like when you tend to watch something, you want some meaning. Now, I will preface this with old school cartoons always ended with a preface it off something. Like hey, don't be a jerk to blind kids. You know, people have value. Like they always added
They,
that.
they always did. Yeah, I agree.
And that's where we get this kind of arc from now, I would think. I don't know. I'm talking from a 45-year-old man. I don't know how old everybody else is, but we know the old cartoons. And I'm still looking back at the He-Man thing, right? And I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, we gave constant compliments to people. They didn't seem gracious of the compliments. I'm not really sure what the lesson was. And if there was no lesson, then fine. There's no lesson. These were just random events that happened. So at the end of the day, now I have to think about myself, well, what did I learn? I learned nothing. All right, was I entertained? I saw some people in it that I really liked in the comic book and the cartoon, but I wasn't particularly interested in the story. It seemed like buzzwords and go to scenarios to me. And mind you, I'm one of those people. If you don't treat people equally, I will have a problem with you. Like I generally treat everybody at the same level.
Well, you
So
do touch on something important, like, okay, what did the show?
what did you just tell me? You just gave me a thing. You gave me a thing and you buzzword me and you gave me empty verbiage at the end of the day, and I didn't like it. And again, this is a very narrow perspective. I'll even say this. I'll say it before it becomes an insult. It's from a very narrow perspective. So if it's a wider thing that I'm not seeing, please let me know because I didn't see it.
Mm. Well, I mean, I can say like while going back and thinking about the story, what did it really teach you as far as like if I was a kid, like looking for that message, like I mean, overall it was like teamwork and that was like kind of like, the crap part of
Everybody
it.
should work together. They did it very cool back in the day.
Well, I was talking about the new one because that was like three parts of the story, especially near the end, because it was like Skeletor and He-Man working together. It was like all of Eternia banding together, like what Mark Hamill as Skeletor is Kismet.
That was kind
It
of
was
awesome.
dope. I liked
I'll be
it.
honest
Yeah.
with you, I enjoyed that.
My favorite,
You guys are
honestly,
being
my
quiet.
favorite
Did I
line.
offend anybody? Because you guys are being real quiet right now. I'm sorry.
Oh no,
No,
no.
I'm,
Everybody has their opinion.
yeah,
Fair enough.
It doesn't take away your opinion. Doesn't take away my enjoyment of the show.
I hope it
So
doesn't. And I really hope it doesn't. Again,
yeah.
just a guy
Because
in Virginia giving my opinion
honestly,
out
it's
there.
always like, I mean, I don't talk like I can state that I did like the show. Me talking to you, not liking the show and stuff like that. It's not gonna like take away my opinion of the show, but like talking to someone that doesn't like the show, something like that, it does like highlight stuff that I didn't see, kind of stuff or
Hold
whatever.
on.
Like
I
maybe
enjoyed the
like.
show. I just didn't
Well,
like
no,
the
I'm not.
story.
I'm just like in this scenario when you're like, when you have someone that's going against like in a four-way conversation or whatever. I think that's the enjoyment of having the because you do it's like right now you're touching on topics that I kind of didn't notice. Like, what did the show teach? Honestly, thinking about it, not really anything. Like, what was the overall point of the story?
It was just enjoyment at the end of the day. And
Yeah,
when I watch or read something, right, I spent money on it, I generally expect more. And that's a huge douchebag thing that I do. Like I'm a douchebag, right? When it comes to that stuff. And I have just enough education to make an argument with big words on it. Like, that's where I'm at.
I was gonna. I keep forgetting Matt Spidey has not seen the second part, so I was just about to say something too, and I was like, "Oh wait, I should hold off," because I was like, I was just gonna like spoil the crap out of the second part.
no, luckily is we have said spoily things, okay, but I can honestly
For
say that.
Spider-Man, yeah, the hold on now. The
Oh,
Don't
YouTube
start with
rule,
Spider-Man. Do not start with Spider-Man.
yeah,
the
no,
YouTube rule is
I'll boot you
48
out.
hours. Say whatever you want.
No, because I still haven't been able to see Spider-Man. Some
By the way,
place
Matrix is garbage. Don't watch it.
See, I like the Matrix. See,
I keep hearing that from a lot of people that it's really bad, but I'll eventually watch it. Just like the Eternals, I've seen Shang-Chi. I've enjoyed Shang-Chi. I've not seen the Eternals or Venom, but I do plan to watch them.
So the funny thing is that I actually enjoyed Venom,
Thanks,
and
Louis.
everybody tells me how wrong I am about it, and I'm like, why am I wrong?
Venom,
And they're like,
okay, like,
it's not
I
the
can,
comic book
'cause I can
Venom, and I was
disagree.
like, I wasn't expecting a comic book Venom.
Because I can disagree on one and kind of agree on another, but like,
Yeah.
okay, so Venom 2, it was okay, but honestly, it felt more like a straight to DVD movie versus a big blockbuster movie. Now, I'm not going to say that made it bad. It's still a good movie, but my biggest
But it had a
complaint
point.
Venom 2, without no spoilers, was they did Carnage, right? We all know that, right? Woody Harrelson delivered on Carnage, right? I will
I
attest to
thought
that.
he did a good job. I
My
legitimately thought he did a good job on
and
that.
I hope we get more of Mr. Woody Harrelson. But okay, my honest opinion, the one failed thing was there's no blood. How can you do Carnage, like the biggest baddest serial killer
So
in the
yeah, I've
and
heard
that
this argument.
it,
I'm
it
sorry, I
bothered
talk
me.
way too much
I
when
mean,
I'm
like it
drinking.
wasn't
I'm
like
gonna stop.
That's a Sony
like
thing.
it
Sony
really
trying not
bothered.
to.
Yeah, it did. It really bothered me that the fact that you would even try to attempt to do that character and even give it that PG-13 or PG, rating. And I get, trying to, but why, there's all kind of other Venom characters they could have done before they did Carnage kind of thing. And like my opinion is like if you're not gonna get into, and there was a couple scenes they did okay. And Pokemon Joe, I mean, I don't know if everybody's seen Venom too, but there was
I haven't seen
one
it yet.
where it's like there was one scene where they, and I'm not going into spoilers or anything, but like
You should at this point. If they haven't seen the movie, honestly,
no,
if
because
people haven't seen that movie at this point, that's
there,
on
there was
them.
We
there was a
didn't
couple.
have movies for when Venom 2 came out.
Yeah.
So
48 hours.
just gone to
That's
the
your
movie.
obligation.
We're gone back now, but it's not on at the movies anymore.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah,
never got it technically.
lockdown, that's one.
Mhm.
Because of all our lockdowns.
What do you call it? But I will say that there was like two scenes where I believe they did like the goriness thing okay, but like it's hard to do that character without having like blood. There was one drop of blood when he had it, like it's in the trailer or whatever. But like other than that, it was like, and I'm not saying he doesn't kill people, he does, but like I mean, it wasn't. I mean, and it's not to say that he didn't look cool and stuff. He does, and I believe they did a really good on screen. But honestly, in my like it's the best way to describe it. It's just I didn't come off the movie with this big like, yeah, blockbuster, woo, kind of feeling. Now, Matrix Resurrection, like I'll give like, and I know Joe didn't like it, but like I say it was a 7 for me. I'm not gonna say it was the greatest movie ever, and I'm not gonna say it was the worst, but like, and
Hold
I'm gonna
on
say
now.
that
Hold on now. Change your scale to all the Matrix movies and just make it locked into the Matrix movies. Where would you put it there?
back to one,
Yeah,
back to one.
I think that's fair.
I'm not gonna say like I'm trying to compare it to one, but okay, I will say this without going to spoilers because I know people still haven't seen that either. But like, okay, so like one of my failed things is really the special effects in the movie. I'm not gonna say it didn't have good special effects. It's what they showed us. Honestly, it felt like a movie that came out like 5 years ago, kind of thing.
I'll
And it's not.
honestly say that special effects, the last movies had better effects. I'll
Yeah,
say it.
it
The
was
last movies had better special effects. It's like
because
I'm trying to
honestly,
figure out what they were coming up with in this.
because it wasn't that the special effects were bad or anything, but you're talking
Hey,
about comparing
everybody
MC
should go see it. Everybody should
or
go see it and get
you're
your own
talking about
opinion.
You're talking about Dune that just came out, and you're talking about like, some very visual, like, epic type movies that have come out. And in my opinion, this movie was good. I liked it. Visually, it was appealing. Like, I understand that people didn't like this about it and that. Okay, like, but overall, movie wise, I enjoyed it. And honestly, like comparing the two, Venom 2 versus Matrix, I actually like Matrix better. Like, I could watch Matrix Resurrections again versus watching Venom 2 again. I could say that. And Dune, oh my God, like I love Dune, man. Dune was great.
I'll be honest, the first Dune that I saw, I thought that, and I was a kid back then. I thought it was boring as fuck. Like I was like, because I was
see,
a
I
young kid. And
see,
then
I
I
grew
saw
up.
this new one, and they broke out that story instead of making a long movie. And I'm sitting there, and I'm having to explain to my wife what's going to happen. Hey, I'm like, no, you don't understand. They're just setting up the prep for the like. They're telling the hero's story here, so you just need to relax. And hopefully, they come out with a number two. And then the very next day, they were like, in production, number two. And I was like,
Uh,
yes.
no, I love Dune, but like honestly, like I don't like that people say that the reboot Dune is not a reboot. This is just this person's version of the book, the retelling of the book. That's they're not trying to redo the original movie. Like I will admit that
I
first
think
movie.
they're actually trying to, and I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No, you're
And
good.
that's Spidey. I want your. Are you a Dune fan?
I'm not really interested. I'll say it eventually, but I'm not interested really. I'm not a massive sort of sci-fi guy. Like I didn't really
You
enjoy
never read the books or anything like that?
and that's probably my major problem
I
is that
never
I
read
don't
books.
read anymore as well. Like
Comic
even
book.
even on my comic book, I've just turned into a collector.
Yeah.
Not a reader. Like yeah, I've read thousands of comics and all that sort of stuff, but I haven't read anything really recent or anything like that. And it's the same with Dune. Like I
Yeah.
remember seeing Dune, when I was a kid, and I was like,
Yeah. Same
eh.
thing. Yeah.
It was like
Where they
I'd
did
probably
the
I'll
painted
rewatch it
blue
now.
eyes, the digitally painted blue eye bullshit. It was like nobody
I
knew
might
what was
enjoy it
going
maybe
on.
a bit more now that I'm older, possibly. But there was like
Mhm.
another movie that I saw. I still call the most boring movie I have ever seen. I don't know whether you guys have ever heard of it. It's a movie called Enemy Mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dennis
And
Quaid.
Oh my God! You know
Dennis
enemy?
Quaid.
Oh,
that was
dude,
that was the most
Spidey.
boringest movie I have ever seen.
No, you didn't like that?
No,
See,
it was
look,
boring.
on Joe is all like he loves that movie. Like, bro,
But
I
in
love that
saying
movie.
that, I did say that as I was a kid as well. So maybe if I
Right.
rewatch
Okay,
As a
it now,
kid. Yeah.
okay. See, I'm the opposite because I'm
well,
19. I'm 1980 is when I was born. So I'm 41 now. But like, I was a kid when the first Dune came out,
Enemy
and I was
Mind is
uh,
the
Enemy
exact
Mine.
philosophy of your versus me and versus
Yeah,
belief. When I took my first couple of philosophy classes, and then the first thing that came to my mind was enemy mind. Yeah, like right.
yeah.
That
Well,
whole
I mean, there's like I saw it as a kid, and honestly, the reason I loved it was the whole turmoil. Like I always loved
right.
that it was like human versus the alien, and like
There's a
at first,
guy, and they kind of played him off as a guy from the South. I don't much like that, but it is what it is. You always
I
play
haven't.
Southern people as ignorant in the United States, but whatever. But I'll tell you, oh my God, that
Oh
movie.
yeah, yeah.
Hey, it
Like
still
that part,
resonates.
like
Oh,
when the male alien got pregnant or whatever. That part was kind of weird. Yeah, and it had Louis Gossett Jr. Yep, yeah, yeah. No, okay, so like, what was the other one we were talking about? No, but
Freaky
Enemy Mine.
Louie, jump on.
Oh,
Freaky Louie,
I
we
know.
need you on here. You don't do
I
anything in
dropped.
the community. Jump on.
Uh,
I want to hang out with Freaky Louie because that dude's just funny. I guarantee that dude's just funny nonstop.
that's why like Louis is great, man. Louis is dope. He's got so much energy and he's so creative. He blows my
When I
mind,
did
man.
my evil villainy contest thing for the year for the C2E2 thing, where I was talking about this the chip that I
Yeah,
made
good.
for when I did that, I immediately I'll admit it. I'll throw it out there. I sold that from Freaky Louie in his Saturday Night Live thing. Like I was like, I'm gonna steal Saturday Night Live shit. I got that.
Bro, that's right there. That's one of my favorite free Louis skits right there. That everything fine, like with his Lex Luthor bullshit. Like I think that's that man.
Oh, that Lex Luthor shit that he does
That
is good.
the first time I saw this, I told Louis like backstage or whatever, but the first time I saw that, I shit you not, but I've watched that like over 100 times, like just back to back. Like I think that shit is so funny, like with him being like, everything's fine, like hey, everything's fine. Hey, I got a kryptonite gun. Everything's fine. Like, and he just pulled it off. Like, bro, but there's this like, it's almost like an Easter egg because there's this one part because he tells a story on how he filmed that, and it's one of his earlier skits. And he used to be a stoner, and it was before he got married, and that's when they were fucking around doing that shit. Like he like built that weird like costume that he's in the skit, but like bro, like he does this scene where he's in the mode and they were filming and stuff, and he does this thing where he almost hits somebody in the scene. You can't see the person in the film, but you can see his reaction, and he's all like, "Oh, sorry, hey, everything's fine," And he just you barely even notice it. It's like, bro, that shit makes me laugh.
I'll be
Like, and
honest with you. I love Freaky Louie so much that if he DM'd me and he was like, "Hey, I need you to do this Saturday Night skit," or "I need you to do this," I've turned people down before. Like I'm not a glory hog. But if Freaky Louie asked, I'm like, dude, done. I will do 3 takes of it, and you get to decide which one you need me to redo.
right.
I eventually want to do like a skit with him. Like I'll just send in a video. Like we'll figure out something. Like he's one person, I'm the other person, or I want to do an office skit with him, type of thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's your office dad.
Like have him do because he already does like Freaky Louis Fridays, and then he does like Saturday
I'll be
Night
honest
Louis.
with you. The
We need to
moment he
do
collabs with people,
a whole episode.
it's
where
a
it's
different
like,
level. No, he doesn't need to do one entire episode with everybody. The moment he picks certain, like he did with the Slotted Up, with the whole Farley thing,
he's been doing that with
and the
him,
Drac.
DJ
If you
Link,
keep
and
that
Drag.
going, oh my god,
That's
dude!
how I found, like Freaky Louie. We talk about like Freaky Louie was my gateway drug to like everybody in the community. Kind of like some of my fondest people in the community. He was
He
my
was the
gateway.
needle to the vein.
Yeah, like because he was how I met Roscoe. He was how I met Sheena. He was how I met, let's see, Big Herm. He was how I met DJ Links. He was how I met.
So I met
there
him
was
on
some.
the opposite end because I did the what was it? I was doing things with cardboard
Nick.
crazies and the cancer thing, and I was blacksmithing things.
Well,
And
that's where I found you was with the
yeah,
cardboard crate.
so I was on the other end of YouTube with Blast and Stash It, Comic Core, and all those cats, right? I'm over there. And then all of a sudden, like, I kind of got in with Mark. Mark's kind of a hub, right? I think Legion of Comics is kind of a hub for everybody.
He is because I think at one
And he
point
just
everybody.
popped up randomly on my feed, and I was like, okay, let me see what this cat's about. I'm doing things in the garage. And then all of a sudden, Cardboard Crazies is doing this thing for cancer. Now, if you know anything about me, if you're doing something for cancer, I'm on board. I don't care if it's a brouhaha. I don't care if it's colon cancer. I don't care. So I reached out to Legion of Comics to make sure it was legit. Like I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that douchebag, right?
What do you mean you made sure it was legit?
Yeah, if I'm gonna go bang out a hammer in a few hours, or I'm sorry, if I'm banging out a knife in a few hours, like in less time than forged in fire, like I'm working it, right? If this is worth my time, fine. And then when I found out it was worth it, and I was like, okay, once it's worth it, I'm going to step up my game. I'm going to switch from blacksmithing and I'm going to go into jewelry making. And I made the diamond ring, right? Like I did both all day long. And I'm sitting there working this stuff and working it. And then all of a sudden, this is when the feed started coming through. And then I started realizing names, and I was like, I didn't even know there was this whole other half of it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think people understand. Like Comic Core, Blasting Stash, it. Uh, Several other guys, Sleepy Reader, like all these guys are on this side of YouTube, and you guys were over here, and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, Sleepy Reader 666. Yeah, Damien's awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Damien.
I didn't even understand that there was a whole other side to YouTube. So I was like, oh
It's like
shit. So I'm gonna work with everybody. And then that's
I
when
tried
we
that.
launched the Evil Layer projects.
Well, that's kind of like on like normally they didn't do it this weekend, but normally like that's kind of like a well, I mean, because I knew a lot of people weren't gonna be streaming on, because it's Christmas and everything, and I kind of promised everybody that I'd give a place to hang out or whatever to whoever wanted it. But
Yeah.
like normally I'd be over at like with the Gray Man and Cover Slingers and
I
stuff, and
remember
then
Gray Man. Gray Man's
you
a
know
cool
with
cat.
with Dan Della Torre and Geek Out with Roscoe and Matilda, and
Mhm.
I went and hung out with Matilda this morning
The
for a little
funniest
bit.
thing you'll ever see, you guys, Joe might know of her because of G-Man's channel, but Sanimation
Yeah.
from, yeah. Watching
Animation.
her and Matilda together is fucking hilarious.
Beautiful.
They're so
It is a
loud,
beautiful disaster.
and no filter whatsoever. It's just an absolute pisser.
I know
I don't-
Sanimation did shows with that fantastic girl, and that's how I know her. And yeah, she's pretty wild as well. I
I don't
Yeah,
know.
like there's a lot of people in this community that a lot of people don't realize like how big this community actually is.
Yeah.
I still don't know. Like a lot of the names you guys have been talking about, I'm like, I've never heard of that person, never heard of that person, never heard.
There's a
I'm still
bunch.
pretty fresh
Yeah,
to it. Too,
It's ridiculous. And then when you throw the IG into it as well, like my
I knew-
IG is just funny memes.
I knew
I just
you
do
or
memes. I don't do anything comic book.
I knew you from Simple Simon though. And I
Yeah.
don't even know. I can't remember how I found. I think I found Simple Simon from Freaky Louie, and because I know I found Freaky Louie. I found him from Dank. Um, Hey, it's kind of like this chain. You meet one person, you see but I know I've watched like two interviews with you, Simon, um, and I think that was like the first time, but that was like months ago. That had to be like 8 months ago. I think I saw like
Yeah, because I had because Simon got me on his channel. He was the first one to get me on his channel, of course, and he did his collectibles show and tell show. He's like, "Oh, I've got this idea. What do you think?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that sounds like a cool idea." And we did that, and then literally from that, I heard about Carvey, who's Comic Book NYC, and he does his original art hour. And I got in touch with Carvey. He's like, "Yeah, come on," and whatever like that. And I got a lot of followers, obviously, from him. But they're all like, "Oh, I'm getting DMs. Have you got a channel? Can you show more stuff? Blah blah blah." And I'm like, "I don't have a channel." And then Carvey's on me, Simple Simon's on me, buddy. Whack Comics is like, "Yeah, you got to get a channel and all that sort of stuff." And then probably 6 months, 7 months later, that's when I actually started the channel.
Yeah.
So if
I
had
remember
started
that.
earlier,
I remember that.
because I've been subbed to you before you had videos and stuff like because I think that first time I saw because I do that where at first I was trying to find out who was YouTube creators and who was just viewers, how you can check when you sub, it's like they have videos or not or whatever. I just sub up to everybody, so I'm sub to like people that have no channels and stuff just for the hell of it, in case
Yeah.
I never see the channel,
All right. So big question, right?
What?
Big question. Because they're comic book creators on YouTube, do you automatically sub up to them, or is there something that has to be there? And what is that?
I sub to everybody, but to get my attention, and there is no shame in my game. You got to get my attention. Like if I show up on your channel, there's a reason for it. Like I do. Okay, I do this thing where I do spread out. So if you catch me one time on your channel, that's me spreading out and stuff like that. Now, if you catch me on repeat, that's why, because you caught my interest or I'm liking what you talk about, that kind of stuff. But like at first, I was watching everybody, and it didn't work. There's too many YouTubers and stuff like that, and I don't want to. I'm not. I'm already kind of in a group, and I don't want to paint favoritisms or anything, even towards my group. You know, I mean, I support them and everything, and it's kind of like with the Bad Batch, and I'm friends with everybody, and I'll be that way to the end, kind of thing. But you know, I mean, like as far as what my viewing time goes to, like I have like a top 10 like favorite YouTubers, and I'm very picky about not
I am
revealing
so happy I am number one on your list, by the way.
right. I do not reveal who my top 10 list is, but I do have YouTubers that I just enjoy. They
We
provide
already
content.
know it's Comic Tom. Why are you fucking around?
You know, Comic Tom used to be one of those people. I used to watch Comic Tom on the basis, and I just got tired of his ass.
Everybody did.
And no disrespect, I actually love his energy, and you know, a lot of things about him. It's just not the channel for me, kind of thing. You know, I'm still subbed up to him, kind of thing. I don't desub. I guess you can say I don't unsub. I don't.
Would you? We're coming to a New Year's. It's your show, and I'm kind of doing
That's
kind
the
of
way.
taking the role of the. So just tell me shut the fuck up. But would
say
you
whatever.
release your top 10 as a New Year countdown?
I could, but see, my thing is, it creates this whole
Would
like.
you? Was the question.
Would I know? Because like I don't want to create that whole like favorite. I can say who's on the top, like just in like I don't want to give any numbers away, but I can
Well,
tell.
we're not interested in that. We're trying to cause drama. You're not
Well, that's the point, because I wouldn't be telling
People
you no.
remember.
I could throw some random, because I said top 10, so it's 10 names, but I could just pick a couple and throw some names out there.
I want
I
to throw
know.
this out there. I asked a question, so I should have the answer. I can't do it because I listen to everybody that's in the combo community
I can't.
when I'm in the workshop working. So I listen, and you always get a like from me. I don't care what you say or not, but I don't like music actually happening in my shop. I like talking. I know that doesn't make any sense, but
Yeah.
I'm doing my thing. So between Mad Spidey, TM, Evil, Comic Core, Blaster Stash It, Comic Vet, it doesn't matter. The algorithm picks it up, and I'm all of you, like, I'll stop what I'm doing,
Food again.
hit pause on the camera, come over and give you a like, and it goes back to what I'm doing.
I do, and I know. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, like I'm not saying, like I'll every whether they've got a channel or not, I'll always sub up somebody who subs me up, or as long as I can say it, obviously.
So you're a trader.
I'll
you're not a
always
trader, but
I'll always sub, regardless whether I watch their channel or not, because I don't have enough time to watch.
No one does.
Yeah.
But
Who
if I'm
has
scrolling
that time?
through and something
No.
gets my attention, like what Mike said, if something gets my attention, I'll automatically jump on that and watch it straight away. But there are channels that I watch religiously.
Yeah.
Like
Because
I'm
I could-
so thankful that I am one of them. Thank you very much. Now we just
Poker.
make things awkward.
Number 2 on my list. No.
I agree. I try to at least like them and get the full view for them. Like even if I'm not like watching them, I'm at least supporting them unknowingly, which is cool.
Look,
So they don't know that I'm
Hey,
actually watching them
You
sometimes.
guys want to know a quick trick real quick on YouTube?
What?
I'll teach you a real quick trick, and I'll teach the chat as well. So let's say you're like a YouTuber. You want to support them, but let's be honest, some days are going to be a little dry, some things are going to be a little something else,
I
right?
know this. I was
Doesn't
about to
matter.
say.
So here's what you do. Under the settings, if you bump it down 2, you still understand everything the person's saying. You watch it at 3 times the speed. You'll still catch everything they say, and you hit a quick like. The algorithm doesn't know the difference. The only way the algorithm knows the difference is if you hit it at 2 times the speed. Because
I
sometimes
want.
the speed doesn't mean anything in the algorithm. It bypasses it. You get
Mhm.
no view time for that. So just bump it down to 75%. Yeah, they're going to sound like chipmunks, whatever the case may be. Hit a like, done. They get the full fucking concept of everything you've done.
I was gonna say I learned that. I learned that from you. Like,
Yeah, I do that
what
shit all the time to everybody. Like I
it
listen
happens.
to you, right? And it surprised me how much when I talk to people in chats and stuff, like what we're going through right now. Because I'll be honest with you, when I'm working on things, everybody gets put at 75%.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? I'm working. I'm listening to you, getting thumbs up for me. Just be thankful. Right?
Mhm.
Like I'm doing things.
Look,
And
I'll
I
tell
can't
people.
listen to music while I do things because my imagination kind of takes over, and I don't want my imagination to take over. I'm thinking about comic book stuff. We're doing comic book stuff, so I want to stay in that realm. But
Sorry, Bayford just subbed me up. Thank you.
oh wow,
Yeah, if you aren't subbed up to any of these people, Pokemon Joe, TM, Travis,
why do you keep? I don't know a Pokemon.
I don't know. Shut up.
That cat is.
I'm just gonna call you Joe. I don't know
Hey,
why it's
Ken,
coming out like
Ken.
Pokemon. I don't know why. Hush. Um,
Next, he's gonna call you Pocahontas.
no, it was
I
like
almost
ultra.
going to do that. I
It was
thought
like
about it.
I'm bad. Okay, I'm ultra bad with names. Okay, like mega. It's
I don't
notorious.
worry about it. Just call me
State.
Joe.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep calling you Joe.
Or the cocaine fiend.
I tell you what, the heroin. Fuck cocaine. Cocaine's a poor man's drug. I'm all about that heroin. But
Yeah.
hey, I hate to say this. My lifelong dream, a bucket. I've never done an illegal drug, but I don't know why I got this in my head. But I want to go to Australia and do
Yeah,
heroin.
you've already said this.
You want to do what?
Every time I come on
I
Chip's
want to go
show.
to Australia and do heroin.
Why in Australia?
I don't know. It seems like the place to do it. There's no rhyme to reason to anything. Things
Oh,
just
okay.
happen.
Well, I thought there was a rhyme to the reason. I thought like
No. I don't believe in the universe far too vast for that bullshit.
Yeah, every time
I've
I
made
go,
this very clear on several streams.
yeah, mainly Chip's banter. Every time I'm on when he's on, when Joe's on or whatever, he says it every single time.
I'm notorious about like telling people like I don't as long as you spend a second with me, to me I see it as a win, and I don't need you to watch the full thing. Yeah, especially like this. I'm going 6 hours and 49 minutes. Like, who is gonna watch like the whole 6 hour? Like, I hope not. Please, like, skip through some parts and find some more interesting. No,
I can guarantee you,
Yeah,
I'll
right
do the
now,
same thing as I do for. I remember when Legion of Comics did like a long stream and was trying to get to that 4,000 hours. I did put that stream on and just let it run and went to work and let it run all day and stuff. So chances are I'll probably do the same for you for this show. I'll just play it in the background and go do my business.
That's the secret. Is I'm way past the 4,000 watched, because you know what the secret is? Substance. I dropped so many videos on my channel, like that hour watch thing.
You want
I
to know
hit
what
that.
the real secret is? NFC chips and a Baltimore Comic Con. I've legitimately mastered that shit, and YouTube is pissed at me.
The NFC chips. What is that? What is the NFC?
Not. Yeah.
What is it? I'm messing
I'm
up.
sorry. Go ahead.
I thought you said NFTs. Did you say NFTs or NFCs?
NFCs.
Okay, I don't know what those are.
Yeah. So if you don't know, the entire Evil Layer Projects and Bills channel is a complete false and bullshit channel because of these little devices that I made up. Oh, you want a video of it? All right. So I place these out in places. We printed these out, and we're actually looking to make these even smaller. I say we. I don't know why I say we, but I like NFC,
Yeah, Rob.
near field communication. Basically, you put them in the crank if you know geometry. And if you were in geometry class in high school and you were like, this shit isn't important, fuck you. It's super important when you want to cheat at shit.
They're popping fireworks over here, gentlemen. Okay, so that's a good question. Where you are at? Do they pop fireworks?
Well, fireworks are illegal,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
Except for
Joe,
obviously.
Joe, do they pop? You do? Do y'all pop fireworks over there? Is that
He
tradition?
probably makes his own.
We don't do it on Christmas. We on New Year's I've actually made some fireworks to shoot off. Do y'all want to know how I shoot them off?
Nah, no raccoons, man. No raccoons. Yeah, tell us.
Oh. No, I don't want to tell you. I'll show you.
He's gonna show us. Oh, sure. All right,
we do a Canada Day, but that's about it.
No, I'm one of 7 people in Commonwealth of Virginia saw their own grenade launcher.
Oh, holy shit! Yeah, look at that.
So yeah, you just. I'm sorry.
Damn. Boy, I got a grenade launcher.
Yeah.
Put one in there and show us.
You just type this with firework shells, and yeah.
It's not a gun. You got a grenade launcher.
Yeah, it's a firework grenade launcher.
No. This is a model that I invented. This is a grenade launcher.
It is very. Yeah, some places like here in Texas, that stuff's legal. My best friend's got crazy.
I live in Virginia.
Texas, we can have all kind of stuff. Well, yeah, like I think
we invented this 9 years ago. We compacted a grenade launcher that fits on a rifle, which makes a rifle heavy. We compacted because this is an invention we came up with about 9 years ago. It's public knowledge now, so it's not, can't steal it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody should own a grenade launcher. You're in America. Do what you want.
Crazy. A grenade launcher.
Yeah, as we have 2 people on the stream that aren't from America.
Right. Like Beef, it's like, I'll give you $20 to run outside, but he can't. He probably lives out in the woods. Look, and then Thanos Darkseid was like, yeah, my Aussie friends, they got the best. Oh yeah, whatever. He said, hey, man, stick to your alcohol, man. Stay away from the drugs, but don't be doing the drugs on the sidewalk. That's what we say on spine ticks, Joe was like, I'll show you. No, you'll hear it. Like right now, they're popping fireworks. You'll probably hear it every time. I don't know like how well my mic is picking it up, but you might hear like a boom, boom, because they are popping fireworks. They'll do it for like a week. It's like all the way to New Year's. Like, yes. What you doing, Travis? I see you.
No, just checking on stuff. What's up?
Y'all got anything you want to show off? Any presents? Any
Well, I did get some frames today, so I was able to. I just framed one thing, and that was the dates of futures past.
I like that.
So it's from the Kickstarter I backed from Spider Squirrel, and I'm gonna get a bunch more. I have another frame, but I'm waiting for the the other Kickstarter to come and get the art piece with it, because it's another cover homage, and it's to Bill and Ted. So I'm pumped for that.
That's dope.
I'm pumped to get that in, and then just mostly clothes.
Is that a new shirt you're wearing?
No.
Or sweater, I should say. No.
No, I didn't get anything new. I did get a Bearded Comic Bro shirt in the mail the other day. So
is he rolling up comics? I mean, you can technically. I mean, you could try anything. You know. I mean, I don't know. Did you grab anything, Matt, Spidey? Did you get anything today?
No, nothing. I think I ended up in the last probably week before Christmas. I think I bought myself stuff more than I bought anybody else. But obviously, I picked up that massive stack of comics that I tried to show on my poor live stream this morning. Just a few like little bits and pieces, like got new. That was from Simple Simon, but
I like that. That's dope.
So, yeah, he got me a couple of t-shirts and stuff, and he also got me this. I haven't tried it yet, but he got me it's actually like a light box, a Marvel light box. I was actually thinking about when I start, because I'm at the missus's place now. I'm not at my house. If I start doing videos, I'm going to start putting that on the windowsill behind me to, give it a bit more life into the video, I suppose. But yeah, nothing, anything too good. Well, not too good, but anything.
I say anything that you feel like, I mean, that's like everything. I mean, this is all. I mean, I put that up there. It's not. I mean, I'd say whatever makes you feel happy about it. It's like Travis behind him. All that stuff has meaning to him, because I know it's same thing. Like he's got users. Like letters and art and stuff like that from the community. And
well, that was made. We could show it a little bit better. That was made from Neighbor to the North for me. It's a PCP Army Bad Batch thing. That wasn't drawn for me. That was drawn for Bob, Bullseye Bob. But he ended up printing me off one and sent it to me. And then, of course, I got shirts from different people that I enjoy, and they were sent to me. So like Everything Comics sent me that shirt, and Bearded Comic Bro sent me the other shirt. So I feel honored getting all of this stuff. So I guess it is kind of like gifts for Christmas in a way. And then I do, actual Dracula hit me up and said he's sending me an AOK, so I can consider that a Christmas present as well. And then Big Herm Collectibles sent me a Christmas card, but I haven't got that yet, because it's coming from New York to Canada. So
yeah. So I'd say anything, I mean, I don't think there's like a set thing that we have to display, kind of on our YouTube or on our live kind of thing. I think it always like presents better certain stuff, like kind of, I think branding wise plays an important part of it. But like right now, your background right now looks great. What is it?
Yeah, I thought you were at home at Spidey, because that background is just sick.
Well, when I've got this background, or any of these, because they're all Duna covers. So whenever I've got this background, I'm at the missus' place. Whenever it's the dark curtains, I'm in my place. So, but I do this. It's obviously not my house. Don't want people to see what's going on in the background.
Station JT, Merry Christmas, my brother.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Let's see. My niece just gave me a sketchbook set for X-Men. Well, hop on and show us, man. No. Excuse me. 20, I got 2 Spider McFarlane Audience books coming, so I can't get rid of these. And there you go, man. Make space for better stuff, What you doing? You okay?
I'm sorry. I had to have a conversation with my wife, and I needed to make something clear. We don't condone violence in our house. We're very peaceful people. I have a occupation that requires me to own certain things and do certain things. So just as a disclaimer, we're not violent people, but we do make violent things.
You do make violent things, yeah, swords and hammers and knives and
Yeah, my job, I I make things. Is the best way to put that. I didn't mean to spook anybody or make anything or to do anything that was out of context for anybody. But
yeah.
I want to make it very clear because we've been doxxed before that we're very cool with violence. We're not virgins to violence here. And my wife was a little concerned about that, so I'm making her happy right now.
Let's go.
I apologize if anybody felt weird about that.
I didn't. Thought it was cool. It's good.
Next, you're going to be like pulling out wands from Harry Potter and that.
Or
I've done that
lightsaber.
before. I've made wands for Harry Potter, like
Yeah, that's-
whatever it is. I'm happy to make it, but I'm not a. I don't condone violence.
Okay.
I don't condone things. Oh, what's going
Yeah,
on?
it just
Oh,
looks
gross.
cool.
Put it back.
With strobes as well.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's only small though.
Yeah, it still works.
Yeah, so you just either leave it on permanently or
Who's complaining about the size? No.
that's what
Size matters.
And look at that. Look at that. Look, they telling you, Joe. You ain't got nothing to worry about.
Again,
I know.
we've been doxxed before. I had channels before the whole comic book thing. And that was a
Didn't
very
swat.
different
It's
situation.
It's not on Twitch anymore. No. I can understand. I think if you were like putting a bullet in it or something, you know, cocking a cartridge, you know, I think that'd be a little different. But no, you just, I mean, you kind of, and you showed it was empty.
I will say this: I am fully licensed, and I'm actually sought after to make things for the government. So I have government contracts where I legitimately can make things. Like I'm not just some fucking rando Southern guy that's making bullshit things. I'm legitimate. Is that good? All right, my wife's shaking her head, so I'm good.
it said on YouTube. Must be true.
I'm pretty sure you work for Stark Industries.
Right. You know, there's a million different guys here in America
More like Doctor Doom.
that are weird, that make shit all the time, you know. You're my best
I'm
friend.
legitimate
Best friend.
and licensed
Gun channel.
and everything
Yeah.
that I do.
If he's
Tonight,
watching, check,
You're just catching me celebrating Christmas.
right? Yeah, shout out to my boy Debo 504 TV. That's all he does. He has a channel, but that's all he does. Honestly, he has guns, and it's either shooting range or look at this gun that I got. You know, and that's all he does. You know, and it's funny because he's in his own little like gun, you know, collecting YouTube community kind of thing. It's funny.
Again,
that-
not trying to spook anybody. We're legitimate people here. I'm a comic book nerd that knows things. It's the best I can put it.
I think that's a bunch of us. A lot of us know other stuff. We're not just.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a hobby. You know, it doesn't define
My
us.
wife got a little concerned about it because we had an issue a few years back ago where people had a problem with it, and I just
You know,
want to make it clear everything's empty and
You hopped on a guy on a show where it's called Evil's Comics. You know, I think that some of that stuff is kind of implied. You know, and not, those people can screw off and dislike my channel all they want, you know. And I'm not trying to say I don't like, yeah, everybody's welcome here, but like if you don't get that I'm a little more adult, that's the whole point of the name, you know. Like all my videos are for adults only. Like I don't push anything for kids.
I'll tell
Like
you what, though, our two people that came in tonight, and thank you both for coming, Spider or Mad Spidey and TM. TM, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been watching you for a while. I know you don't know that, but I've always watched your stuff. Mad Spidey, you're relatively
You
new.
said
I
you're
catch
watching
all
me?
your
Well,
stuff
that's
too.
creepy.
he's
I
stalking.
don't always comment because again, 30 days to finish a project, and I don't like music. I like verbiage. I catch all you guys on it, so super good stuff coming out lately.
Nah, but like Travis is like, for me, he's like my cousin because he's intertwined with, I mean, the Bad Batch and stuff. I mean, Manny and Fable and Big Herm, and you know, I enjoy everybody over there. And, you know, JT here, and we got John Thomas, and but that's like, you know, the other crew on the other side. We got like Simon and Matt Spidey, and with that, man, I'm trying Nerdy Girl, and like, yeah, of course, we got, well, they're not in the same circle. I don't know who was circles. Yeah, but you know, Whack and Lee and Tyler. I don't
I'll tell
know.
you
They're in
what,
a world of their own.
honestly, I would not have known about Mad Spidey if it wasn't for Whack Comics. And then when I went and I just
Merry Christmas, Henry.
hit his
Um,
channel and played
Hey,
all of it, I was like, oh, that's an Australian redneck. I like that guy.
sort of bogan.
trying to remember what.
And then Team Nerdy, you've been around for a while. Like you've been around for a minute, and then
Yes and no. I've been around in chats, but like I've only had a YouTube channel for like 8 months, maybe.
oh,
So like I'm just under a year. So
and then the last time you went live, like your first real live thing, like I was like, holy shit, that is kind of cool. And like you were just kind of working through it and do it because I understand. I tried to do the thing where I was working in the evil lair and I was trying to go live and I was trying to do things and do a live feed. That's hard. You were right. Like you said it, and you're like, this is hard. And I was like, yes, it is. And I love that whole station thing. That is fucking awesome. And when somebody told me where it came from, I was like, that's fucking genius.
Well, I forgot Brandon too. Brandon, Comics Kings.
Comics Kings, you got Missing Link, you got
Link.
like we have a lot of people like JT, of course, he doesn't make videos, but like I've featured all of them on Chatting with the Comic Community. You get to see them, like Eric Durant's. Talkie 616 has a channel, but he doesn't post a lot, but he's also part of it. Dylan's Horror Show every Saturday night. So like we're a wide variety of different content, right? Then Nick Comic Culture as well, dropping review videos every week. So there's quite a few of us. Just not all of us make videos.
Chap, I watched that episode. I watched that episode. Sheena's too.
I've known Sheena for a long time, and like this is way before she was even in the community. She was just on IG watching No Good Comics channel, and same with and then she popped over to his YouTube channel, and that's where I met her. It was kind of through him and Jennifer from Comics Will Break Your Heart. She was only in those two chats, and then she expanded out to. So I've known her for a while as well.
Nice.
I'm trying to think where I'm at.
I think, personal opinion, I think a lot of these females that are out doing their thing, reading comic books, They need to get on YouTube. Like they need to go out there and say, "Hey, women read comic books too." That like, and that's what I think about comic book G Spot and his the women monthly thing. And horrible title, but
Yeah,
They play on it. They play on it too. They're just like every month, women have their time of the month, and this is it. It's like, yeah.
it's so weird.
Every guy's like, "Oh."
They do the tampon screen or whatever. That shit's funny. No, like I agree though. I kind of like all the. There's a couple that I'm not too fond of, but it's just the way what their channels are about. It's not really the personas, but I enjoy all the females in our group, like Inja and Sheena. I mean, I've talked about a bunch, but even some of the other ones that don't like Caroline and like Sparks and Caroline, like trying to think Tori with
Would you?
Yeah, Smiley Tori.
yeah, man. So you talk about bringing some heat to a competition. You better watch out if Tori shows up.
Yeah, Nicole's new, fairly
Yeah,
new to this community as well, and she's breaking out in a big bad way.
The G Spot. I think that's how it's titled, the Comic G Spot.
Comic book G Spot.
Yeah, I think that it's Comic
On
Book G
YouTube.
Spot.
Is there a the in
Yeah, it is. It's the comic book G Spot.
Doesn't matter. It's a shirt. It's search. He'll pop up.
Well, I mean, if you go through his library, you'll find most of
It's
us.
weird. It's a weird. Like my wife was not happy with that title. My wife's like, "Really? What the fuck? What does a guy know about G Spot?" And I was like, "Oh,
A lot of people.
you old bird."
When I was going on his channel, they were like, "What's with his name?" And I was like, "Dude, I dig that. I thought it was a clever like pun or whatever."
But you know what? I'll be honest with you. It is a pun, right? It's a pun. But I'll be honest with you. If I think he's probably like, and I'm saying this from a guy who does not always have the best opinions, right? Like I know what I am. But I'll be honest with you. If you go in there, and you do not program yourself and you answer honestly, right there on the spot.
Yeah.
I think it will be a very like he gave me the questions 2 weeks in advance. He's very organized that way. I ignored them. Them on the spot because I don't like pre-programmed answers to make it sound like it's correct. If you want to know who somebody is, you should not program questions. You should sass them. And if they're horrible people, they're horrible people. They're like, what determines horrible people, right? So just
Yeah, I don't like going off of a script. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, it's so sad.
just do it.
Merry Christmas, man.
Southern
Comic Geek.
Yeah, there's a superstar.
Yeah, celebrity, man. What do you call it? I can say there was one, like I did the same thing where he gave me the questions 2 weeks, and I say I like that. But I can say I was kind of like you, where like I think it was like 3 questions, right? Well, 2 of the questions I want to say I threw away, but the third one, it wasn't that I threw it away, but it gave me that much time to think about the answer because it was that it is his final question, like, and it's that I've kind of had a problem with that question my whole life, kind of thing. So that's why, like for me, it like just gave me more time to like have that precise answer when I got that question. But like honestly, the other 2 questions I wanted to be spontaneous. I mean, if you know my channel, I'm all about spontaneous and I mean because
here's the thing too, like with spontaneous, like you could open up a door of something and find out something that you don't know about somebody that way. Like all of a sudden, boom, they're talking about something that you didn't have planned that in that conversation, but now you're talking about it for a good 20 minutes.
But that also leads to I like your answer. let me be very clear, but I think that also leads to a different answer. Like people's emotions are always going to answer questions differently. So if you ask me, like a good thing on comic book G Spot, without it being a corporate answer, because he knew that I deal with corporate shit.
Yeah,
Uh, he said, what does out of the box mean to you? Right? That's an emotional question, right?
yeah,
That's going to change at the end of the day. And I thought I gave him a very copacetic answer. Right? Copacetic versus emotional versus whatever else. Um, your answers should always change depending because emotions rule us. I'm one of those people. I will say all day long. I try to be as logical as I can, but let's be honest, emotions always rule at the end of the day. And when he asked
yeah,
me that question at 2:30 at night, right, versus somebody that's going to ask me at um,
yeah. It's
4 o'clock in
morning.
the morning or whatever else. And I'll be honest with you, the answer I actually gave him at that night is my true belief. All right. So you ask me how does a person think out of the box? Well, the truth is you need to throw away that whole thinking thing because your mind is not functional. I know that sounds bad, right? The truth is, you need to throw in some very simple things. There's three ways to build things, right? You build from your heart, right? You build up people's emotions, motivations, negativities. Wrong or right does not fit into this category. And then, well, the second way is to build with your mind, right? You think of past yourself and past your expectations and into the universe. You think about this in your mind.
Oh, I agree. Keep going.
The last way is to build with your hands. You make things. You look
Yeah,
at things. You're an artist or whatever the case may be. Um, the truth is, if you want to be outside of any box, it's not think outside of any box. It's to be outside of a box. Is to make sure no box can be contained to you, and the only way you can do that is to master those three skills at the end of the day. Because the only person that can build a box that can contain you is you. If you build from the heart, the mind, and the hands, there's nothing that anybody can do to you. You're doing your own. And
I agree. I agreed with you all the way up until the end. Like you had me sold, buddy. But like, I can kind of say because that's why that question specifically, and that's the one I was talking about that I kind of thought about for 2 weeks because it plays a major part with me and my parents and my family and stuff like that. And my mom used to say that all the time, like, you always think too far out of the box and stuff like that. And I used to be like, well, what's the point of the box, kind of
well,
thing.
here's the
So
point. Here's the point. You're allowing other people to build your box. You build your box. You mastered three skills. You mastered three skills. Nobody can build a box around you if you mastered those three skills.
it's a very good point, though.
And if they try to, ignore them.
I mean,
Ignore them away.
it's a tough question because it's kind of like one
That
of those
gets
things.
deep, and that got way too deep for a comic book. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm gonna
that's what
apologize.
this
I got
this
weird.
this is all about conversation, man. It doesn't have to be about like I,
No,
I
we
don't
didn't
really,
have to
I
get
mean,
that deep. That was a kind of a dick move on my part. I apologize.
that's kind of the thing about the way I'm doing my channel right now on the Hangout. When I do these live streams, anything is on the table. I don't care, and what you want to talk about, as long as you have passion about wanting to talk about that. So that's why, like, the flow of the conversation, I don't care as long as the conversation's there, you know what I'm saying? And then plus that, like, involvement in the chat and stuff like that, and as long as that's all
Look,
there,
the
every
problem is
anything
I talk too much.
is on the table.
We're used
I
to
mean,
that.
y'all can we could talk about movies, we could talk about TV
But,
shows. I got knowledge, that's like that's what I mean. Everybody should have a little knowledge on everybody. So in case the conversation comes up, you have something to chime in on. Like whether it's anime, whether it's TV, movies, games. That's kind of like me. I mean, I'm not gonna say that to everybody out there, but I do dabble in a little bit of everything, so anything's up on the kind. I'm even game to talk about politics, because guess what? Guess what? I don't give a shit. I'm not even driven by politics. I
right,
have no.
so I'm going to say this right now. Politics is not a story, nor
No.
is it interesting. I'll tell you how politics happens in 2 seconds. I'm convincing you I'm the best person for you. Will you vote for me? Politics is done. That's it.
Yeah,
You
you
can
know what?
add whatever you want to that. No difference. It doesn't
You know.
matter if it's or in India with 72 political parties. It doesn't matter if it's America with 2 parties or whatever they do in Australia or Canada or anywhere else. It's legitimately I'm the guy you need to vote for.
I'm gonna tell you the best thing. The best thing about politics on YouTube, and you want to hear the best thing about politics on YouTube, is like the second you say politics, somebody's there to chime in about that shit. So if you really
You
want
know
to get a
what?
conversation
Fuck
started,
all.
just mention
Here's
like
how
politics.
politics,
And
the
people are like,
philosophy of
oh,
politics works. I
yeah.
will tell you legit, and this is not an argument. Politics in any rhetoric form, the way the structure works out is I'm the best person. Here's why. I'm not promising you anything. I'm not going to give you anything. I'm just telling you why. And that's it. So therefore, it is a fallacy at the beginning of the day. No philosopher, no psychologist would disagree with that. That
Hmm.
that is the philosophy, and that
Yeah.
like I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. I know this is a jerk conversation, but I'm going to be honest with you right now. The whole concept of voting is a fallacy in itself. Oh wait, now the comments are about to blow up. But
Right.
you feel, but if you're basing your election votes off of a feel, like emotions,
Oh, I
right?
agree. I
It's a
agree. I agree.
fallacy to begin with.
Yeah,
That
I
is
agree.
a fallacy.
I agree. Like, especially when you think about just the logic and the basic, behind the principle. If you're just voting in any reason based on like feelings or appearance or something like that, I mean, it has no substance
Or
behind the vote.
speech or
Um,
possible outcome. Look, I get it.
I
Look,
can,
I get
I
it. You
can,
have to vote for somebody. I get it. But
uh,
what would happen? I'm just going to throw out a theoretical thing right now. What if nobody voted?
nothing would happen. Like you,
Hold,
you think, that,
hold
like
on.
you think, like you think
What
they
if
wouldn't have the president?
nobody voted?
No,
Period.
somebody would still
Across the
become
line. I think that would have more of a say so than voting.
Do you even think that's the thing though? Do you even think they would
In
make that public?
America, if you throw up 2 candidates and nobody voted
But
because
think
they
about
hate
it. Do you
both
think
of them,
they would make that public? I don't even think, like, let's say we all took a stand this coming up vote, nobody voted, right? I think they would like go so far as like forge it to make like at least
There
like
was a comedy
12
movie made after this concept, Brewster's Millions. He literally said, vote none of the above.
gross seems
Why
more.
isn't that an option on any voting form? Like, seriously, I hate both of you. I'm done with it. Like, I'm done with this shit.
Or just
I mean,
do what
that's not-
we do and just put dummy votes. So you got the candidates there, and you put like you draw a little extra box and write like Jedi Party or
D's
something like
nuts.
that.
you could do we
There
could
was
do that
literally
here,
a
but
campaign
you
for
have to
D's
write it.
nuts. Like, fuck all of you.
I've done that before. I wrote in like Kanye West one year before he
I'm
was
just
like, I think
saying.
it was
Can
like
you
two elections
imagine
ago, and I wrote him
if
in, you know.
the sad thing is you don't even need 50% of the vote. You just need 20% of a vote to sit there and say, none of you.
It's like there's certain
None of
things
you, because you're horrible people.
I don't think any government would like allow to do publicly or
Well,
anything like
no,
that.
they have to recognize it.
Yeah,
Here's
yeah,
the
kind
weird thing about America: the moment you write in none of them, they're garbage or don't vote. The moment you make that an option, oh,
The
but they
problem
don't,
is, okay,
because
so
people want to be part of a side, and it's
no, yeah, that's the biggest problem. Is the problem? The biggest problem is we're so divided on everything. It doesn't matter what it is. We're divided to begin with. I mean, you could be talking about burgers, chicken sandwiches, grass,
hey,
this color
I hate to tell
versus another
everybody this,
color.
but I
Like,
don't need a politician. I'm going to do what I want anyway.
now we're just
Because I have
I mean,
just enough money to do it. Makes me the villain, right? Because I have just
like
enough
you say,
money to get away
I
when I
vote
want
for
to.
you. What are you running for? Treasury? What are we going for?
I don't give a shit. They do it.
Treasury.
Jedi Party.
You want to know what I did last year? I literally gave the guy that ran for. Look, I'm not worried about national office or any bullshit like that. I don't care about that shit. I worry about my local politics. And for most Americans, I'm going to throw this out there right now. Stop worrying about who the fuck a president is. Who fucking cares? Your local government will fuck you over faster than anybody else. And I guarantee anybody to test me on this. Because eminent domain
Honestly,
is bullshit.
honestly, we just need to let them pick. Like, well, what's the whole point of like doing this vote and stuff? Like, for one, like who honestly feels like their
Here's
vote
where
matters?
you need to be smart. I'm going to tell you right now. Your content gets a vote. Look, when you go to your local town, city, whatever else, state, whatever it is, that's where your vote is most important. Who the fuck cares what the president is? They're going to take those votes and they're going to make that the constituent. Look,
I could agree with that, like in the smaller county and stuff like that, because that's like
yeah,
your
you need to focus on.
like
Look,
someone said,
your local government will fuck you over faster than the president will. Challenge me on it.
yeah, you're good. You're good. Look, people want they're
No, let
already
them
like
go through it.
they're,
I'll
they're
throw
like
the. I will
they're like
throw
vote for Joe.
my proof
You
into
already
it.
got 50% of the vote for Joe. That's not what he said, but let's see. I'm gonna play 4 now. All right, man.
And I hate to be so passionate about it, but I'll be honest with you. Who the fuck cares what the president of the United States is? Look,
Oh,
your
wait.
local government can fuck you over faster than any president can.
Hey, wait, Thanos. But before
That's
I
where
just
your focus needs to be.
Hey, if you ever watch my reviews, my real reviews, I spoil the shit out of stuff, boy. Like, so don't, this goes for anybody if you've never watched any of my reviews. That's the point. It's a review. Please don't read the comic or like the movie before you catch any of my reviews because I spoil the shit out of stuff. And I don't give you no warning. Like, I don't tell you need spoiler warning, none of that junk. I spoil the shit out of stuff because, no, I'm playing. But for real, like I don't do spoiler free. I'll do that on the live chats and stuff like that, like right now because I know he hasn't seen, stuff like that to be friend, nice. But I mean, on my reviews, my specific, like please, like I do spoil stuff. So
Hey, Brian. Okay, one question I've got. Get away from this politics crap because it's.
yeah, let's do
Well,
that.
I was just gonna.
Don't leave us. Don't leave
I
us.
was gonna do the same thing, and
I
That
hate-
was
I
the
hate
thing
that
that I
politics.
did. Don't leave us because of that. Look,
no,
that's
I wanna-
the thing in the United States. Don't leave us.
The
for
question
it.
I'm going to ask is, what do you guys think of the new Punisher logo?
I don't think it's real. No, not like you think. I don't think it's like a legitimate permanent change. I think it's just like they're just showing you that panel from like one issue, and I think it's just that part. Like it's like a because it looks like the hand, and it looks like just maybe like a moment in time in that comic. We've already seen if you've seen the cover on the first issue, he has the same Punisher logo. It just
Yeah,
looks like a.
And that's the thing because I saw that image before I saw the cover.
I think I can
we-
understand that. That's okay. Now, if I'm wrong, and that's
I'm looking it up right now, and it's saying Marvel officially changes Punisher logo in new series. So that can mean like it's just changed in that new series, and it's nothing more than just that series. That his logo will be changed to that.
I think it's just like a story. Like
I'll tell you,
You know,
right now.
I don't think that's gonna be like.
Marine Corps guy, every Army Ranger guy is pissed off right now because that is iconic.
I don't think they're gonna. That's what I'm saying.
So it has made. I want to be very clear on this for our other fans out here tonight. I want to be very clear on this. Yes, what they have said is absolutely true. That has been an iconic tribute. We've made patches out of it. We've painted on Humvees.
Yeah.
We have done cool shit. And now all of a sudden it's this kind of weird Asian
It's like a
thing,
demon or something.
and it's like
Aliens.
that's not true. Like the whole skull thing that is iconic. And somebody's like, "Oh wait, people took yeah." So I'll go ahead and say this right now. It may hurt some people's feelings, but I'm gonna say it. And Evil has his button. He can cut this out right now. I'll tell you right now. That iconic symbolism strikes fear. And that's the point of war. And that is the point to make a point out there. Like, if it's not in war, fuck it. It's whatever. I've cared that. I don't understand why they think it needs to be an Asian thing.
If Mike would share screen, we could show you guys what the new logo does look like.
Yeah, it's a.
How to do that?
Yeah, show it.
Yeah, it looks
it's
like one
just-
of the old samurai masks almost.
How do you share a screen?
I just shared it. It's just like adding somebody to the thing. You'll see another thing that says TM at the bottom.
They took away the American part of it, and the American part of it is
Well, they have
like-
changed the skull a little bit over the years, but it's still been the same.
garbage.
Yeah,
That's garbage.
Yeah, that is
Yeah,
it right there, and it's yeah. I this is my first time seeing it. That's why I looked it up, and I do not like the look of this at all. Especially the teeth. The teeth went down, and like if you guys can see on my hat here, the teeth went down and became his belt in the series, like his utility belt. and it just worked with it. It flowed with the look of the character. So yeah, I do not like the point of this. Like, what is the point of the horns?
I disagree.
I
I don't look at that and see fear. I look at that and I like, oh look, it's the devil.
Or it's a tribal tattoo or something like that.
I have no fear of the devil, but you show me a skull.
I just think it's like an aesthetic thing that they're gonna do like a couple issues.
Bullshit is what it is.
It's all because of that bloody idiot when they stormed what that building they stormed during COVID or whatever, and the guy was wearing it.
JT, the Court of Owls. That's what it looked like, the Court of Owls.
Yeah, all because that one wanker in the bloody one of your Capitol buildings or something like that stormed when they raided it, and he was wearing a Punisher t-shirt, and ever since then they're like, not putting Punisher in comics anymore.
Oh yeah. That's why you are right. That's why he hasn't shown up this whole year.
And spoiler alert, Batman's gonna show up. He's showing up in everything else.
Yeah. Marvel and DC.
And then Punisher will shoot him anyway.
Believe it or not, there has been, I've heard rumors of DC and Marvel trying to do their whole like crossover.
Amalgamation again. That would be cool. I wouldn't mind that. The amalgamation or amalgamation or just characters coinciding, because the amalgamation was two characters combined together.
It's not going to be.
Let it be separate.
It's just going to be.
Let it be a separate thing.
Well, it's going to be like just like they did in the '90s. It's like their little 3 or 4 comic event, as I heard it. It's not going to be. It's not going to be the amalgamation. It's just going to be like the newer characters that we haven't seen versus.
I will say this: I am super happy that we all disagree. Let's see what happens. Like, I'm super happy about that.
About what?
All of us are disagreeing. Let's see what happens.
I think it'd be dope though, because you can think about like some of these newer characters versus some of the other ones. I don't know. Get a real Punisher going. No, I mean, that's one thing that bothered me is Marvel's not even using some of their main characters. They don't even have comics like Ghost Rider, Blade.
They're bringing back Johnny Blaze as Ghost Rider, so I'm actually quite happy about that. So I don't know about the bike. Looks like a big ass chainsaw. Looks a bit weird, but I'm an old school Ghost Rider guy. Like, I grew up mainly reading Danny Ketch first, and then obviously went back to Johnny Blaze. But
I don't think they should make a new one, because we already have enough Ghost Riders that we can utilize them more. In that, I don't think there should be any more new Ghost Riders.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I like Johnny Blaze. I like Danny Ketch. I like Rob Reyes. Come on, man. We'll use one of them. And give us some Ghost Rider. Like
it's
a
it's Ghost Rider. It's not Ghost Driver. So that's
Ghost,
sort of
that's
a little bit.
I agree with that, but I do love me some Reyes.
Yeah, fuck.
Come on, man.
I joke because somebody said something about English and Americans and
I just love that shit, Robbie Reyes, man, is dope.
He's still a cool character, but it's still not, for me, the quintessential
Ghost Rider.
Or they can bring Barbara Ketch. Barbara Ketch can be the Ghost Rider for once.
Yeah.
She was in one of the What Ifs. She was like, it was like her only appearance. It was her first and last appearance as Ghost Rider.
Here's the funny thing: everybody's thinking that I'm drunk right now. You want to see me drunk?
No,
this is not the deal.
Well, we've heard the stories from C2E2. No, we're right.
It begins. Let's see, the Aquaman movie trailer.
That's not drunk. You want to see drunk? Oh.
No, I don't agree with the tribal symbols on Aquaman can do without all of those tattoos and stuff on him and that. But I must say, I did enjoy the Aquaman movie.
I did. I loved Aquaman and um
There hasn't been many DC movies that I would like. I'll still watch the DC. I'll watch anything, any movie, any series or anything like that. I'll always watch it, even if like Lock and Key. I'd never even heard of Lock and Key before, but absolutely loved it.
Oh
So
man,
we're gonna ask a
yeah.
question, and you guys stand by your answer.
Hmm.
The original cut, or the Snyder cut?
Snyder cut.
Snyder Cut.
Snyder
No,
Cut was way
that's
too long.
Spidey.
Snyder
Snyder-
Cut was way too long. There was too much.
Why?
I liked the additional stuff in it, but they needed like 4 hours, whatever. That's just stupid. Way
I thought that was great. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed
Yeah, it was good.
worth
Like
of the movie.
I couldn't see me going to the theater to see it. But like when I watched it, it was at home. But a lot of people, like, it's funny that not saying you in particular, but a lot of people are like, oh, it was too long. And then you ask them, it's like, oh, what'd you do? It's like, oh, I binged this show for like 7 hours. It's like, so you'll binge a show for 7 hours, but that movie was way too long for you? Like,
4.
But I think there was just too much extra added to it. Like, I do like how they tweaked things and added certain.
But was it
points
better?
to it.
Was it
It
better?
was better than the original, yes. But it's
For me-
also, I always measure a movie on will I ever watch it again and watch it again multiple times. Yes,
So
I would watch it again.
Was it better?
It was better than the original. I would watch it
Yeah.
again, but I don't think I'd watch it multiple times.
So TM,
That's
was
Justice
it better?
League.
yeah, it was better. It is hard to watch multiple times, so I do agree with that. I've only seen it twice. I do want to watch it again. I did not like the slow motion parts of the movie, and that whole Aquaman scene where everybody was singing. That was weird.
Yeah,
That was just that was weird.
I agree with that.
That was kind of
weird.
But other than that, it was far better than the Wheaton cut. The Justice League.
I love
Spidey.
it.
Spidey.
Okay, I already.
Bad Spidey. Was it better than the original cut?
I already said it was better.
Yeah, he answered. It's my turn.
I don't care. I've been drinking. I do whatever.
Drunk.
Okay. So I will say it was better because honestly, if you go back to the trailer, that was the movie. You could tell that was the movie we were supposed to get. But honestly, it's better. And honestly, multiple viewings, yes, I did on first day. Like, but I'm DC like fan. But honestly, like in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, but that movie actually jumped up to like one of the like top tier, like better comic book movies of all time kind of opinion. Like and I can say like I can give you a comparison to what was before then, and I know
Better than
people.
the first.
But that's my opinion. But Watchmen is one of my top rated like best comic book to movie adaptation. But I have reasons why these are top ones compared to some MCU and stuff like that. And I'm not saying I don't like the MCU. I love the MCU. I've enjoyed all their movies. But some of the other top ones would be like Sin City, like 300. But it's more like on the lines of comparative to book to movie or actual story from the comics to the movie and stuff, because all the MC movies are great and everything, but stories not comparatively to anything in the comics. They've taken bits and pieces from here and there, and I mean, we're talking about they messed it up from the beginning. You're talking about Ant-Man starts the Avengers in the comics, and he's not even a main character until like phase 2. I mean, and the whole like Nick Fury starting like the Avengers was kind of weird. But again, I love the MCU. It's its own thing. But and I get that, and especially compared to where we came from, Marvel, I'm gonna say I choose this Marvel versus where we came from, kind of thing. But like multiple viewings, like dude, I watched Justice League on HBO like on my phone and stuff, and then I like knocked over my friends after I was done. I was like, bro, I have to watch this on the big screen. 2 days later, I went and saw it on IMAX. Like I went and paid like we were on lockdown here, and I think we had just gotten off of it. I wasn't positive if it was even in theaters, kind of thing. And I mean, I love that movie. It was dope. But see, I like the original Justice League, but the original Justice League movie, it pissed me off. Like, because going off the trailers, and I get it, trailers catfish like a motherfucker. There's things that they show in the trailers that don't end up. But bro, that trailer to that movie, that wasn't even the same descriptive narrative of what
I
we
don't know,
got.
man. Like if you go back and watch that movie, like what you know now, like it was the Flash from a different Earth that came through and talked to Bruce Wayne in the original Justice League, and then you have what I thought when I first watched the Justice League was that Bruce Wayne was just having nightmares. Not that this was actually a different world and that was what was happening in that world. Like I didn't know all that. That was new to me whenever I watched the Snyder Cut. So like there was a lot of plot holes in the first one. Like did not make sense. So like I was glad that we got the Justice League Snyder Cut.
What I was going to say, sorry, what I was going to say earlier was I actually sometimes enjoy, even though I love my MCU stuff, I do enjoy watching the stuff like DC stuff, independent stuff, and things like that because I'm going in more blind than I am with Marvel stuff. Because Marvel stuff, I know more history to. Obviously, DC, I know a little bit of history and things like that because I still read DC and things like that when I was a kid.
Animated and games.
But all this independent stuff that's coming out, and that I'm actually loving it quite a lot because I don't know anything about it. So I'm not going in there with, oh, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. You should have this color hair and she should be this and that's the wrong power and all that sort of stuff. I'm literally just going in going, I can just sit there and enjoy it. Obviously, over the years, I've slowly sort of gone with the MCU stuff. I've slowly sort of gone, I just need to take it for what it is and just enjoy the movie instead of go and pick it. Like, because when the first Spidey came out, the Tobey Maguire one, I picked the absolute shit out of that. But now that I watch it, I can enjoy it a bit more.
That's crazy. I love the first one when it came out. I was so hyped up when I left the theater. Same thing with part 2. But see, I'll defend part 3 because even though everybody shits on it, like there was still a mass majority of the film that I liked. Everybody shits on the Venom part. It was only 10 minutes of the film. The part that I want to shit on in the film, no one even brings up, and that's the whole use of like the Green Goblin again. Like I kind of thought that was a regurgitated part of the film that didn't need to be there. And no one, I mean, but like Sandman, I love that version of Sandman. Like, bro, like if they didn't pick like the perfect actor to play Sandman and his look and like even his whole storyline in that movie was so dope. But like everybody want to focus on like the emo spider and like the which I get it. Like I'm not, there wasn't a big, I don't know why I was in the movie, like why even Sam Raimi, like in his directorial genius or whatever, like felt like he needed to do that weird emo like pop and collar thing and like dance. I don't know. Well, I feel like that was more Toby than that was like writer or director or like I feel like that was more like the actor like inputting like, oh, I feel like Peter would be doing this, and like they just kind of went with that kind of thing. I mean, you're talking about from the first 2 movies, Toby was kind of a regular actor, and no, after Spider-Man 1, boy, that boy was like Michael Jackson walking the earth kind of thing. And it's kind of like Tom Harlan right now. You can't tell me that everybody knows who Tom Harlan is just because his portrayal as Spider-Man kind of thing. I know kids all around the world, like right now, know who Tom Harlan is, and that's why it's just because of Spider-Man kind of thing. Name a Tom Holland movie that's not Spider-Man.
Oh, come on, beef it. There's nothing wrong with the Dolph Lundgren Punisher. That's old school B grade classic stuff.
I like that movie, but I mean, now comparatively to it's hard to say things like that. If you go back to the originals, of course they're not gonna compare to what we have now, kind of thing. And some things, some people will fight you on the original kind of thing, like, oh, the original was always the best kind of thing.
Since we're on the subject of Punisher, has everybody seen Hawkeye here?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I haven't watched the very last episode.
So, well, like then you know Kingpin's in it because at the last. So do you think more like? Do you think we're going to get the Punisher from the Netflix series coming over? Do you think that's a possibility? Do you think he will put up that mantle again?
do, because if you've seen a certain movie recently, then you know that someone shows up from another person shows up from the Netflix show. So yes, I will have to say that I think that's kind of part of the plan as they are starting to integrate. They are now finally, that's something that makes absolutely no sense to me, and I don't get this about Marvel and Disney, and I'll fight anybody on this shit. Y'all can suck whatever Marvel, Okay, so like, bro, how do you start the MCU, which we all love, right? And they started TV shows, right, with the whole Netflix stuff. But how do you start them? And the Netflix shows acknowledges the movies, but the movies don't acknowledge the shows. Like, what is the point of that? What was the point of
Um,
Agents?
that was way before like they even had like rights to any TV shows going forward. I know that they did want to make Marvel's Agents of Shield in line, like that was their whole thing. But like Kevin Feige said no. Kevin Feige kept putting his foot down and saying no, he doesn't want that in continuity. But they kept pushing that until they finally gave up and then started doing their own thing, which essentially made the show really better in my way, because in my eyes, because like they weren't having an agenda to like, oh, it has to be connected with this and that, because now Marvel's Agents of Shield is not connected with the MCU at all, for sure, considering who was just found out at the end or in the latest Hawkeye series, that we have the MCU's version of Mockingbird.
Yeah.
So
They tried to do it early, because remember it was an early episode, and Sif actually popped into the first season of Agents of Shield. So they tried it early. And
Yeah.
And then they did have like, because at the end of the first season, because that was in the first season that Sif showed up, and at the ending of the season they had that was when the Winter Soldier came out. That was the fall of Shield, and then so they did have the fall of Shield happening in Agents of Shield as well, and Cobra coming to, or Cobra, Hydra, getting GI Joe and Marvel mixed up.
That is the weirdest name I've ever seen. But hey, Wayne Hotel.
Oh, that's my cousin.
.com. That is, I will have to say that is probably the greatest handle. Like, who the fuck uses Hotmail? Like, does anybody still got Hotmail? Is it even a thing? That's like my
only
I don't know.
email.
Wayne, you can change your name to just Wayne on here, just so you know. But that's my cousin, man. Station to my cousin.
Okay, refuse to. No, I mean, Agent of Shields was a good show. And I actually really like their version of Ghost Rider.
Or is it finished?
Huh?
Is it still going, or is it finished?
I think it finished, because I'm behind. I know I didn't watch like the last 2 seasons, but I think it finished. Or
We don't get a lot of this stuff on our TV, even on some of our streaming services. We don't get a lot of this stuff. So I basically wait for it to come out on DVD, Blu-ray, whatever. So we're sometimes months and months and months behind.
Glenn, Mockingbird is a character from Marvel. And she's not in Arrow. That would be the Black Canary.
Yeah, that's
Bobby Morse.
Yeah,
And
Bobby
then-
Morse. She was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent 19. Very, very skilled. She uses those batons kind of like Nightwing uses.
You're good, man. I'm just playing. I was just making a joke on your name. Yeah, nothing wrong with your name, man. I don't care what your name is. It could be Bobby Jiggle. It doesn't matter.
No, we got a guy in here that's called Beef It.
Right, Beef It.
Beef It is a good guy.
Yeah.
Thanos Darkseid right here. I mean, how perfect is that name? Thanos Darkseid, he's got best of both worlds, I know what he called what he called they have a Mockingbird on DC too, but that's different. Mockingbird's like tied to Batman and shit, but like no, they're talking about like a Marvel side. She showed up at the end of Hawkeye or whatever.
She's been there all along. Well, ever since Age of Ultron, anyway. That's when you first get introduced to her as Hawkeye's wife.
Yeah. And I'm not really that known to like that character and Hawkeye as much. Like I'm interested in going and finding out Matt Fraction's Hawkeye series because of this series now. But a lot of people that knew the comics knew kind of like assumed and kind of put it together that is Mockingbird, that is Bobby Morrison, because of the fact that in the comic books, Hawkeye, like Clint Barton and Bobby Morrison, like have a relationship between the two.
Yeah, it only solidified it once you saw the number on the watch, basically. But yeah, everybody's been speculating it's been Mockingbird for quite a while.
Mm-hmm. It's like some other characters I've gotten right, like what was her face from WandaVision about her turning into Monica Rambeau being the Spectra, or
Photon.
Photon.
Yeah, Photon. There are some things
they
that
called
kind
Captain Marvel for a while.
I think I'd say if you could guess when Mephisto is going to show up, then I'd give you like $1 million kind of thing. If you could do that when he's
we're never gonna get a Mephisto. We're never gonna get a Mephisto.
You will.
I don't know.
It's been hinted at in the most obscure way because
it's been hinted that way.
To begin with, it can show up anywhere.
That was my first question about Spider-Man, the new movie. Did Mephisto show up? Nope. Okay, then. All right, guys. So
because it's a demon and it's supernatural, it could have been anywhere. And the truth is, you'll get that little connection piece on some supernatural bullshit woo-woo thing. I hate to be negative about it, but it's supernatural. You can throw that anywhere.
Maybe they're supposed to be doing Midnight Suns. Rise of the Midnight Suns.
That would be the perfect way.
I promise you, the first hints were not in Midnight Suns. We already got it. We're just primitive apes that don't realize it.
Yeah, we're like all speculating on the wrong thing. They're like, look over here while all this shit is happening over here.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm almost at 8 hours right now, but there's another reason I got to kind of stop right here is because I got to get ready for our show that's about to happen, in an hour from now on Comic Talks Weekly.
I just got to say, like, that's crazy, man, because you went 8 hours, and now you're going to at least go another 4 on Comic Talk Weekly. I thought it was happening. Is it Comic Talk Weekly or is it Roscoe's?
No, I think tonight is Comic Talks Weekly, and that's going to be the designated decoy. And then next week it's back to Spine Ticks. Will be that first show. But I know right now Freaky Louie is going live. Another reason I kind of want to stop and give watch some Freaky Louie, because I usually like to tune in to some Freaky Louie, before I go on my show. So I mean, if anybody wants to, pump or plug anything that you got going on real quick before I end the stream, now will be that time. I want to say I do appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us. Some of these people have been going the whole show. I want to thank Thanos Darkside. He's been kind of here the whole time. My buddy Glenn, but everybody that stopped in at one point or another. I mean, I just really did this for Christmas and the holidays and Hanukkah and Kwanzaa and whatever you celebrate,
Festivus for the rest of us.
Festivus.
Get drunk.
Let me tell how all of you disappoint me.
Oh, yeah. And so anybody got anything they want to plug coming up? I know, Travis, you always got something coming.
Big screen. Well, I had chatting. I did have a haul video I did on Thursday, just showing off what I got. I was able to pick up a really cool What If, so go check that out. It goes side and side with Spider-Man, so it works. And then I got the Spawn Compendium Volume 2 in that haul as well. So I'm super excited to jump into that and start reading issue 51. No, issue 51 to 100 and of Spawn and get caught up on that. Chatting with the comic community. I had John's Comics with Kids on for the last sit down of the year. This Wednesday, it'll be a look back. So all of my guests, all 35 of my guests from Chatting with the Comic Community. If you guys don't know what, watch my show and stuff. When I bring on a guest, I say, tell them a little bit about yourself, and then I big screen them. So I've taken pieces of them, just telling them a little bit about themselves, cut it in, just showing like their thumbnail. So like it introduces them, and then it goes through and they tell them a little bit about yourself. It's just a look back at all the cool guests that I've had on this past year. So that'll be out this Wednesday for Whiplash Wednesday. Of course, check out everything that the PCP Army Bad Batch has for Whiplash Wednesday. I'm pretty sure Big Herm Collectibles, Missing Link, and Fable are going live that night as well. Other than that, I don't think I have anything until the new year.
Still. Mad Spidey, Joe?
Nothing. Mine's always spontaneous. Mine's always like, oh, I picked up some pops. Oh, I picked up some comics. Oh, I got some art. I'll just do a video. Mine's never planned. Like that stupid stream I tried to do this morning. That just failed.
I feel the same way. Like chatting with the comic community is I'm always ahead. Because I always like to. That's like the show that I'll definitely keep on a schedule. But other than that, like sometimes I come out with random videos throughout the days and stuff, which is fine. Just make sure to hit that notification bell on Matt Spidey's channel and then you won't miss a single video.
Yeah, if you aren't subbed up to any of these people,
Watch me saying about 1 million times in my videos.
Joe, I know you got your hauls coming, and you got your review, and you hype up anything you're building. You know,
I do a lot of things. So I have my weekly comic book hauls review where I read a comic book, take notes on it, and bring out the philosophy and the psychology of it. And then I have an entirely different channel where if you come in with an idea or a concept or a character, I will make something from it and we'll get it out to the community genuinely. So, check that out. That'd be kind of cool.
And you blow up some shit.
right?
I will blow up some shit.
Do you see this?
Yeah.
Here we go, right here.
I did
See this like piece right there?
before it was in the movies.
See what he's holding right there? See what Dinobot? This is Dinobot. I don't care what anybody says. This is Dinobot. But this piece here, this
He's
little thing, it spins around and stuff, but it's probably one of the best weapons out there.
He said, Thanos Dark said, he wants me to give it a shout out before we end the thing. All right. It says he got 7 omnibus coming in 48 issues from Mentor coming home. That's great, man. Congrats. All right, guys. Well, that's why. All right. And then, man, you got a lot to read, man. 7 omnibuses and 48 single issues coming, bro. You got some reading to do. But yeah, I'm going to end it here. I wish everybody like Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Kwanzaa. You know, what was the other one, Tim?
All the other made up holidays.
The other one was Festivus. It's from Seinfeld.
I would celebrate Festivus.
Be safe. If y'all want to come and chill out with me and the homies, it'll be on Comics Talk Weekly. Either that or I'll see y'all soon. All right, guys. I'll see y'all. Bye. See you later.